Well, that's now working. That's now working. Hello, everyone. Sorry I disappeared off. I ended up having to go and clean the Starlink. Hopefully it's now working properly, but they're still creating a whole lot of dust. So if it goes off again, we know why, and I will fix it. How to say? No, the Starlink doesn't like brick dust either, and the Starlink doesn't like keep getting covered in dust. Because when the wind blows in a certain direction, it blows it straight onto the Starlink, and so it gets covered in a thick layer of brick dust and builder's dust, and it really doesn't like it. And it does appear like the thing is the Discord is working. Let me get that set up. And the Streambot is working. Streambot is working. Stream Deck is working. So hopefully that lets us keep going for at least another couple of hours. We say. Alright. So I'm going to use a vacuum. I don't think I'd win that argument. They are doing there is a lot of work going on up there. We answer that one. Chandlord Chandle, next question. And voila. There you go, that works. Hello again. The Kingdom of Two Sicilies, instead of the Kingdom of Sardinia, unifies the Italian peninsula in 1860. How does this affect the Italian naval development and the Mediterranean balance of power? Ooh, that's interesting. If they do that, if it's the two Sicilies, so it's the south taking over the north, rather than north taking over the south, then if you consider the south's approach to conflict and operations and how they manage it, you're probably going to see a lot more industrial development in the south. Because instead of it being in some part a part which was brought in under the force of the other, it's going to be part which is very much connected into the other and is very much the core of it. So there's already existing infrastructure and financial reasons for infrastructure to be developed in the north, but now there's going to be a lot of political pressure to develop the south as well. Because that's going to be where the royal family comes from, that's going to be where the ruling class comes from, all these things. So, yeah, you might see a more even development of Italy in terms of infrastructure terminology, development and structure. Channel. Amanda of Savoy remains secure in the Spanish throne. How does this development affect Italian-Spanish relations, their respective naval developments in the Spanish-American War? I'd have to do a lot more reading on Amanda of Savoy in terms of as a personality, because my initial thing is that not really that much happens. Because as he set things up, it wouldn't... There is the possibility, there is the potential, that he decides that, you do get a joint monarchy, you do get Italy and Spain joining together, but the likelihood of that is very, very low. Very low. It is possible, but it would require certain issues, but there was sort of... The reality is, if he managed to stay in charge of Spain, it's only going to come out due to stability, and stability can mean one of two things. One, it can mean time to invest in infrastructure, invest in industry, to improve yourself, to make yourself stronger, more capable, to actually balance yourself out properly. Or alternatively, it can lead to you stagnating. And Spain at this point seems to be more inclined to stagnation than anything else. They really do seem to be more inclined to stagnation than anything else. That's their real problem. They are not really that good when it comes to these things. Dragon, what are you doing? Let's see if this worked. No, it didn't. Yeah, you're probably going to need to go and do some more editing of your name on YouTube. It's not an easy process from memory. Sorry. Going up there, I inhaled rather a lot of brick dust off the roof. NCC, yeah. Now, yeah, did it. That is good. That is good. But honestly, if you have stability and you could end up having a sort of a Savoy alliance growing up with Italy and Spain allying closely. You could end up with them pooling development, or as I said, you could end up going down the joint monarchy route. But whatever happens, what's more interesting for Spain this period is if they have actually a stable government. And what you're inferring from that discussion is that they have a stable government. And if he remains secure on the Spanish throne, that's going to be, by definition, a stable government. Lions, which of your theories would you most like to find a smoking gun in the Arcos for? Sorry, I was struggling to word on this question. Oh. From a personal thing, to do with my debate with my good friend Drac, who did not take me with him in his luggage to go aboard and learn how to stoke a Liberty ship, and get to meet Ryan Szymanski and have a nice long conversation with him about how people how some people are very strange when they try and claim the Iowas are battle cruisers. Other than that, it would of course be the Agincourt, but actually, for the purposes of career and the interests of history, I think the smoking gun I'd really like to look at in terms of being able to rewrite quite a lot of the discussion would be the Vickers site, the Vickers dive bombing site. The Vickers dive bombing site would be useful. Be really, really useful to change some of the history and change some of the discussions. It really would be fantastic for that. Well, Now, if anyone realises what I'm doing, I'm just sort of setting everything up and making sure I'm linked back in, because trying to get it all to work. Make sure it is all working. It's fun. It's all fun. It's all computer stuff. It's all doing what this computer's supposed to be doing, which is stressing me out. Yeah, Norton is being expensive. Norton's charged me 150 quid today. It could be worse. It could be worse. Yes, I'm logged back into Twitch. That's useful. That's going to help me with organising these things. And will YouTube let me log into the dashboard? Yes, it will do. And let's go to this. It won't let me edit that amount. That's annoying. I would like to edit the end screen of that. But it won't. Okay, so I got to 2 hours and 36 minutes on the previous one, so I need to run this for at least 9 hours and 24 minutes. Yep. There we go, we have a goal. Hello, Brandon. Good morning to Washington State. Computer is your friend. Yeah, I try to be as friendly as possible to computers. If you don't mind, I'm going to go blow my nose because I got a very healthy whiff of brick dust. And I'm just going to have a massive sneezing fit in front of you all if I don't. That is better. I can smell again. It's amazing. I have the ability to smell, sniff things. That's good. Oh, hey, by gum. And I'm back. Hello. Yes, it was fun. So hopefully that keeps things fixed for a bit longer. I will probably have to go and brush. Like, why do I have a feeling that this whole week I'm going to be going, grab my broom and brushing a Starlink, going, yes, I will get the dust off you. Oh, it's going to be this week's fun. Brush the Starlink, because let's be honest, the BT internet has gone down completely, so there's no chance the BT's working. I do love BT. I love them so. I also love that after I told everyone which video I was going to do the comment response video on later, when we start that in a bit, it immediately Knight went and did some extra comments on that video. Just want to know that. Now, before we get too far into here, before I answer the rest of the questions and go through them, before we get on that, I'm going to do a quick discussion of the charity I'm supporting today. Now, if I do this one, and I go to this, and I do this, there you go. Here is the National Museum of the Royal Navy, and this is who I'm fundraising for today. And I make use a lot of this museum and these things a lot. You have the Museum of Naval Firepower, which is a really cool museum to go and see. People often forget it's in Gosport. It's very fun to go and see. There's also there's all sorts of things, including some dud nuclear weapons and things like that there. There's the Overton Fleet Air Arm Museum, where you can go and walk around on a carrier flight deck. There's, of course, the Portsmouth Historic Dockyard, which has a wonderful monitor in it, which I am always talking about, because people forget it, because they see Warrior, they see Victory, they see Mary Rose, they forget the little monitor in there. But there is a little monitor to go see, so please go see her. There is Caroline, sitting up in Belfast. The one my mum would really like me to do a ship-shape tour to, because she'd love to do a little tour around Ireland, and basically her plan is to hijack our tour and come along with us, so she gets a tour around Ireland. Then we have, of course, the Royal Navy Submarine Museum at Gosport, and people often go to that and they miss the Explosion Museum of Naval Firepower. They often go to the Submarine Museum and miss completely the Explosion Museum. Both are very much worthwhile spending some time at. And then, of course, there's Hartlepool, which, of course, has Trincomalee in it. Yeah, here you go. But they always have stuff going on. They're always fundraising for things. They're always doing a lot of work, a lot of curator talks. Some of their curator talks are really, really cool when you can get to them. Christmas concert under Concorde, as again has been a fun thing I've done a couple of times. And behind the scenes stores on the Conservation Action. If you could get there for the 4th of December, if you could get that, that is a wonderful tour to do. Now, what I'm planning on doing today, of course, when I was is just do normal donations. But at the moment, they are trying to fund, because you might notice in all the museums there wasn't a Royal Marine Museum. It's trying to rebuild Boathouse 6 to become a Royal Marines Museum. And that's where they're going to be putting it, in Boathouse 6. Again, there has been plans at different points for how to deal with getting the Royal Marines a decent museum. There have been different discussions at various points on it. And broadly speaking, this is what they've ended up with. At one point, they were buying a whole new site, and they had plans for a massive, great thing. There was a museum of the Royal Marines. It was shut down because it was basically not getting enough money where it was. There wasn't enough coming into it. But yeah, I do love in this picture. You can see Princess Anne just sort of peeking out the back there. And yeah, it's. I will do when I'm in a month's time. I will go through all the different options, and I will click on Donate Now, and I'll rattle it in. And as said, it'll be put in by Dr. Clarke and the Brewstorians. So it'll be from all of us. That's what I'll put the money in for. So that will come from whatever we raise today. Michael Cooch, are you sure the nuclear weapons are dud? Not an RN secret stash and hidden in plain sight? No. You see, the Royal Navy doesn't need to necessarily do that with those sort of things. That'd be quite risky. They have Cold Rose, which if ever you look at, you'll notice, whilst the number of aircraft being stored at Cold Rose has sort of stayed roughly the same, the number of very large warehouses that are hangar-shaped have expanded. And they've got bigger and more numerous, and bigger and more numerous. All right. So yeah, that one was answered, Skewer. Thank you, Timu. I do highly recommend the Royal Navy Museums. I like them. They've always been very friendly when I've been dealing with them. They are a bit chaotic, as every museum is. They try their best. HMS Warrior is always going to be is pretty much my favourite preserved ship in the entire world. It's not my real focused area of history, but I just love it, and I love taking students around there on tours whenever I've been able to take students there. Because Victory, they turn up and they have a very fixed idea in their mind what it's going to be like, and you have to bust out of it. Warrior, they turn up and they completely don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what they're looking for, whether it's going to be age of sail, what it's going to be. Because it's a transition ship, and they're just shocked by everything. If you hear, look, here's a great, stop being worried about the chickens at the Firepower Museum. I was told that they are there to provide eggs for the lunch, okay? Jonathan Moon, we answered that one. Benjamin, 5856, hope you're still here, I think you still are. What did Alan Richards say about Frederick Tudor? Alan Richards said a lot about him in his book, and I have it somewhere around here. I have his book. I will track his book down, and actually, I will copy it out and paste it, copy it out and put it in Discord for you at some point. Nigerian, if the Fairy Gannet AW was the AW7 Gannet design instead of the less than flattering AW3 Granite, does the AW7 design have more use than the AW3 design? A little bit. A little bit. Thank you, my coach. It's basically, fundamentally, the difference between the 7 and the 3 is, more correctly, the amount of power and range of the radar and the delicacy of it in terms of its receiving image. Future Minecraft Watcher, what if Henderson was brought to the present day, and how would he fix the Royal Navy and constant issues with Parliament? Oh, good lord. In a nicest way. Henderson is very, very capable at playing the politics. It's kind of like bringing Jackie Fisher. You're bringing in someone who was a bit of a master at politics. I think Henderson would be more successful than Fisher. Although Fisher would love Twitter. Fisher would absolutely obsess with Twitter. But Henderson was in an age where the politicians were, and I want to say this, were very serious people who cared as much, and if not more so, about the substance of things than the image of them. Because, remember, if you're dealing today, they're constantly dealing with the image because 24-hour news media, it's instant news media. They've got to worry about their image because that's their popularity, and they can instantly lose all their popularity if they do say something wrong or upset people, or they make the wrong decision, or they look bad on papers, and they can't do that, so they have to constantly worry about these things. Da 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 da. Just imagine the constant maelstrom going through their head. They make teenage. This is going to sound terrible, okay? And it is gross simplification. But excuse this. This is spoken as someone who's grown up as a boy as the only boy in 40 cousins. Okay? So when I say this comes from my personal experience. But there is no the only person more neurotic than a teenage girl when they're considering their popularity and their friends, as a rule, not all are like this, but as a rule, in my experience, are politicians who are worried about national positions. The only one who obsesses more about their social media profile, how many friends, how many people they have, how many people are liking, sharing, subscribing, how many people are following them, than a teenage girl is a politician. And that might be, I realise not everyone's like this, but I'm saying this from my experience, the only boy in 40 cousins, okay? I love my cousins, but it's nothing I haven't said to them myself. When I've told them that the only people more neurotic than me. And they mad at me go, yeah, in our teenage years we were, you weren't. And I go, yeah, but you have to remember, I was born with the kind of personality which really is most competitive with myself than other people. It's a very weird personality to have, but when I go to the gym, I don't care what everyone else is doing. I care what I did last time and that I do better than I did last time. When I go into the pool, that's the same thing. When I'm doing anything, I don't care how other people are doing. I care I'm doing better than I did before. I'm always competing with myself. And to an extent, my image of myself, of what I should be able to do. And that is its own special, the joy of neurospicy and issues. It does have... It means that I have very much an internal locus of identity. But it can cause issues, because it can mean that I really don't... when I'm dealing with people, sometimes I am, especially if I'm talking to myself, or thinking about, not really concentrating people around me, I can be completely unaware that someone could be listening in and could take offense to what I'm saying. I was once in a gym, and I was basically telling myself off because I'd not gripped the bar properly. Let's just go with that. Not grip the bar properly. Yeah. And so the weights had dropped. And I was telling myself off. And the person who was a rower, I said, "Why are you saying that to me?" I was like, I'm not even talking to you. I'm talking to myself. I have no idea who you're... But you're critiquing the way I'm holding. No, I'm critiquing the way I was holding it. If I was doing the same thing as you, I'm sorry, but I'm critiquing myself. And yeah, it can cause fun. And that particular person seemed to have arguments with everyone that day in the gym, from what I could see. Yeah. Whereas my cousins tended to care about other people. But what I mean why I'm doing all this long-winded discussion before I get back to Henderson is, the point is, Henderson, as I've said before, doesn't care about credit. He does care about success. He's going to start phrasing people up very quickly. Very quickly. And yeah, how would he fix the Royal Navy? I think he'd probably start with the escort program and the submarine programs and then work from there. Powder Monkey is working. What if in 1916, after they're told some parts of England began to riot and mass protest against the war? It's dealt with. Mass protesting against the war aren't really going to stop things. They're not. There were protests during World War I and World War II against wars. There were. Not necessarily mass riots and mass protests, there were still some. And the thing is, even if there's a mass protest, if it's a mass protest, they're going to go, well, we promise to deliver victory as soon as we can, we're fighting the war as best we can, we don't want to track life away. You might get generals told to be more concerned about the loss of life. Probably extra effort is put into things like the Battle Atlantic versus the submarine threat, but yeah, not much is going to change. Because not much can change by that point. It's one of the interesting things is when we start talking about official histories and when they start writing the official histories of wars. Most people get quite shocked at how early the British tend to be with starting writing the official histories. Because the official histories tend to be, like Britain started writing the official history of the Second World War in 1940, I think it was. And it was first being discussed earlier than that. And the official history of the First World War is also started similarly. Because the whole point is official histories are supposed to record information so you can make proper analysis and do better next time. You can be properly prepared. And so that's why a lot of the history is acquired contemporaneously. And this is why you often have... The British government used to, certainly, I'm not sure they still do, keep a running list of historians who have the right qualifications and security clearances to be used as official historians. Before anyone asks, as far as I know, I'm not on that list. If they still keep that list. They might not still keep the list. But, yeah, they used to be very, very thorough about that sort of thing. And I said, would a command ship the size of a Habakkuk be a bit too insane an idea? Honestly, if you built a ship the size of a Habakkuk, it would be a command ship as well as an aircraft carrier and various other things. Because let's be honest, it's a floating frigating island. You have the space. If it's not being used as a command ship, there's something stupid going on. I said, if infrastructure and manpower weren't the problem, would that 2,000 feet and 3,000 feet beam carriers will be built? If they'd managed to build the Habakkuk class, it's a really interesting thing is, if the ideas and development of the Habakkuk had been around prior to World War II, and they'd actually built the infrastructure that could allow them to develop it prior to World War II, I could see them actually having built it. Because a floating iceberg in the North Atlantic would be a very useful asset to have. Team Twitch bits. Thank you. I said I'll work them out. Thank you. YouTube microphone. What should we bring back today? Warspite, Hood, Unicorn, or Hosh? Okay, if I was going to bring back a ship today, I would... Warspite is what I should say for the point of view of the British having a preserved battleship, which would be a lot of fun to have for its museum ships. I would like to bring back Unicorn, though, because I would like to have a preserved aircraft carrier. I think that would be a nice thing for the Royal Navy, even though it wouldn't be a big one. Let's be honest, a preserved forward aviation support ship. And I would probably put it in someplace like Liverpool, etc. Thank you, Steve Clarke. look, Warspite's probably the best from the point of view of setting up a museum, because if Warspite turned up in full form today, there is no doubt a museum would be made for that ship. There is no chance it doesn't. The National Museum of the Royal Navy would find a space for it. Frigate, they might even move a Queen Elizabeth class from their current berth to a different berth so they could base it down at Portsmouth. My hope is they'd base it at Liverpool. But having... Yeah, it probably would be... Liverpool's probably the best place to put them, because if you could put a preserved ship at Liverpool, you could put it next to the R&R base, HMS Eaglet. And there is a huge... And having that... having seen what it's like with Haida next to the reserve base there, it would be an exceptional experience. The same with Unicorn base there, honestly, and it would be a brilliant thing to have up in the north of England, in that sort of northwest of England, to attract tourists. Although with Warspite, I should probably say that realistically, she wants to be in Prussia Cove, so she wants to be based in Cornwall. So probably that's where she should actually be put, somewhere in Cornwall. She'd be happy down there. But Liverpool's probably probably where she'd end up. And the Western Produce Museum would have a field day of her being up there. That would suddenly... Just imagine the sheer amount of tourism of people coming to the UK to see Warspite. And also, just imagine where Drac would be living. All this conversation about him staying in the southeast of England would be a case of, where is Warspite? Hello, I have bought the house next to where you are. And Mrs. Drac going... Okay. Because we all know, if Warspite, wherever Warspite was in the UK, Drac would be right next to it, and would basically be carrying out a one-man policy of either completely dominating, removing, or in other ways extracting anyone else who tried to claim the position of curator of that battleship until he was the curator of it. Whereas if it was HMS Unicorn, that'd be my baby. No one, and then anyone else tried to be curator of that ship, God help them. All the things I would do. Oh, yeah. Unicorn would be mine. There will be no one else. Oh, yes. Each of Minecraft Watcher. What if Parliament wanted to scrap Warspite? Look, in the nicest way, the number of naval historians I know who are also HEMA reenactors is quite disturbing. The sheer wall of armor around Warspite would create a problem. And then there'd be Drac. Fleet's got its own happy space. I'm not going to interfere with that with the Historiophon, and the Historiophon's don't think it's going to bump into the Historiophon. So yeah, it's all fine. YouTube Microwatch. What if in 1909 Spain suddenly suffered a communist revolt to the scale of the Spanish Civil War years later? Probably the Germans try and get involved. You might even see a similar response as happened with the Boxer Rebellion, where you get a Marshal of the World appointed and a massed army from all the powers coming in to deal with the communists, because, you know, Boxers, communists, about the same thing, in their opinion at the time. It'll be interesting. Stafford found a new old movie last night, Down the Defiant, and has me wondering, how many Defiants have there been in the Royal Navy? Ooh. Where is my ship names in the Royal Navy book? I have it in here somewhere. Ship names in the Royal Navy. Oh, those new things cannot arrive soon enough. I have now got books triple stacked. This is not good. I've been unloading too many boxes. That was stupid of me. Ship names of the Royal Navy. That was silly of me. I'm so excited to get the books out. I was just so excited to get the books out that I didn't think about the fact that I couldn't get access to all the books. So yes, there are, thanks to you all and your generosity, there are more calyxes coming. There are always more calyxes coming. Yeah. Ship names of the Royal Navy. Ships of the Royal Navy. Come on, I've got 2 copies of this book. I know I have. And I know I was reading it a couple of days ago. Nope, not in there. Not in there. Nope, not there. No, not there. Not there. Not there. Oh. Nope, not there. Nope, not there. Put in there. Don't have to use my boring version. Not in there. Bag 'em. No, not there. Where is it? I really shouldn't do reorganization, should I? I should not do reorganization at all, this thing, because I lose everything when I reorganize stuff. It's terrible. Ah, there it is. There you go. Ships of the Royal Navy. This is not the version I had open the other day. I had the paperwork version, which is newer. But they haven't changed between them. Oh. For those who don't know, I just found my old car's Volvo keeper slip. Okay. It happens. It happens. I put it away somewhere safe so I wouldn't lose it. Definitely didn't lose it. Defiant. Well, the Royal Navy hasn't had a Defiant per se, but they've had a lot of Defiance, which they tend to use, which is basically considered the same as the one they use. So Defiance are used by book, TV stuff, but Defiance is what the Royal Navy uses. HMS Defiance, and there's been 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. There have been 13 things named Defiance, but also there have been various torpedo school ships also renamed Defiance for their duties, so that's added up to it. So that can make it up to, well, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19 vessels have carried the name Defiance in Royal Navy service. Look. I'm not going to go the response of me building an extension of bookshelves, but let's be honest, there is a reason I'm putting so many so many things down in the attic, so I can move something. That's Defiant. It's pretty much a cold bagel oven. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. Suddenly in 1959, some British soldiers finally had the ability to shapeshift between human appearances. What would the government use them for? About 250, if you're curious. Oh. They're probably, if the government's got that ability, the government is probably now thinking about various forms of how to assassinate people. And intelligence gathering. They are probably doing their level best to make sure they, sorry. Did I cut myself shaving earlier? So the trouble when you don't feel it. You don't notice until you see it on camera. Basically, they'll be using it for gathering information. So they'll be doing things like, at least a couple will be visiting Japan. And they'll arrive, looking very British, like British businessmen. That'll be their cover. And then they'll change at some point in their hotel rooms. And they'll pop out of the hotel looking like an average Japanese businessman. And then from there, they'll go and wander around bits. And then they'll come back. And, basically gathering information first. Then probably some assassinations. What was the best conventionally powered carrier? It's probably the Kennedys. Yeah, it's probably, well, Kennedy is the subclass of the Kitty Hawks, and it probably is Kennedy. Yeah, it's Kennedy. It's John F. Kennedy. And I'm still disappointed she's undergoing scrapping, but we'll leave it and is disappearing off because, frankly, yeah, she was cool. She was very cool. Paul Amos, 1962. When looking for information that doesn't appear to be in the main archives, either misplaced or destroyed, what alternative methods do you use to attempt to fill in the missing information? How much do you try to speak to people who worked in various industries that have been closed 40 plus years? I try to when I can speak to those people. When I can get hold of them and they're relevant, I will go talk to them. Even when they're not directly relevant, I'll go talk to them, because sometimes the information they'll remember is who was involved in a project or who was disappearing off around that time. And that can be useful for me to try and track it down. There are personal archives. There are those can be useful sources of things. There are which can have people's diaries and people's personal papers in. There's all sort of stuff you can find. You can go hunting for if you want to go. If you are, how to put it, motivated enough to go and look for it. You can find the stuff. I think it's this year. It's going to be Drac as the ship-shaped Santa. There again, I am tempted to stick my address up and just go, yeah, I'm here. But the only reason I don't is because I'm more worried about people disturbing my mother and sister and exactly what my mother and sister might do to them than anything else. I'm more worried about dealing with that paperwork than I am at what might happen. But yeah, the sources, basically you work through various forms of archives and various forms of, organization to try and find the information and people. And if that doesn't work, you can turn to sometimes what we call forensic engineering. If you can get pictures and things, pictures, etc., of the system you're looking at, and you can start working back from there to try and put the information together. It's like I'm reasonably confident about the lengths and sizes given of various ships from the Royal Navy, because I have done a lot of analysis of photos and various other things to try and get a rough estimate of them. So therefore, they come out roughly the same, so they're probably correct. They're probably not lying. And that might seem strange to do, but the first rule of being a historian is you don't trust any information you're given. You trust but verify. You verify every bit of information you get given, and how do I put this politely? You have to start off by disbelieving it. If you disbelieve it, you go, well, I better check this out, haven't I? I better check what information they're going to be doing, what information they're offering. The way to check that is to check pictures and measure, give it approximate lengths and go, is that right? Is that wrong? Does that work? Does that not? That's the thing about it, realistically. Right. YouTube Micro, here's a hypothetical question. During the Harry Potter Book 7, The Deathly Hallows, it was mentioned the British government is aware of the existence of wizards. Okay. What's the question, YouTube Minecraft watcher? You were world. And the Death Eaters' actions against the non-magical people. How would the military be deployed to help put down Death Eaters? Oh, they would be. And nicest way, if the answer is this person can create magic at range, it's probably going to be snipers. And people with thermal cameras and various other things. And how do you stop people being compelled? And you have to have wizards on your side as well to try and defend you, but you probably, in the nicest way, it will be worked at. It's one of those things which will be constantly being studied. It's one of the interesting things which you get into is what happens if people discover if the supernatural world or the wizarding world are actually real spaces. You have to remember there's going to be two reactions. There's going to be the people embracing it because it's going to be interesting and going to bring a whole new stuff to life, and there's also going to be people who are going to be afraid of it. And both sides are going to experiment with it and study it and understand it. The people who want to include it and bring it into the world are going to be the people who are going to be going, oh, but think about what this can open up in the world, capability-wise, and, what these people can do. And there's going to be also the people who are going to be going, oh, this could be a threat to us. And therefore, how best to deal with that is to mimic it. So you're going to have that as an option. You could see them try and develop okay, how can we stop charms working on guns and other weapons? How can we defend ourselves against these threats? What is going to happen? What isn't going to happen? Earth firearms will be used against Death Eaters so they can block bullets. They can block a bullet if they can see it coming. If they know it's coming at night, but in the nicest way, you're presuming that they are pursuing a policy of engaging them when they're all grouped together and there's an action operation going on. And then there's artillery, and let's be honest, the scenario is probably going to be something along the lines of, what can we do to engage? And the ultimate advantage is there's a lot more muggles than there are wizards. There's a lot more, and if the wizarding community is not going to be united on this, on fighting the muggles, especially the muggles aren't going, oh, we aren't attacking you, Death Eaters are. Okay. Channel, that is a massive and depends on so many different various points you going through. That's not a question, that's a whole video. Night again, everyone, but this is the point I often make about people having faster reactions or something. Let's say you walk in and you are the absolute best shot in the world. If you're against 20 people who are all shooting at you, the odds are you walk out dead. Yes, quite a few of them are dead, but the odds are you are dead as well. Because the odds of you getting all 20 before one of them gets you is very low. Because it's not a 1-on-1, it's a 20-on-1. It's not a line up and go, oh, we're all going to wait our turn and duel you honourably. No, it's a, we're all going to try and kill you. Because our safety's in numbers. And as people pointed out, wizardry is a line of sight weapon. Channel. How does so answer that one? Basically, it would require a lot of work, a lot of study to do. Okay. What YouTube Minecraft watcher? What if in 1910 Italy suddenly suffers a complete communist revolution with a communist government in control? How does Europe react? Again, I'm not sure if it's a complete communist revolution in 1910. There's going to be some interesting things going on. Austro-Hungarians could be very interesting. The French could be interesting. But the thing about Italy is it's kind of got a mountainous barrier between it and the rest of the world. It isn't as Spain is very, very exposed to the world and guards the entrance to the Mediterranean, Italy sits in the middle of the Mediterranean. There is going to be a lot of interest in it. It's got some defence in that, as long as it's basically anyone outside of the Austro-Hungarians can't really come at it from the Adriatic side. But again, I think if you have such a revolution happening, a communist revolution, the odds are people going to want to get involved. There's the Pact of Steel countries who are going to want to get involved because they don't want to lose an ally. And there's the Anglo-French-Russian alliance, which are just not going to like the idea of a communist revolution. Yes, let's see. But the trouble about Metal Storm, as much as it's a very cool system, if you're not standing in its line of fire, it's a million shots which aren't going to hit you. It's a very useful weapon system. There are places where Metal Storm is a very good weapon system to have. I mean, if I wanted to protect the entrance to a bunker, and I had that inside the bunker, I would feel very secure. Especially if I had multiple systems which I could I could be reloading one while another one was firing. So if I had let's say 6 systems set up to cover, I could fire one and be reloading as another one, if another one has to get set off, and anyone tried to come in is going to get blasted to smithereens. Stafford, if things kick off, how difficult will it return to civilian yards to naval war production, as they did in the last wars, given how technology is advanced and the yards are fewer numbers? Also, the yards are specialised. More. If you think about it, how many civilian yards now work in fiberglass construction and have the facilities set up for that rather than steel construction? So I think what you're going to have to see is a lot of adaptation of designs. There's going to be a lot of adaptation of designs going on. And you've got to do a lot of design developments. You've got to do like you did in World War II. You've got to adapt designs to the yards you have available rather than the yards you have to the designs you want to do. And yeah, that's working it through. Stafford, yeah, I think it's probably going to, as I said, my tempted is it would be Drax Santa, but I might set up. I will try and set up something probably. Karen 151, which is the most memorable mess dinner you've had with the RN, if you can talk about it? One from a long time ago aboard Lancaster was a lot of fun. And yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was an interesting time period being aboard Lancaster. It was interesting. The most interesting specific one I have example of was my time at Lympstone. And during a dinner there, I had a long conversation with a Royal Marine who, at that time, couldn't understand how a civilian like me was useful, and I had to explain it. And I didn't mind explaining it. These things, you explain these things, but yeah. I'm about an hour late in things I'm supposed to be doing, but we had the interruption in the middle. Yeah. It was interesting explaining to him. Sorry, I was just editing and listening into the conversation my sister's having outside with the builder. The main point he made was, surely, the politicians should listen to us. And I went, so tell me how you're going to explain this. And he explained it to me perfectly, in full Royal Marinese. And I went, so how does someone who's not a Royal Marine understand that? And that's basically the role I've spent a lot of my life playing between the modern forces and various other people. It's almost like you're a translator. You speak both topics, and you can therefore communicate. You can therefore facilitate a communication. And that is not a role which pays me any money. I don't earn any money doing that thing, I have to admit. But that is probably the role I do which is most useful for my country. Acting as a explanation tool between two groups. Yeah, basically, the book funding is going to be on the weekend. That's the 36-hour one. That's going to be for books and those things. The 5 streams over the week are going to be about charity. So this stream, the money from the raise over the month, is going to be for National Museum of the Royal Navy. Then, each, and I'll quickly, before I get on to the next topic, I'll open up my Word file. And I'll go through this again. Quickly. And we go to... Yeah. We do this. And if you can see, I hope you can anyway. Yeah, let's zoom in. That's gone a bit too much. No, let's go back a bit. So, today is National Museums of the Royal Navy. Tomorrow is Friends of HMCS Haida. Then it's Combat Stress. Then it's Flying Navy Heritage Trust. And then it's the Royal Navy and Royal Marines Charity. And then it's the channel and books, basically. So that's this week's work. There's quite a few tradies out there, I think. There's a couple of them. So, which is the most memorable mess dinner? Answer that one. Micro, what if all the R-class were converted to renowned-style battleships, battlecruisers, i.e. Fisher got their dream? Ooh. Well, if Fisher gets their dream, and all the renowned style are built as battlecruisers, renowned class are built as... all the R-class are, built as battlecruisers. A, the Royal Navy has a rather large collection of battlecruisers. B, there's no chance that the Admiral class are built as anything but fast battleships, which probably means they're actually completed, which means the RN probably ends up with 6 Queen Elizabeths, 6 R-class six R-class battle cruisers, and 6 Admiral-class fast battleships that are able to do 28 knots. So it'll probably end up with sort of 6 ships that can do 24 knot ships, 6 28 knot ships, and 6 32 knot ships. And yeah, that's going to be interesting. If you've got that many, that wide a variety of ships, that's probably going to lead to an interesting conversation when it comes to the Washington Naval Treaty. Especially if the Admiral-class fast battleships are about 40,000 tons. Armed with 8 15-inch guns, probably. You also then have a clear differential of battlecruiser versus battleship of one has less turrets than the other, has less guns. Because let's be honest, the Congos don't have as many guns as the battleships do. In terms of the IGN. I'm not sure if they do make it a sort of standard. Battlecruisers can only have a maximum of 6 guns, and we can make this therefore a treaty definition. Or something like that. But it would be interesting to wargame it out and try and figure it out and have a chat. Work it through with some colleagues. Thank you, Verdun. Any news update the Flag Class book? It'll be hopefully some point in December. It's going to... the reason I'm not giving more of a date than that is literally my plan for next week, after the Historiophon is over, is to go into the editing software and make sure I'm happy with everything. And I will either go into it on Tuesday and love everything, and it will be set to publish on the 1st of December, or I will go in and hate it and have to redo it, and in which case it'll be set to publish at some point in December as soon as it can be. If that makes sense. Carrot 1151, you are going to be zapped back in time to 1905 and put in charge of the Royal Navy with 6 people. Who do you take with you and why? 6 people. 1905. Well, I think it's a guy called Steve George for me, because he's the best aero engineer I know. He served in the Falklands War. He has an absolutely encyclopedic knowledge of the history of aviation, and if I can go back to 1905, I can start development of naval aviation a lot more quickly if I've got him with me. I think I'd take Drac back with me, and I put him in charge of quality control and organising the industry and making sure everything's coming out at the top of the grade. I'd take Dan back with me, Dr. Dan, because I need someone to sort out the medical care and the medical treatment and make sure it's all up to snuff. I don't want things happening like happened on Canopus going down to the Falklands. I want all my people properly assessed and properly looked after. If I could grab Admiral Henderson and Stanley Goodall on the way through, I would. If I could grab them from about 1937, I really would. But probably shouldn't do that. This is taking people back with me. So I've got Drac, I've got Dan, I've got Steve, so that's 3 out of 6 I'm allowed, right? Who else am I taking with me? Who are the other 3? Take down C and put him in charge of explosives development. Just leave him alone. Let him go be happy chemist. That'd probably be quite good for Dan C. He'd enjoy that. I need to fix the infrastructure and the railways and make sure that's going to back me up. So I need someone who's going to be able to do that quietly. So that means my choice realistically for that, if I want someone who I know will work with me, is either Gareth or Fleet to go back in time and fix the railways in 1905. And as much as I like Fleet, and as good as he is, I think I trust Gareth to run my railways more than I trust Fleet. Because I've seen him running railways in games. So that's got me to 4 or 5. And yeah, I'm going to need someone to sort out electric, so I should probably take Runon back, but the issue for Runon is how good's the medical care going to be for them in 1905. So that's something I have to think about. All the rest are fairly okay and can get by with the drugs they can get available then. Taking Leslie back could be an interesting capability. The question is, what do I really need to cover? Because I've got Drac to sort out the quality control in the guns and in the guns manufacturer and armor manufacturer. I need someone who's going to work on the design side. I need someone who's going to work on the design and naval architecture for side for me and give me details of that. It's an interesting question. Who would I want to take back with me? I got Steve George to work on the aero engineering and get me aircraft nice and early up and running. Got Dan C to go and fix the explosives and get me a working fuse so the shells are going to work. Got Dan F to fix the medications and the medical service. Gareth is fixing the infrastructure issue of the railways. I need someone to help me with the design side. That is the question. Who would help me best with the design side? If I took taking Andrew Lambert back is basically taking a sledgehammer to crack a walnut. Prof Lambert could be useful, but I think I'd take Marcus Faulkner, and I want to give an explanation why I'm taking him over Andrew Lambert. I love Prof Lambert. He is the best supervisor you could have if you're doing a PhD at King's. He is without doubt one of the nicest, kindest people you ever work with. But he is sufficiently accident-prone when it comes to riding a bicycle that the man is a danger to himself. Okay, I don't want to think about the number of times I heard about accidents. So I would take Marcus Faulkner because he is very, very good at the design stuff. Unfortunately, I can't take my dad because he's dead, Steve. That's the trouble. I can't grab him. If I can't grab people who are from the past, and I couldn't, because taking Henderson and Stanley Goodall back with me would fix a lot of my problems in terms of the design and construction. But if I take Marcus back with me, that'd be quite fun. And Marcus would have a rip-roaring time. If I could take my dad back with Stanley Goodall and my dad and Henderson back in time to fix the designs, then good Lord help everyone. Add in Drac as Inspector Admiral of quality control for industry. Gareth fixing the infrastructure, and Steve George fixing the aircraft. Actually, no, Dan fixing the medical will probably help me better. Yeah. Yeah, that will be interesting. Okay. Stafford, which is better, AI, Cortana or Andromeda? Also, another viewer, how effective would ship girls be if they were real? For AI, I prefer Andromeda over Cortana. As much as I do enjoy Halo, and I do enjoy Cortana, she's a very, very interesting friend to wander along with. Andromeda's probably the better AI. And how effective would ship girls be if they were real? That's a very interesting question. And I think it would be one of the things of how are you going to use them, and what's the world around like to them. Chandler. Was there political fallout between Italy and France when Amadeo of Savoy became King of Spain, similar to what sparked Franco-Prussia when Leonard of Holzhausen was proposed? There were issues, but in many ways France preferred an Italian to a Prussian. Let's be honest, there is the advantage that if the Prussian had won in Spain, then the odds are that the Germans make sure that Prussian stays in power. There won't be any peaceful resignation because it's impossible. There will be hello, we're a couple of divisions of Prussian infantry, which are here to support the king. If France's 17 pre-dreadnought battleships weren't affected by the Junocole, how much better are they? That's a massive what-if question, because if you don't have the Junocole, do you have another political spectrum? Because let's be honest, one of the reasons why the Junocole was so dedicated against the battleship is because the other school in France was pushing battleship-only fleets. Basically, everything focused on the biggest, most powerful warships they could build. And that means that those battleships might be more effective. Alternatively, they might be horrendously slow, terribly overweight, and armed with terrible armor that doesn't actually work, but it's massively fit. It's very, very thick. So, the choice is, you need to be in a happy medium. And what usually causes trouble with defense and procurement is if a faction wins dominance. If a faction achieves a level of dominance whereby they are now in charge and everything is being seen through their ideology, that's when you end up with an imbalanced military, an imbalanced forces. And that's a problem. Channel, if the 3 remaining admirals had been converted as strike carriers, would it be sensible, and I'm presuming this is a two-parter, so let me just see. Would it be sensible to still convert the Courageous class and commit to converting Vindictive to a cruiser carrier? So the Royal Navy gains a carrier force because of 3 strike carriers, 3 to 4 fleet carriers, and 3 to 4 cruiser destroyer carriers. Probably not. In nicest way, I can't see. If they've got the 3 admirals, I can't see them converting the rest of the Courageous class. Furious probably still gets converted, but they've got Furious and Eagle to operate as fleet carriers, and they'll have Hermes operate and Argus as their cruiser carriers. That will probably be the scenario. Let's see if it's picked up the actual question from Colin Cameron. I'm not sure if it did. It's picked up there was a question. Thank you, Colin. Okay. Channel. If so, basically they're not going to do that. It would be too much. They would never get that budget. If they could get the budget to do it, they'd be very happy with it. You would end up with 4 fleet carriers, including Eagle, and 2 cruiser carriers, 3 cruiser carriers, and 3 strike carriers. So you'd have 10 carriers, but you'd also have to completely rewrite the rules of Washington Naval Treaty in terms of the tonnage allowance. But you probably would anyway. Especially if it had been done prior to the end of World War I, they'd been converted before the treaty came in, then the treaty has to grandfather them in. The also scenarios is if you end up with that many carriers, you definitely end up with you probably end up with a vice admiral aircraft carriers in the home fleet and a rear admiral aircraft carriers in the Mediterranean fleet. And that means if you've got a vice admiral and a rear admiral aircraft carriers, you've got 2 admiral positions which are to do with aircraft carriers and admiral staff. You are not going to have the Fleet Air Arm be under control of the Royal Air Force for very, very long. That's going to be that's the senior enough positions that means inevitably there are going to be Sea Lords coming to power who have been admiral or who have been in those positions and are going to be making the case for it being part of the Royal Navy. There's also the fact that the Fleet Air Arm is going to be much, much bigger. Stafford, if the battlecruiser is not counted as capital ship in the treaties, and the RN develops the line with fast carriers as an offshoot and constructs 16 battlecruisers and 6 fast carriers, how would that affect the outcome of World War II? If for some reason battlecruisers aren't connected, and I'm not sure how that would be a case, I don't know. I can't think of any reason why they wouldn't be included, but so if you've made treaty, then you're going to be in a far better position if the Royal Navy's got that many, but that's also going to mean you're going to be able to build battleships that much more quickly. Because believe it or not, the infrastructure required to build a battlecruiser and a battleship are not exactly different. They really aren't. Now, I'm going to stop taking questions for a moment because I'm going to once I've got through these questions, I'm going to start on the comment response video, so I'll need to change the screen a bit. I'll still be taking questions in, the bot will still take questions in, and I'll start them after I've got through it. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if the 1930s Japan had built 12-inch ships like the Americans had heard? If Japan had built the 12-inch ships and for some reason had managed to churn them out, then it's going to cause it's going to cause a few people issues, because 1200 gun ships aren't as powerful as your bigger, more powerful battleships. But if you've got enough of them, they can add cumulative power, and they are going to affect your cruiser battles, and they are going to mean Japan's going to be stronger in the cruiser fights. And better able to escort their carriers. But it's going to still be annoying for them to deal with in terms of logistics. And it's not... As I've said before, there is nothing really Japan can do once they find themselves in that war scenario that they're going to win. Future Minecraft Watcher, what if you suddenly a portal to Bastogne in December 1944 appeared in your backyard today? What are you going to get up to? Supply a lot of the 101st with our iron brew. They're going to get a lot of caffeine, a lot of iron brew coming through. A lot of health care. Depending on when December 1944 it is, I'm going to get certain things moved so they don't get hit by artillery fire or bombs, i.e. certain medical stations, etc. I'm also probably going to make a phone call to the US Embassy and see if they can get a rapid fire line of delivery of anti-tank missiles and surface-to-air missiles. It'd be fun. Supplying Bastogne in 1944 will suddenly become a critical duty, because if you can get it in December 1944 and you can push forward, the Allies can make it to Berlin first. And if the Allies make it to Berlin first, then that could change history. Or rather, if the American and Brits make it to Berlin first rather than the Soviets. Lions, how effective would Henry Wong and Carl Roberts be in World War II? Okay. Peter Dawson, you forgot to put the Q&A up there. And I was just going, where is it? Not sure why it's doing that to you, Colin. On name change. Henry Wong would be pretty good. Carl Roberts would probably be okay in World War II. They'd certainly... They used... Henry Wong especially is used to high-intensity war. Admittedly, that gave him a lot of psychological damage, but he'd do it. Okay, you said hello to everyone. Say hello, and go and garden like you're supposed to.
You can come back in here for dinner if you want to.
Maybe. I know, you've been looking after Mummy all day, but good boy. He likes to come in and say hello to everyone. I've been live all day and he hasn't been able to tell his adoring public.
Everybody came in to try and say hello at 11 o'clock last night and you weren't here. So he was very disappointed.
That's because I was sorting everything out, Karen. I was up in the roof. Yes. Toodles.
He thought he was going to be able to see his adoring public.
Well, he can come in tonight. I don't know. You can tell you weren't born into the barn. You forget to close the door. I don't know. Sisters. Corgi's causing a racket, yes. As is Poodle. Okay, Colin Cameron. There is a dimensional shift and you're moved to a sci-fi universe and put in charge of a ship construction a decent period before the show. Which universe would you want and why? Oh, I wouldn't want the Andromeda universe. There are too many strange people wandering around who I have to deal with. I don't want Star Wars either. I don't fancy dealing with the blooming Sith Jedi internal fracas. My family can't. What I can't understand. It's better not. It's better to be grey than to be pure black or white, and in the nicest way when it comes to your morals. Because sometimes good people have to do bad things to preserve the greater good, and sometimes bad people have to do good things, and often by accident, but let's leave it at one point. But the whole point is, morally, it's usually easier and more sensible to be in the middle for pragmatism reasons. It'd be nice to be pure good, but it often isn't pragmatic. Stargate. And I will build a Daedalus right. Multiple years work on that one. Yeah, I will build a very good Daedalus. The other option is Star Trek, and I build a decent I build a Defiant system which works. And just keep churning them out, and by the time the war happens, when Starfleet turns around and goes, we're short of ships, I go, don't worry, dear, I know, none of you are ready for it, don't worry. Here's the actual production figures of my yard. What? Yes. I have 250 Defiants for you, plus another 300 frames built, and about 50 Galaxies. All configured as carriers loaded with fighters. Plus a whole load of, Voyager-style frigates. Independence frigates, I think, if I remember correctly. There'd be a whole load of them. But Stargate would be my preferred one, because that's my preferred sci-fi. Right then. With that being said, I'm going to quickly put the running screen up while I can reconfigure the screen. Ya da 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 dee 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 dee. Ya da da da. Oh, this is a long way down. You see why it says this is the one with the most comments. Goodness gracious me, that's a long way down. Hello? Hello. There's a corgi appeared. Hello. You saying hello to everyone?
Yes.
But you want to get down and try and spread it around for food, don't you? You think there might be food somewhere in this place? Yes. Food is always the first thing to a corgi.
Yes.
So, please elaborate on your Daedalus. I will do, but I am just going to do this. I've gone this because I've been sorting stuff out quickly. And there we go. Yes. Oh, that's annoying. It's done that. If I spread this, if I can... I don't... Okay, I'm going to need to adjust this, aren't I? Why does it stick? I do not know. I'll never know on these things. There we go. Right then. Done. didn't. No, to my mum. Neutral microphone. That's my sister. I love my sister. The gun nut in my family is not my sister. That's my mom. It's the gun nut. Oh, I love you. My mum will be happy that you think she's so young. Make sure that's all up. So, now we're doing a live comment response. And now, oh, good lord, it's still lost a. Okay, there we go. Now, this is just I'm going from the bottom, so I'm going from the oldest comments to up to Neosons. This is on the warship gun, destroyer guns of World War II. Why, and why? And yeah, it's the comment response. We'll see how well it does. People sometimes don't like it when I do live comment response. They go, "No, you're being too cruel," and I'm going, "No, this is me without actually doing the normal stuff of, you know, how kind should I be?" Well, I've had lots of soundouts today. Lots of people subscribe for many months. We've had 14 and 41 months today, so thank you, everyone. On Twitch, thank you. So, now these are comments on, I have to admit, from the YouTube video, because there was, I think I have done a live on Twitch, on Twitch and YouTube, but of course they don't last as long. So, B1, curious to know why putting 6-inch guns on destroyers is a bad idea. Literally, it's the weight of the shell, the hoists, everything, and how you can aim it. If you want to try and design anything to work on the weight limits of a treaty-era destroyer, you are not going to get a 6-inch gun to work satisfactorily. As Rick Rosado says, the weight of the 6-inch guns amounts will be way too much, plus reload times. And yeah, the reload times is also big significant things. And as Rick Tadalski points out, you don't need a 6-inch gun to do what a destroyer is going to do. You don't. And technically, they said it, I think, at 5.1 inch as the maximum limit. I seem to remember they put in 5.1 inch because, again, the French, and that's how they have their 130 something millimeter gun. 5.1 inch, I think they classified that as a half fire. I think technically 5 inch is 127 millimeters, but they basically said 5.1 to cover up to 130. So yeah, you have 6-inch gun destroyers are a problem basically for themselves. And you also have the number of crew and personnel you need to crew those guns and keep those guns working because of, well, let's be honest, how many more people you need to lift and maneuver shells around? But a lot of interesting responses on that one. A lot of good response. Sounds like a fun Saturday night topic. I think it was. Because turning off surfing 14-inch guns. Look, Dan. Okay. It's bad enough that when we go to Japan, a beautiful, wonderful country, you spend half your time hunting down 14-inch guns to see if they were sold by a Vickers salesman. I think you have got the Vickers salesman on your brain. I think you really do. The fact that a number of people are thinking keeping fleet in line will be my mum's job in Ireland. Nice way, keeping fleet safe from my mum will be most of our jobs in Ireland. she'd probably leading the poor boy astray, going, why don't you just take me over there? Yes, I know. Currently, I'm using a chair, so you just wheel me over there, and poor Fleet will find his good nature being taken advantage, and himself ending up in all sorts of interesting places. But yes, I did like this one from Graham C. Strauss. Vickers agents are a lot like Mormons. If Mormons wanted to convert you to the Church of the 14-inch naval rifle. Matthew Keeling. Having better AA doesn't change the French contribution to the war that much. The naval side of the war really wasn't their biggest problems. It might affect the timing of the German attempt to take their ships, or it might allow them to, if conditions are right, break out for Allied ports to join Free French more frequently, but beyond that, the effect is minimal. The Royal Navy having better AA reduces losses, particularly among carriers early in the war, and that has I'm not sure why it reduces carriers earlier in the war. The Royal Navy's earliest losses in carriers in World War II were to a submarine and to the twins. So I don't think that doesn't reduce those losses. The Royal Navy suffers damage due to air power in World War II, but not losses of carriers earlier in the war to aircraft. Even Ark Royal is a submarine torpedo. So I'm not sure if that affects the Royal Navy as much as you might think, but it does affect losses of destroyers quite heavily. And that will have an effect. That if you have more destroyers, then you're less likely to lose air carriers to submarines, and that will have a knock-on impact. So I can see that one, Matthew. The Germans frankly lack the numbers to change much, even with better AA. Bismarck might have slipped past the Swordfish, but would probably run into the same force they historically did and be taken down anyway, just slightly further east. The Italians have an interesting situation with better AA. Cape Matapan might not have been as have happened, as the torpedo honor that knocked out Polar might have been intercepted early enough. In that case, they retain their heavy cruisers and can be more aggressive. On the other hand, that is balanced out by the Royal Navy better AA having a reduced loss rate for their destroyers and cruisers. So Mediterranean broadly remains similar, with the difference being what engagements are decisive and how they develop. Also, there's the fact that you can have too good an AA. Remember, they might have better AA, but their tables might still not be able to adjust to something flying as slowly as a Swordfish. So this is of the destroyer guns of World War II, why, and why comments. So the Mediterranean broadly, in the Indo-Pacific regions, the Japanese definitely benefit from having better AA, potentially prolonging the war with reduced losses, but numbers will still count, and a lot of American war-built ships either didn't see combat historically, or not finished at the end of the war. This also a possibility that Force Z, reinforced compared to our timeline due to lack of reduced losses overall, successfully reinforces Singapore, and that bastion does not fall. That potentially, should it come to pass, shortens the war. So no, I don't see improving AA capabilities of various navies changing too much about the outcome of World War II. What you see is, in post-war analysis, less focus on the aircraft carriers to solve offensive for fleet work, as it was somewhat less successful in that role compared to the historical situation. Would still be the centerpiece of forces, but cruisers, possibly up to the size of the latter class, will have their offensive capabilities more heavily invested in compared to our timeline due to having more impactful surface actions during the war. Which I did agree with. I thought was very good. And I'm doing that and that. Henry Plantagenet, hey, you know that you are a naval history nerd when you spent your Saturday night with daring Dr. Battle Tribal Dog Destroyer. I just laughed at that one. Thank you. Type Clipper. Thank you. 5-inch 38 dual purpose weapon, Burton's mount, and quick 4-inch Mark 16 likely are the best primary destroyer guns of World War II. That's a good argument, but I would say the 4.5-inch comes in slightly better than the 4-inch. And the 4.7-inch is better in the anti-surface role. And again, as said, it's the systems. The guns themselves, if you're just comparing barrels to barrels, Yeah. Richard Guts, the Swedes taking till 1942 to introduce a dual-purpose 120mm is a horse barn law situation. And explains why the RN didn't investigate for their 120mm. To an extent. To an extent. Richard Guts, my takeaway from this is it's not the gun as much as the mount. Almost any of these guns would have been a viable dual-purpose destroyer gun if they had the right mount. That's true. That's pretty much what I was trying to argue. That's true, and a good fire control. You need an effective gun, mount, and fire control to have a great system. Not many had all three. And then turning 343, indeed, fire control, fuse setting is certainly not a trivial task for a dual-purpose gun. No, this is the point people forget in some of the histories. And I do see this, especially with some of the mythology that comes in around certain weapons. They forget the value of the systems which support it. They forget the value of the systems which support it. Asmo, you'll get used to. Well, I'm. All I can say is you're very lucky with your wife. Very lucky. You owe her many boxes of chocolates. Mitchell Oates. My late uncle was a gunner's mate technician who retired in 1971 as a senior chief, E8, and participated in the Korean and Vietnam Wars. Among his accomplishments was being a line supervisor over the final assembly line at Weapons Station in Charleston, SC for Polaris SBMs in the early 60s, as the first SBMs were being put into service. To his dying day, he maintained that the 5-inch 38 and its supporting systems was the best artillery system the United States ever produced. He claimed that if you gave him a good gun crew, he could run the later 5-inch 51 and 5-inch 54 man mounts of the 50s and 60s into the ground. That might be true. That might well be true. But again, the point he's making is that it's the best artillery system and its supporting systems, and that is the truth. That's the thing. As I said in the video, the 5-inch 38 wins not just because of the gun, but because of all the systems around it. And people go, it's the gun. And you're going, no, the gun is great, yes, but look at the mount, look at the fire control, look at all the stuff set up to support it. That altogether works great. And that's the problem. That's where often other things, because other guns are just as good as the 5-inch 38. But they don't have the same mounts on them. The British 4.7-inch, if there had been a proper dual-purpose mount built in the 1930s, if there had been, because they would have looked at it, but they then threw it away and decided, no, we're going to start a whole new again with the 4.5, then that would probably be up there with the 5-inch 38, and there'd be a full debate, and basically what we'd be doing is arguing over half a dozen 1/6 the other the whole time, and it'd be personal choice. But it isn't. Why? Because the 4.7 doesn't get a decent dual-purpose mount. Why? Because testing shows you don't need a high-angle gun. Because nothing's going to attack a destroyer. Sarge994. Hello, your title made me recall a question that I had about the secondary armaments of battleships and to lesser cruisers. Were they effective? Did they contribute in a meaningful way to battle? Hope you can answer this in a video in the future so I can finally get an answer to this one. Depends which battles you're talking about. If you're talking about air defense, yes, they're very useful. In most battles, especially when you're dealing with the Italian battles, when they're dealing with cruisers as well as battleships, yes, the secondaries are often engaged in the cruisers. Or enemy destroyers simultaneously. And yeah, some battles they even get involved against the prime targets. But Type or Clipper that has its own things. Appetizer, 5-inch 38 was the best one. Okay. Depends what you want to do. The 5-inch 38 is the best for anti-air. Again, I'm not really so sure. Honestly, look, here's the thing. If you're looking for secondary armaments on capital ships, on battleships, the 5-inch 38 is a bit weak sauce. It's great for destroyers, don't get me wrong. And it's very good dual purpose as a range of capabilities, but in terms of its anti-ship profile, it's not going to hit a cruiser and cause much damage to it. Not at the ranges you're going to be operating against cruisers. That's the trouble. If you're operating at ranges where the 5-inch 38 is going to cause damage against cruisers, there are problems going on, and you're probably in a night battle and your enemy probably surprised you. Okay? Or you surprised your enemy. Either way, there's probably problems going on, so don't do it. The 5-inch 38 is very good on destroyers. But it's honestly, once you get up to the bigger 5-inch, then that's a better system for those capital ships. But again, the 5-inch 38 is what they have, and they are quite good. 4-inch, no. The quick-firing 4-inch was not really that great as an anti-destroyer gun. It was capable, but it wasn't going to cause enough damage, and its rate of fire wasn't so markedly superior to the larger guns that it was going to be so improved, and neither was the quick-firing 3-inch. I'm not sure why that's being brought up. We weren't talking about secondaries. Okay, on battleships and carriers. Okay. Quick-firing 4.5-inch was a good fit for the older battleships and aircraft carriers. It was a very versatile weapon. I'm not sure why he put some amount of versatility. The 5.25... okay, now, this is where we start getting problems. If you are talking about something for a capital ship, a 5.25 is a better, and please note I'm saying this, the 5.25 is better than the 5-inch 38. Why? The 5.25. Because of the range it gives you. As the Japanese would point out, when they're being attacked by the 5.25-inch guns would be hitting you, would be starting a bombardment at a lot longer range, and starting their air defense bombardment again at a longer range. It's not no weapon system is perfect. So yeah. They did use them a lot against ships, actually. The Royal Navy Didos did a huge amount against surface ships. So again, and I can think of at least 2 engagements where 5.25s were used against surface ships by battleships. So I'm not really sure where that's coming from. The 5.5-inch was useful in World War I, but was less relevant in World War II, mostly because it wasn't really fitted to a lot of ships in World War II. And again, look, Tide Pool Club, yeah, I can see what you've tried to do. You've gone through, and for some reason, well, you started off doing this. This was good. This. I'm not sure why you don't like the 5.25-inch too much, and the 4.5-inch. You seem to be thinking. You seem to be rating the smaller guns a lot higher in their anti-ship role than they actually were, according to the Royal Navy's own estimates of them. So the Royal Navy is hardest on itself, but let's be honest, it's not that good. They're not as good at the anti-ship role as that, because they don't. The thing is, they have a higher rate of fire, but they're not going to pack a punch. And the thing that the British wanted to do with a destroyer, and they think they needed to destroy a destroyer, wasn't to go off when they hit the ship, or they needed to penetrate and go off inside. Because if you can make a shell go off inside a ship, especially a destroyer, you can blow out the frames and you can cause a huge amount of damage internally. I was talking about this earlier when I was talking about when I was asked a question about the Queen Elizabeth and 15-inch 50s, and if they could go up to 45 degrees and they were firing. If they can do plunging shot and the shells can come in at an angle top and go into the center of the ship and go boom, they will cause the most damage. And that's what you're trying to do. So part of the reason why the bigger guns are better anti-destroyer weapons, and why you want the 5-inch, why you want the 4.5-inch, 4.7-inch, which isn't in your discussions, and there were 4.7-inch gun secondaries on some of the capital ships, is because of the punch they give you of going inside the destroyer to go before they go boom. And that's when it comes into effect. France's cannon 6-inch, the packed a punch and had a good range. Yeah, but and this is the way you've pointed out that the 6-inch Mark 22 was not used for anti-air gun. None of the 6-inch guns in this case were used as anti-aircraft weapons. They had 4.7-inch guns aboard for AA. They didn't have the 6-inch guns weren't dual purpose, and that's one of the things that's coming in. They're anti-ship, so they're not going to be good for anti-air, and I don't think that was anti-air either. Germany's 150mm 6-inch was strong. There is no chance they're going to ensure victory. At no point are the Germans going to have... And the 6-inch, no, it's not that good a gun. It really isn't. And it's definitely not a dual purpose. And again, that seems a bit strange. Russia's 100mm dual purpose guns basically existed. Yeah. They still like the 130mm. The 100mm is basically 4-inch guns, okay? They stick to the 130 more often than not. Italian 152, good accuracy, that's fair. But again, it's not an AA gun. So this seems, and then you've got this stuff about the Japanese. So yeah. Yeah, that's a bit strange. I'm not sure why you sort of... I was expecting more of a critique. That might have... If you put more of a critique and more information here, I might have understood more why you suddenly went like that on Untitled. I'm not really sure. And make sure these are up. Okay. Let's give you a reference. I actually think the 3.9 inch is the ideal weapon for the Japanese, as they won their laurels entirely by nighttime use of their excellent torpedoes. Most of their losses were by aircraft, so ideal against primary threat. In night action, its high rate of fire and traverse is excellent, and range is an issue, so why not? Well, that's a good point. But the thing is, you can't guarantee you're going to be fighting at night. When you're designing your ship, you can't go, okay, we're going to be hopefully fighting at night, but you can't guarantee it. So you can't design your ship, if you're being sensible, around the optimal circumstance of it fighting. You have to design it around it having a bad time fighting. Who struck John? It's such a surprise they didn't think things through in terms of air power and corresponding air defense. Many Allied pilots survived because of the poor 5-inch dual purpose and poor 20mm air guns aboard the Japanese ships. Yes and yes, basically. But mostly due to the fact that they fought it through, but they had their own false positives from their own testings. The IJN 400mm travelled at a very high velocity, 65 travelled at a very high velocity, making them a lot harder hitting on destroyer or cruiser than, for example, the British 4-inch. Low velocity. Also, barrel length has a factor in that, and barrel wear that they're prepared to tolerate. You have to remember the Japanese are preparing to fight in the Pacific, and are likely going to be operating from home infrastructure and home industry, which means they can afford to make things more intensive in theory for their infrastructure to maintain than the British, who are preparing to fight. Potentially, one of their primary threat they're looking about 1920s and 30s is Japan, the other side of the world from their industrial and infrastructure hub, which is the UK. The British are expecting to wear through things. They've designed things so that they will be useful, will work, will do the damage, but will be as, how do I put this, as easy to replace, repair, and maintain on a distanciation as physically possible. Now, then there's a whole discussion that goes on here about destroyer and penetration. And realistically, no destroyer is armoured, but the thing is, it's not just having a shell which is enough to penetrate and cause damage. You want to have a shell which is going to penetrate and cause damage to multiple compartments. You want to have something which, if it gets into the hull, is going to disable the whole engine room. And that's your problem, realistically, with some of the smaller shells. They get in and they don't have as much explosive power. Because, again, if you think about it, the shell thickness to survive going through the gun, the actual thickness of the thickness of the container, I suppose, in the shell that holds the explosive, etc., stays, broadly speaking, the same. So it takes up less and less space the bigger your gun gets. And that is an advantage in making it more efficient and more powerful. And so, how many hits do you get? Now, yes, if you can swivel faster, you can get the gun on target faster, you can get the more shells into your target faster. That's great. But if you require multiple rounds to actually make the kill, then that's going to cause you more a problem. It's going to add on to your time to kill ratio. Nicole Ross. Oh, I did do that one. Answering by nation. Okay. France getting optimal gun did no effect. French basically only fought the Allies and only for a short time. Maybe a few more Allied pilots die. There are a few French ships involved in Norway and various things like that. Axis powers, little effect unless you give them proximity fuse and radar gun control. The US made targeting impetus also. With just a better gun system without the other stuff, a few more Allied flyers die. If they get the full package, and well, tons more Allied flyers die, not just naval flyers. And German artillery gets a lot more deadly when they get the proximity fuse. However, the Axis institutional I hate you and will not help a different department get what they need, because we are in this for power, not to win, will make this minimal because of non-cooperation. The RN, a lot more ships survive the Malta run and Mediterranean. Otherwise, no effect. US, no effect. I think it's Norway. To my mind, it's Norway where you see the biggest impact, because and Dunkirk. If you think about those extractions, if you have better dual-purpose mounts and you have better fire control going on, and you're able to extract more successfully from Norway without losing destroyers, and you're able to extract more personnel from Dunkirk with less of an issue, I think that starts to cumulatively affect things. And I think that's the biggest thing with Britain. It's going to be the cumulative impact. Because, let's put it this way, how many tribal class destroyers have you lost by the time of the Battle of Denmark Straits? You've lost enough, it's affecting things already. You've had enough damaged, enough to put it out of action. You are dealing with a shortage of these ships. And that's one of the reasons why you have the choices made of either we have the force sitting here to escort Hood if they need to be, or we have them out escorting a convoy. It's a vital convoy. We send them to do it and we escort Hood with something else. Well, if you have some more tribals available, you don't have that choice. Hence, there are destroyers at the Battle of Denmark Strait. And if there are destroyers at the Battle of Denmark Strait, in the nicest way, the average tribal commander, you can order them not to engage. Good luck actually making them not engage. So I think it's going to be the cumulative impact. Martin Schnell. One point mentioned here for the British Foreign 4.7 are the different types of ammo. The AA guns, 4.7-inch 40, have one-piece ammo with a weaker propellant charge than the destroyer guns. 4.7-inch 45s, two-piece ammo. Yeah, but as I pointed out in the comment, once I did ammo types as well, I have to do it for every gun, which turns it into a 6-hour video, which no one would watch. I know from stats in the past. Once they were 70 minutes, lives still get viewage. Lives get viewage. Don't worry, if I'm live, that's a different thing than if it's a recorded video. But a recorded video over a certain amount of time doesn't get views. And the British ammo types in the 4-inch, 4.7-inch categories alone would be another 2+ hours video. And Brett Baker needs that video. I do have it written. I have the 65 slides. I will do it at some point. I will do it at some point. And we have Calvin Gasberg. We're about halfway through the questions, I think. It's a shame the Rainier Marina have put the 10cm L-47 former Skoda 10cm L-50 on the destroyers, so those didn't make it in the video. There are some guns which didn't appear in the video for various reasons. I wonder why Germany put the effort on the twin 105mm air mount to put it into at least a splinter-proof gun house and use them as DD guns. It would have been interesting. It would have been interesting. Ewok 40K, what is your take on the US 157mm gun mount that comes up? Eventually drop for more 5-inch guns. Were they viable, and how effective would the Fletcher and Arnold with those? They would have been interesting. 157mm is taking up to a 5.2. I think it's basically roughly a 5.25. It would have been an interesting capability. It would have given them a boost range. But I think ultimately the complexity and the weight it brought would not be worth the extra value it added in a destroyer. So I think probably it was right to keep with the 5-inch guns. Otaku, hello. Otaku Loki. Discussion of why the various navies made the choice they did for the various weapons is much more interesting to me than a simple discussion of which gun may be best. The information discussion about why decisions were made offers much more context, and that's what I love these. Really love these days. Oh, thank you. Right. And then we have a response to... Oh, this is a different one. Kevin, hi there. This is a response to a 2-year-old video you made, but I just found your channel and wanted to say thanks. You got me as a subscriber because of the original BC 304 video I found, so that's Daedalus Class from Stargate. As I was headcunning my own timeline on the Stargate series, in short, a 10-year timeline from pre-Stargate tech to Ori mothership slapping tech isn't real to me. Constructing a 2 times Nimitz size ship in a year, again, not real to me. Now, in real life, the US builds carriers with a global industrial presence. It takes a lot more than a year. Its program being secret makes it even more unlikely. I could listen to you talk about sci-fi ships all day. I get this is a big it's a side gig compared to the real life things. By the way, do you have UAD complete campaign playlist? I would love to listen to it. I should do somewhere. Oh yes, the railguns, the ammo. Sheesh, they need so much. Yeah, the railguns do a lot of damage, and I would have kept them even with the Asgard beams, because let's be honest, they're going to keep causing damage. Yeah. That's a good scenario. I would say I do get that a couple of times. I get people putting comments on videos which are they want to comment about an older video, but I want to put on a newer video so they make sure I see them. I do try and read all the comments, including the ones on older videos. Could a Steel Division 2 enjoy? Could you do a video covering the history of the Admiral Moscow ship? Yeah, at some point I'll try. Pavel Slama, a simple solution. Just test your pilots when they are actually shot at. And after you shot down 1 or 2, just switch to training ammo to limit the damage to your air force. Yeah, unfortunately I don't think you could get away with that, but tempting. I realised you were shooting real ammunition at them. They might go away and complain to their union or something. Dear Guy, the Italians and French 3.9s will only use the secondaries on cruisers and larger, mostly on their torpedo boats. Not on their destroyers. And the torpedo boats aren't part of the video, because if I add in torpedo boats... Once I add in torpedo boats, I have to add in other torpedo boats, and there are some really interesting torpedo boats out there. Including ones armed with versions of guns which would not look too different to a Carl Gustav. Albonia mention? Well, yes. Albonian questions are part of the tradition of this channel. You know, I think I've got them everywhere. Since the very beginning of this channel, I think I've had Albonia questions turning up. Baron Ross, I very much appreciate you taking the time to let this topic breathe. I had a feeling you might, and you approached it exactly the manner I'd hoped. I'm glad. Why didn't the British decide on a 4-inch gun, produce an epic number of them, and then recycle every other 4-inch gun to make them make selected gun? After the focus on making good dual-purpose mounts that are easily upgraded, because the 4-inch wasn't enough firepower for the anti-ship roll, as they were sure, and especially when you consider the British ships are supposed to be punching above their weight in a way. You need the 4.7-inch to be able to damage something a bit bigger. And again, and as Nicholas has pointed out, Nicholas mid 2808. Fitting frigates and corvettes with the finest dual-purpose gun on Earth would just have meant having to build a fire control system for each. Yes, and that's the other thing. You have to build the fire control systems for them. There was a reason the Soviet 130mm gun mount wasn't in the video. I think it was going to be a big part of the video which came afterwards. There was a video coming straight up which was going to be all about the Soviet gun, have a lot of Soviet gun development in it. So it was basically, if I put it in this, I'm just going to be repeating myself in the next video. That reminds me. What was the video which came after this? Because this came out... So that came out on the 6th of September 2025, and I think if I go back to where was it? There was a video coming up at that point which was going to be on it. Oh, come on, brain, remember. Oh, God, I do a lot of lives. I really do a lot of lives. I have a lot scheduled. Because I know I did it, because I remember talking about them and doing the video on them. No, there was something I did on the 130mm. And I remember talking about it. Unless the video hasn't come out yet. Could it be one of the videos which I recorded at the time which is coming out in the future? Oh, good lord, that wouldn't surprise me. Oh. Let's check the upcoming videos. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Found it. So it's coming, it's an upcoming video. Okay, well I'll have to do a response to them later on. Okay, I will check that if I didn't... hang on. Battle Cruiser. Which one didn't have a green check? YouTube Minecraft Watcher. Was it this one? Because this one's got a green check, hasn't it? We'll see. We'll see. We'll talk through these questions. I'll finish off this one, and then I'll go back to the the Q&A session. And I'm sure I have done a video on the 130 mount. It might have been in the key ships. It was in the key ships, I think it was. Series 10. Because Key Ship Series 10 has had an interesting evolution and discussion point. Oh, it wasn't in that. That's weird. I'm sure I have done a video where I've talked about the 130mm quite extensively. And talked about its history. And how the older 130mm is basically a version of the new, basically the newer 130mm is basically a reconditioned older 130mm. Yeah, Q&A. It's a Q&A. It's the Historiophon, but I'm just doing this mount as part of it. As wood 4-inch shells penetrate destroyer armor. Destroyers don't have armor. They have thicker points of steel. They have thicker plating. The queue should still be open, but I'm just not going through the queue at the moment. So the queue should still be taking questions. And basically it's the explosive power of the shells once you put in them. If you consider a 4.7 or 5-inch shell, if it penetrates, is going to be a large enough explosion. It can blow out the hull from the inside, even on the destroyer. Something bigger than that, something smaller than that, might not have enough power to do that. During the 120mm guns got a second least lights in the army fortifications of Clarke, lying off on Northern Sweden. Not only no batteries, but they rearmed the burden of fortress, replacing extremely obsolete short 150mm guns in armored turrets. Sounds useful. Thank you, K400. Gareth Jones, interesting topic. I replied to your history 4.5 inch with ideas of Anthony Williams that the destroyers could have had a twin 4-inch dual-purpose mounts for weight of a single 4.5-inch, 4.7 special mount with small individual shells but twice the barrels and more than twice the rate of fire. All destroyers potentially as ships. With dual-purpose twin 4.7, you don't need the 5.25 and can have more mounts save weight. Yeah, pretty much. And on Jackson, I asked about replacing the 150mm and 228mm guns with 105mm 65 flat guns, but certainly better than 150. I believe World of Warships has an ever-built warship with 5 twin 105mm instead of 150s. I think so it does. As you point out, it really depends on the mount and the fire control system. Need all three developed together. Yes, that's the problem. That's the thing. You need it all to work together. And this is the point I make today about modern weapon systems. People go, "We have this really great weapon system," and I go, "Yes, and what's its fire control system?" It's like when people go, "Hypersonics," and I go, "Yes, great. How are you targeting that?" And it just having the weapon system doesn't automatically mean a win. You need the actual ability to aim the win. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes, the Soviet destroyers in the Key Ship series. I'm sure that there is a Soviet destroyer video. Which one is it, though? It's somewhere in there. It is in there. It is in there somewhere. Just editing of this video, but it was actually, yeah, that's a close one. Ooh, this is a long one. Clarke, hello. Answering in a vid questionnaire, what if the other major navies from the late interwar forward had a basic dual-purpose destroyer main armament system equivalent to the US 5-inch 38 basic cables? I'm taking this to mean approximating the elevation, train rates, and working space amounts, reliable all-angle loading, guns with carryable rate of fire, hoist and ammunition storage to support all. I'm not including for most of these navies American equivalent fire control and direct radar VT shells, as I think it's exceedingly unlikely any non-US navy other than Iran and its subsidiaries could have gotten such a system into deployment on scales of time and economy to make a difference at the operational tactical level. Very good, but that means that pretty much with the RN you've got to include it. Because if the RN had managed to have a dual purpose in that period, from there, then they could have developed that. But one of the problems they were working on developing that. But one of the problems they had with developing those systems was working out which gun system was going to be paired with, which is why it gets fucking delayed. It's a cacophony of errors. It's just so stupid. It's so stupid. But this is what I swear the whole dual-purpose gun is the thing that actually drove Henderson to have his illness. I really do think it is. It's just so stupid. France, unfortunately, entering the war with a more capable and rational main battery on its modern destroyers and uniform effective dual-purpose secondary battery on their crew, its last generation of cruisers and maybe Dunkirk's, or perhaps more likely Strasbourg only, doesn't correct deficiencies Allied deployments in May 1940, stop the panzers short of the Channel, prevent the political the panic that precipitates the collapse of the capitulation of the Third Republic. Lack of political clarity after the fall of France would still have mitigated against the Marine Nationale, ultimately the Free French Navy, from having a significantly greater impact on the British conduct war. True. Germany, Kriegsmarine would have ended up with more efficient capital ship and heavy cruiser designs. For all the good that would have done them, maybe, I love that one, I'm going to copy that, a reasonably effective dual-purpose secondary battery lets Bismarck slip back in the port after Denmark Strait. Maybe the Kriegsmarine would have rationalised its design and production light forces, just spanned the reasonable destroyer platform to the best of its abilities, and entered the war with a somewhat more uniform and capable destroyer force available in slightly larger numbers. They're still brutally outnumbered. They're still going to get smoked at Narvik, and in this scenario, the Royal Navy is deploying a significantly more capable overall destroyer force, less vulnerable by attrition to air attack than they were historically. So yeah, in this setup, the Kriegsmarine surface force would have been meaningfully more capable, but they would have not hated life any less. This is lovely. Claire, you're channeling your sarcasm, and I enjoy it. Italy. In this scenario, Italy would have been in a more or less the same boat as Germany. And that would have been able to deploy a substantially more capable force, but this would have been more than offset by the increased capability of the Royal Navy compared to our timeline. It wouldn't have addressed the Raging Mariner's fuel situation, deficiency in anti-submarine warfare, or the defects of strategy and operational coordination between the Raging Marine and Ranger Aeronautica. Maybe on the margins it would have been slightly mitigated as some of the damage sustained at Toronto, since Littorias and Dorias all would have had larger, more effective heavy air batteries. For sure, there would have been more attrition of swordfish crews in the Mediterranean, but I think the actual overall operational impact for the Italians would have been marginal. Japan. On Italy, I'd say yes. You're pretty much there. Probably it would have. I actually think it might not have actually helped them much in Toronto, because one of the reasons why their air defense in Toronto is as weak as it is because they're worried about hitting the town. They're worried about hitting their own families, their own friends in the town. So that does cause, and the British do approach in such a ways as to make them, even if they do see them coming, they have to be careful about firing them, because they might hit the towns behind them and the people behind them. That is part of the British plan. It's a case of you might see us coming. You might even want to engage us, but if you aren't very careful when engaging us, you're going to hit some people you care about. So, it's kind of, it's the British being a... You can't even call them saying they're being sods, because they're doing something which is very simple from their perspective, but is very cruel from your perspective. Japan, I think the IJN would have benefited more than the other Axis navies because they began the war far closer to having parity to the USN in the first place, and had sufficient mass to actually make the aggregate improvements count for something operationally, especially in the first 2 years of the Pacific War. Better air capabilities in general, deployment for the UIJN, might well have saved a Clarke at Midway, which in turn would likely have cost the USN a second carrier severely damaged or sunk in the battle, and potentially saved Hiryu as well. Big knock-on effects from that in the rest of 1942, straight through to 1944. Potentially some huge and much more fraught for the USN fleet confrontations, even after the Essex Swarm really comes into its own. Even if the Midway results weren't substantially altered or of our timeline, better heavy air throughout the IJN would have slowed the attrition of its surface forces in the Solomons South Pacific in 1942-3. Does any of that extend the war? Probably not, since nothing that could have changed is likely to delay the timing of the Hiroshima and Nagasaki strikes. It could have extended by months, not years. Months. And the main I explain is that because one of the things that delays the Hiroshima and Nagasaki strikes is you want to have alternates that those aircraft can safely go to if they're damaged, because you don't want a nuclear weapon to fall into Japanese hands if there's a problem with the aircraft. And ditching in the sea might be an option, but it's not a preferred option, because again, the nuclear weapons are not exactly the fastest to produce. British Empire Commonwealth. I think of all the major commanders, only the Royal Navy and its subsidiary navies would have been positioned to take something like this to the same level advantage from having a good dual-purpose system for its destroy and escort forces of the US Navy actually obtained historically. In part because the British would have gotten all, or at least most of it, the full range of American advantage, radar, fire control, and VT shells eventually, but mainly because the increased capabilities would be deployed on so many more platforms. That said, I don't think the British Empire Commonwealth could have extracted quite the same degree of advantage the 5-inch 38 system gave the USN. The advantages from those capabilities just scale too rapidly with massive concentration. The wider global commitment of the RN and the lower production forces of the Empire compared to the US and the USN completed 135 Fletchers versus the 192 total destroyers built by the British Empire from the tribals to the weapon class, meant that the British and Commonwealth navies were never going to match mass and concentration the US Navy achieved in the second half of the war. Still, in this scenario, the RN and its daughter navies would have experienced less attrition by air attack, especially in the Mediterranean. Good for the Malta convoys, but for the Italian convoys heading north in Africa. Maybe with fewer losses to the more modern destroyers in 1940-41, the RN is capable to cut loose some more modern 4.5-inch dual-purpose destroyers to deploy with 4C. Would that be enough to sufficiently impact the Japanese Air Force launched at the absolute limit of their endurance to provide a margin of escape for one or both cavalry ships? Kind of doubt it, but maybe. I would say it's interesting, but I can see the point you're making. I would also say you have to include in production, the Americans focus very heavily on destroyers production. The British are also building corvettes, escort destroyers. I don't think you include those numbers in that. And frigates in huge quantities. The Americans get involved realistically in the frigate production level, but don't produce the corvettes as well. So you also have to add that into the construction scale of what's going on. So I would add that on to the scale of, it doesn't equate into the same thing as destroyers, but they take up the same slopes. And they're being built at the same time, and sloops as well, of course, as well. Whereas the US Navy are basically going, we're building Fletchers. In some regards, the USN does the right thing of going, we're building one design to do them all, and we are just going to concentrate on churning out that. The British are still, to an extent, doing the whole specialist thing, which is a little bit silly. They produce some very good ships, but again, if you think about it, if you're building a Black Swan, a very good ship, very useful ship, don't get me wrong. I don't know why the camera keeps changing focus. And very good for ASW, and I love them. But you look at a slip that takes required to build a Black Swan, and you go, well, you could have built a tribal on that. You could have built a destroyer, because it's a full warship. The corvettes and frigates are slightly harder to argue that one, because they're usually built in yards which are scaling up to warship production. So yeah, they're taking advantage of other yards. But things like sloops, etc. are built to full war grade capabilities. And the same with the Hunt class destroyer escorts. And it's it's a thing of, to an extent, that's some of the issues you have going on. Whereas the Americans make the whole sensible decision of going, yes. Scott, perhaps my question for you, two-parter, perhaps with Scott in mind, is: would there still have been a War Emergency Destroyer program if the Iron had got the UD mounts to the 4.5 working and deployed beginning with the Tribals, or would the British have spammed Tribal iterations all the way down? Potentially, the War Emergency Destroyer program is based on the Tribal. It's still going to be a WED program, but it's going to be based on the Tribal iterations, and basically a Tribal design stripped for mass production. And if it is Tribal spam, how much quickly would they have moved on from the original 8-gun Tribal configuration to a free twin 4.5-inch arrangement to arrive at a more general-purpose fleet destroyer using the freed up space to mount a heavier torpedo battery? I think they wouldn't have the heavier torpedo battery. I think they might get. If you're going to sound strange, it's more likely to get a heavier medium AA battery, more 40mm added in. I think that's more likely. It's more that you get the stern configured for ASW warfare. So you lose Y mount, you retain X mount, and you use the weight saved from that and having the torpedo to have more 40mm added on. I think that's more where the British would go, and necessarily having the heavy torpedo route, because the thing that the British found early on in World War II, and you might have the first generation would possibly have the heavier torpedo armament, but I don't think you'd have the second generation would have it, and the third generation certainly wouldn't, is because the British find that the torpedoes, the mass torpedo attacks aren't happening. And you're more likely to carry reloads for launchers than to have another launcher, if that makes sense. That's more likely going to be it. Good question. Good questions, Claire. Very nice. Thank you. Thank you. Jared the Hawk. True. So, in other words, the exact same kind of ship as the Italians built to counter these large French destroyers, aka the Capitani Romani class. Ask the Ranger Marina how effective those were. To be fair, the Capitani Romani class, let's put it this way, they are supposed to be deployed in mass as part of task groups, and they weren't deployed as that. So they had the concept, but they didn't use them like Google Bunkers. You mentioned British, but not really Canada. Canada was more or less its own entity by World War II, and it did produce its own guns for destroyers, corvettes, and whatever else was going on. Canada manufactured British pattern 4-inch 102mm guns, roughly 604 Mark 16 and 135 Mark 21s, plus some 12-pounders and 20mm Oricon during World War II. They also built British-designed warships. Whilst Canada was a very developed nation, its government's lack of investment in naval infrastructure prior to World War II meant that it was very much part of the Royal Navy's, please note the plural, in terms of its development and forming period. To be honest, Australia were ahead, and with the construction of Bathurst-class corvettes, in that context, thanks to their ever so slightly greater investment. Basically, and it's thank you for asking me, thank you for clarifying, Google Bunkers. It's a classic thing of Canada. If the government had invested a little bit more in the 20s and 30s, they'd been able to do everything. They didn't, and so when it came to war, they were limited. That's the problem with Canada. Canada has a massive defence industry, which is, massive potential defence industry, which is mobilised for most of the wars, but they soon try not to mobilise it if they have the chance. Yeah, another one that kind of about ammo and other things. I made it 6 hours long. I will do it at some point. I will do it, says Scott Scarding. I will. And I don't know. Then we have Paranuke. The Albin class Type 59 boats that the Kriegsmarine used for. They might be what you're thinking of, although classified as torpedo boats, they're actually larger than some early underwater destroyers and battle-capable boat. Yeah, to an extent. Paranuke, the real problem with the Japanese... Hang on. Yeah. The problem with the Japanese Type 98, 100mm 65 gun in the surface roll is that they only fired flak shells with mechanical time fuses. As far as we can tell, they never developed any anti-armor shell for it, nor ever fitted the existing shells with backup contact fuses. Oh, no. See, where have we got to? Oh, good. We got to here. Richard Bennett. Other than the vaunted US 5-inch 38, the Germans 105 dual purpose had a good rate of fire. The post on the gun mounts is spot on. Put me at the helm of a Sumner-class DD Charger Congo, sniping at her and dodging to save the landing forces. Love those 3 sets of 5-inch 38 mounts. Yeah. Richard Bennett. Rich had a logistical nightmare with secondary guns. 4 to 5-inch shells take up a lot of room. The Royal Navy had 5 types of destroyers, and I get why there were so many due to multiple class of the largest fleet of DDs on Earth. Yeah, oh, good lord, don't get me started. That's the other point about Royal Navy construction during World War II, and I do hesitate to put this in, is that one of the reasons why the US Navy construct as many destroyers as they do during World War II is because prior to World War II, you try getting new destroyers built by the American Congress. You really try it. It's an absolute I usually point to the 1938 Two Oceans Navy Act versus the 1941 from memory. Or 40 later. And the fact is, the number of destroyers they're ordering in 1938 is paltry compared to the ones that are commissioning ordering in 1940. And you're going to tell me in those 2 years they suddenly went from not needing destroyers to desperately needing a huge number? No. Whereas to an extent the Royal Navy hadn't been great, but they hadn't been on great guns, but they had managed to start building up a lot more destroyers earlier on. And doing a lot of conversions of V&W destroyers. A lot of conversions of V&W destroyers. Discussion of battleship. Is there a future for naval artillery? There's going to be a lot of naval artillery in the future. I think it's probably something that's going to come back into more of a capability soon, because a lot of nations are looking and going, logistically, oh, guns make sense if we're in a bigger war. They do. Yeah, I'll look forward to that with Captain Vladimir when I get the pictures. This is the thing about YouTube. It sometimes doubles up questions, and I'm never quite sure why it does it. Oh, mad lad. In the nicest way, it's a long video, and this is what I find funny when people... It's discussing a huge amount of stuff, and yes, I do wander off and try and give sometimes illustrative arguments on the side, etc. and things. But, yeah, I'm sorry if you don't like it, don't watch it, but that's the thing is, I'm doing it because that's the way I teach. Winning Shells, the IJN 100mm gun, that's 10cm gun, is always highly regarded and praised, but why? It was only made in limited numbers and had a really short barrel life, 350 to 400 rounds. It equipped very few ships, and you would think it would be easier to determine how effective it was against USN carrier raids. Did it shoot down that many planes? Keep them at bay with a daunting rain of shrapnel? I've never seen it was... The instruments I've read have put it as fairly practical. Fairly practical. UN's 5-inch 54 didn't reach destroyers till after World War II. Yep. Oh, don't be that cruel and wish that on me, but I'll probably do it at some point. Because I'll probably do a year of weapons. When I can get the War Power Museum, there's the explosion. The Weapons of War Museums, as I tend to call it, all on side. Maybe I can do that. And then we have these from Knight, who snuck them in a few hours ago when I told everyone I was going to do this. Literally, this is what Knight did. Knight, we see you. Considering the Royal Navy pre-World War II destroyer gun program was a complete disaster, I can't really argue against that. The RM was forced into getting 4.5-inch Mark 1 to 7, 4.7-inch Mark 9 to 12 guns because they were little choice because they needed a new destroyer gun in a hurry. Let's be real, if the RM had more time, the RM might have gotten a working 127mm gun. The RM would have probably been happy with a nice way. They're developing so many guns and so many different types of guns. It's just grow. But leaving that to one side. Realistically, if the British had got their way, a dual-purpose 4.7 would have been their dream for the destroyer armament. But then they'd have ended up with dual-purpose 4.5 on the carriers, dual-purpose 4.7 on the destroyers, dual-purpose 4.5 on the older capital ships, dual-purpose 5.25 on the newer capital ships, and dual-purpose 5.25 on the light cruisers, dual-purpose on the really light cruisers, that's the Dido light air cruisers, then dual-purpose 4-inch guns on most of the older 6-inch gun cruisers and 8-inch gun cruisers, and the newer cruisers would have had dual-purpose 4.5, and it would still be a logistical nightmare. And I know, because there are papers from Amble Henderson who is literally saying, this is a logistical... not nightmare. Worse word than nightmare. There are lots of guns to look at. Done. Right then. Be back in a second. There is no polite way to say this, but whilst I am doing 12 hours live each day, I don't have a 12-hour bladder. I don't claim to have a 12-hour bladder, and I ain't doing that in front of you, so I'll be back in a second. Well. We've got another delay on. Escape. Class of I should never leave the chat alone. I should know. Do not leave the chat alone. Do not leave the chat alone. It's not good. Okay. All right. Now, I did say for the section after, I would turn on the brew ships thing, so I will do that. The brew, so people can potentially join if they want to. Let me just go into the editing system and go to the edit. I'll do the live edit. All 300 hours. And So basically, that to that, because that's 2.5 hours added on, 2.5 hours done on the other video, done on the other one. It's 12 hours, so that takes this video down to 9.5 hours. We're at 3 hours. Questions with Discord pals drop in, which takes up to 5.5 hours out of 12 hours done. And that means 5.5 plus 3.5 takes us to 9, so yeah. And that. And then 3 hours after that takes us to Timberborn. Doing all the maths. I love these 12-hour videos. I do maths on them, but it works. And whilst we're doing that, yeah, let's start off me putting on headphones. And start the stage, if I can get it to going. So there we go. That has started. I'll go back to the questions. And then if... well, you know. Oh, that's someone who I can invite to speak and nick in. I can be that. I can be cruel there. Hello. How are you doing? You actually come in at the perfect time for a question for you. If Glyn is listening, there is a perfect question for him. What is your all-time favourite book and why? I'm not sure if he's... yeah, I think he's there. He's probably currently sorting out systems, so I'm going to leave on this question while I quickly chat with chat. We can't hear Glyn. Glyn isn't... I don't think Glyn is talking at this moment. Let me check and see. Yeah. Glyn is currently muted. So, yeah. Currently muted himself. Currently on mute. When he unmutes himself, I'm hoping that he'll answer that question, because him answering that question would be quite a good one. Him discussing his favourite book title and why. For me, that is an interesting... that is a whole massive question, but... ooh... all-time favourite book and why? Oh... all-time favourite book and why? Could make this incredibly self-serving. Could make it incredibly self-serving. I have too many. There are too many. There is Freeman's British Carrier Aviation, which I enjoy because it was the first time I read something which got that granular about the technological detail, and it gave me all sorts of ideas for my own PhD, which I then went off and did and had fun with. Recent books. Well, there's Drax. There is Drax's excellent work on HMS Belfast, which is a very, very cool read. There is Anthony Cummings' book on Michael Clarke. But as I said before, both of them are my friends. Anthony is coming on, though. Anthony's going to do a Two Historians We're going to do a two historians about this book. It could well. I'm hoping it's going to be the first two historians of the year. So the first two historians of the year is going to be literally about Michael Clapp, and it's going to be me talking to Anthony Cumming about Michael Clapp and about what he did in the Falklands War and the war what he got up to in his prior career. And it's an absolutely exceptional book. If you haven't got it, I highly recommend it. And
do I exist now?
yes, you do. Now I can hear you. The question topic is favourite book and why of all time.
Okay, you have me for about maybe 10 minutes because I just found out I'm moving tomorrow.
That's
which is great,
good.
But
That is good.
yes,
You can answer this question in 10 minutes if you really try.
I guess favorite book of what kind?
Of all time, whatever book, whichever's your favourite book of all time.
That's a very broad question.
Mm-hmm.
Favorite book. I probably have to go with Short Victorious War by David Weber.
Okay.
Because it kind of, frankly, it's where the Honor Harrington series peaks. It peaks very, very hot, but that is definitely where it peaks, about book 3, where you really kind of get that this is watching the politics of people talking themselves into a mistake. You get kind of the best of Weber's characterization that he did, and some of his best tech work with the least tech wonk.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're gonna make me pick a book off the top of my head without really thinking about it, I'm gonna say that one.
Ooh. If I was going to pick my favourite book that I like to use for teaching at the moment, it's probably Raven's Course by this author called Glyn Stewart. Because it has a lot of interesting dynamics going on that I can use to teach people. This is how you do conflict management, and this is how you do analysis, and this is how you work through this, and this is how you work through that. And it's a very good book for that. But Honor and Renown is probably the cool one to bring out. That's probably my favourite book of yours, Honor and Renown. And I do realise that makes me quite a big geek in your world. I have talked to enough of your fandom to know that my liking Honor and Renown make people look at me and go, "You know of that?" Yes, I know of it, and I've read it, and I liked it. And I don't know why not more people have loved it. Only to a small extent.
You are Honor and Renown exists because of you and is overly the exact tech wonk I was just snarking about David Weber doing because of you. So.
Hey, look, it has all sorts of fun things in it, and it has corgis.
I don't think that one actually has corgis in it.
No, but it leads to corgis being a big part of it. And I like including dogs in space is cool to me. And there are many people in chat wishing you, hoping the move goes smoothly. Questions are open.
Thank you. We had the meeting with the moving company this morning, and we were not expecting them to be able to say, "Oh yeah, we can be in tomorrow."
It's nice when they say that. It makes life a little bit easier. It makes life just that bit easier. Just that little bit more viable.
And it gets us out of the limbo state we've been in since mid-September of we own both houses, but we haven't set up to actually be in the other one. So it'll be nice to be over.
Yeah, and then you have to sell the old one off. Oh, we've been joined by Dragon as well.
Yes, I've been here a few minutes. I've just been keeping quiet.
Don't worry. I was just thinking actually that we could have the interesting conversation between you two about Star Wars. But that would suck poor Glyn in for a lot more longer than 10 minutes.
Probably.
But
we'll admit I'm currently reading rereading Battle Group Avalon currently, so it's been an excellent read on train.
Yeah.
Oh, good lord. Yeah, it's the thing is, it was one of the conversations we had after you left between me and Fleet was, if Dragon and Glyn have a discussion about Star Wars, it will be one of the longest, most interesting discussions we'll ever hear, but no one else will get a word in edgeways for at least 4 hours.
No, we can be polite.
No, it won't be. You won't be. You'll be impolite. It's just the rest of us won't even feature in the conversation because you two will be just. There'll be so much information going back and forwards. The rest of us just won't be matched to be there.
I'm not that bad on Star Wars.
Fleet is scared stiff of having you two are both on the same time on his show because he's worried you two will take it over entirely discussing Star Wars.
I'll admit I'm that bad when it comes to Star Wars and Star Trek. I can go on for hours. And Warhammer, but...
Oh, yes. That's what it... Right, they asked me what my favorite between Star Wars and... Favorite science fiction of Star Wars and Star Trek was. That was what got Fleet scared about me talking about Star Wars. Right?
Yes. Because you did exactly the same thing to him as Dragon does. So on the points you're going to disagree on, you will be debating in the most polite way, but in long form with information. And in the points you agree with, you will be agreeing with in the loudest way, with long-form information. And well thought-out points. And pros.
Sometimes. I don't have a brain right now, so...
Yeah. But it is basically the common perception agreement amongst the rest of the Ship Shape group is I have to organise this at some point for you two when you're both feeling well and have a brain to have a long sit-down and discussion and record it. And... possibly have to invite a third person along, sort of Venom Greek Media, along to also sit there and be part of the discussion, just so that we can then create the thing which will ultimately blow up the science fiction section of YouTube, in that everyone will be going to it going, oh good god, this is our Christmas present. This conversation is our Christmas present.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, that it might be Christmas present for Christmas 2026, but I'm not excited with you just moving. I'm not expecting this year. This year you're going to be very, very busy.
This year I'm going to be very, very busy. Yeah, I have to move and then sort out what I'm getting my family for Christmas, except for the nephew who shares all my hobbies. So I have a stack of stuff for him.
Yes, that is a very useful nephew to have. I have a fair number of those, and some nieces who do as well. Oh, and Leslie is saying, no, it's The Admiral's Oath, the Khotan Confederacy. That's the best book you've written.
Fair, yeah. The best book that I've written, Admiral's Oath is the book that I held off on writing for 4 years because I didn't think I was good enough to write it yet.
No, it's good. It is good.
Yeah. Oh, I agree. I think it's a very good book, but I knew when I finished Castle Federation that I wasn't at the point I needed to be to write the Dakota Confederacy trilogy yet. Mm-hmm. And then after some years, I decided I was, and I wrote it, and I think it worked out quite well.
Yeah. It did work out very well as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. Oh. Yes. Oh, and by the way, this is something you will understand, Lynn. McDivitt has just said, cat butt in face and cat claws in spleen. Help me.
So day ending in Y.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I'm hoping the movers are helping you with packing all your stuff, considering they've given you such little notice to move.
Oh, tomorrow they're in packing.
That's good.
Wednesday they're actually moving us. Because we mucked up our timing, I don't actually have internet in the house right now. This is me hotspotting to my desktop from my phone, because my phone wouldn't let me talk on Discord for some reason.
Oh, good lord, that's going to be app permissions, isn't it? That's going to be somewhere ingrained in the middle of the operating system. Somewhere is going to be an app permission which hasn't been agreed.
Oh, almost certainly I have turned off the microphone for everything that I could turn off the microphone for, because that's what I do.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, my microphone for my desktop is physically turned off when not in use.
And Lyons is saying that thank you for having all your books as audiobook. They really help.
That's been part of what I do. Like, the accessibility and having it available to people is a big reason of why we do it.
Mm-hmm.
The other one is that we were approached by a couple publishers to do them. That we do some of them ourselves through ACX, but mostly it's someone came along and offered me money, and I went, I like money. And then we had discovered that there were a lot of people who really liked having the audiobooks. We put quite a bit of effort into it, making sure they come out at the same time most of the time now.
That's probably quite hard to organise, getting the right actors and voice actors, etc.
It's why the book I finished last week will come out in March. Like, that's why that time gap is in there, is almost entirely for the audiobook.
Yeah. Have you not tried approaching Patrick Stewart for some of your books? Because surely as you share a surname, there's some familial link going on there that you could use.
I couldn't afford Patrick Stewart, even if that link would help.
We can dream. Although I'm not sure if he ever has recorded an audiobook, so he might actually jump at it just for the chance to do it once.
I wanted... God, the name is currently eluding me, but the lady who played Captain Carter, I wanted her to do the Icebreaker audiobook, but that wasn't... The publisher was like, yeah, no. We'll use that as a guide for what we're looking for.
You wanted... Well, I can see why, but... We're talking about the Stargate Captain Carter, aren't we?
No, MCU Captain Carter, Peggy Carter.
You wanted Hayley Atwell?
Yes, that was the name I was looking for.
You really do. I thought was one. There's a chance you have a chance of affording. Yeah, Hayley is going to be expensive, but yeah.
Cheaper than Patrick Stewart, but
yeah.
The publisher said, give us the name of someone who might work, and I'm like, okay, well, here's, name of someone who might work. I mean, they got one of my peers got, well, my brain is not remembering names. Moff Gideon, his actor, did a audiobook for one of my peers relatively a couple years ago. Failing at names right now, sorry.
You got,
You could work well.
Oh, that's... So you got Giancarlo Esposito. I just remember as Esposito. I looked up
one of my peers did.
Yeah, that's... Yeah.
Now, hilariously, I've had the conversations, and I know that apparently did not move the needle at all in terms of actually selling audiobooks.
Oh. Yeah.
I did get the impression that it helped on set that the narrator was Ray Porter, who was in the Justice League movies.
Oh, cool. To answer Joel Frederick's question, Patrick Stewart has done audiobooks, but never done a sci-fi one. He's done Narnia and a few other things like that, but he hasn't done a sci-fi one, It'll be fun. Oh, it'll be fun. Again, Timu, I think you have budget. You have a misunderstanding of budget limitations. But yeah. See, the thing is, I'm one of those people who doesn't listen to audiobooks because I'd mainly listen to things when I'm in the car, and if I was listening to an audiobook, I'd end up having an argument with it. Probably not yours, but I would have
my own audiobooks.
Yeah. You've had
mostly over the pronunciation.
Okay, yeah. This is the other issue. And I'd probably have arguments over the weapons wouldn't work like that and why are they making that tactical decision. Yeah.
Yeah, I do explicitly give the narrators permission to go find the real world pronunciations of the real world names. But I'm about 60% sure that in one case the narrator is using the Irish pronunciation, not the Scottish pronunciation. And yeah.
Yeah. And Timu, yeah, she might be a fellow Finn. I'm sure, and sure she's lovely, but that doesn't mean she's going to be cheap, or rather financially affordable for an audiobook. He keeps suggesting Laura Byrne, who I'm fairly sure is, from memory, is quite a famous actress. Yes, she played Demoiselle. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think she's in the range which is affordable by poor Glyn, as much as he'd probably like to hire her.
Yeah, no, I'm on ex-airline captains still.
Okay, yeah. She's in
does a good job with
the Foundation and things like that, and yeah, she is amazing. She's also expensive. So, Steve Clarke, look, Nick Park managed to get Peter Sallis to voice Wallace for his student film project in the 1980s. That is true.
That's someone true. Knew someone who knew someone.
Yes. I think probably YouTube Minecraft Watcher, the personal check mark, the check mark wasn't put on it, but I will check. I've gone back through. And I haven't found any of yours which haven't been checked, so I will check that one. But you're saying I've forgotten a question. If you want to repeat it, you can just put it in, and I'll do it again if I haven't done it, or I'll just do it again. Yeah. Next question after that is, Leslie, Glyn's books are great for trips from Manchester to Jarrow. Not sure which to listen to next. Yeah. Anyway, next question. In 1815, the Congress of Vienna accedes to retain Louis Bonaparte as King of the Netherlands. What changes, and how would he react to the 100 Days and Waterloo campaign? If he's sensible, he reacts to the campaign by joining the side of allies and retaining his throne. If he's stupid, he joins his brother. Do we agree with that one? Anyone disagree? No? Okay. And YouTube Minecraft Watcher, if you could potentially own a battle cruiser, it can't have served. So either a paper design or one on the slips. I personally pick Amagi. Okay. I'm going to give mine. If it's sci-fi, I want the Raven from the later part of the series, when she's in her command battlecruiser configuration, from Glyn's books. If it's real world, I'll take an F3. Technically a battlecruiser. Glyn, Dragon, which battlecruisers would you like to own that weren't built personally?
F3 is definitely a nice choice. Though, honestly, I will admit, it is a weakness of mine, is the Amagi class.
Okay.
I really like how they look visually. Keep it there as visually. They've got a few other problems, but hey. As the bonus science section, well, wait. This is cheating. This is very hard cheating, but it's officially classified as it. A Praetor 2 class battlecruiser.
There's a lot of...
For some reason, Star Wars doesn't really use battlecruiser in the right way.
Oh. Well, technically,
I don't know enough about unbuilt battlecruisers to give you a real-world one. Fictional one, I'd probably go with later series Harrington HMS Nike. Though, let's be clear, I'm just landing her on the somewhere in the Arctic and dismantling her for tech boost. I figure I could just the countergraph stuff on the shuttles will make me a trillionaire. And then I can use that money to, the power plants, the impeller drive, the hyperdrive. Just, sell them, sell the world countergraph skyscrapers and use that to slingshot us into the far future space age with the battlecruiser from like 4000 AD, I think is what the timeline translates to. In any case, my time is up and I do have to run.
Okay, take care, Glenn. Take care.
Take care. You guys have fun.
Bye. I was planning on basically using Raven to mine things so I can make my money that way, mining asteroids, but we'll leave that one side. Okay. Stafford. The Germans build 9 Deutschland, 8 Hipper and 8 Scharnhorst 15-inch gun ships. How does that affect the war, and how worried would the Royal Navy be? If the Germans have managing to build that many ships, the Royal Navy is responding. And they are building more to counter it. The Lions don't get paused, that sort of thing. Because the British policy is always, okay, we can counter these ships with submarine, with aircraft, with torpedoes from destroyers, all these things. We guarantee we can counter it with a capital ship. So you build everything. Because you don't know what's going to be available and when it's going to happen. So you build everything. What do you think, Dragon? Dragon is surprisingly quiet.
Yes, I had to go grab something out of the oven.
I was just about to say, he's probably getting food. He's probably being sensible.
Yep. So sorry, what was the question?
No worries. Germans built 9 Deutschlands, 8 Hippers and 8 Scharnhorst 15-inch gunships. This is from Stafford. How does that affect the war, and how worried would the Royal Navy be?
Well, assuming they get these in time for the war, so...
They start building them early enough to get them by, let's say, into service by 1940.
Yeah. You've got an interesting thing. Because the Deutschlands are still something you have to pay attention to.
Yeah.
Even if they're not as large a concern. Ideally, you would like to throw a battlecruiser at them, but a couple of cruisers will do it. Honestly, it's those 8 Scharnhorst I think is the big difference.
I think
especially
also,
15-inch armed.
if you're getting this by 1940, the Royal Navy are going to have had to start building. They're going to be start building a lot earlier, which is going to affect things like the King George V's, and because are the British laying down? Are the British picking a 14-inch gun when the Germans are laying down something with 15-inch guns?
Yeah, no, they're going to go with the 15s, or if they can, 16s.
Yeah, and so
if it requires delaying the KGBs a bit, they might try and go, right, we need to go for this.
And also the thing is, to get the 8 Scharnhorst, you're going to have to start building them earlier, which means the British are probably going to have to start the British are going to look at the Germans and go, frigate, we need to get this stuff in service earlier. So that you actually might get a design ordered earlier than historically. I.e. you don't get the Second London Naval Treaty. Or any pause for construction at that point.
Oh yeah, no, that treaty's gone.
Yeah. Which means probably you also end up with, and I said with the Deutschlands and the Hippers coming in that number, probably some 9.2-inch gunned heavy cruisers for the Royal Navy. As a way to maximize, to construct something that can deal with both sets of threats, if that makes sense. It can deal with the cruisers, it can deal with the Deutschlands, and it can, fit in the cruiser build. It's got probably 9.2-inch guns, or 12, depending on the design chosen, and yeah.
The sort of the Churchill supercruiser they're sometimes referred to as.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, I cannot imagine there being a capital ship build pause.
No.
If whoever even suggests this will basically get left out of office.
Mm-hmm.
Because even the Treasury would have trouble saying, no, you're not allowed to build this for X, Y, Z reason. That's actually a fleet that is worthy enough of concern.
Yeah.
Especially if they're also building Bismarck and Tirpitz as well. That means they're eventually going to end up with 11 battleships.
Yeah.
And we've got, what, 20 odd? That we have to have in various places across the world?
Yeah, there is no pause in building, and there is a lot more building going on.
Yeah.
And the Treasury is going, nicest way, there's going to be no chance the Treasury are still paying to close yards in 1938, 39. They're going to be not able to... They're not going to be able to justify closing down any yards from about 1936 onwards, if they're lucky. And so that's going to keep, like, 4 yards open.
Which might actually be useful post-war for Britain.
Hmm.
In terms of economic stimulus, but yeah.
Dan, the queue is open, but also you can pop in and join in the chat if you want to. C.M. McDivitt, if you were thrown a Kiev class and a swarm of Yak-38s in the mid-late 70s and told to expect a fight with NATO, how would you modify them? What would you change? Yak-38s, what would I mod... oh, good lord.
What wouldn't one change?
Well...
Aren't they the...
hello, Dan. The Kiev itself isn't too bad. I would prefer if it was slightly bigger and could take a slightly larger air group. And keep the weapon systems, broadly speaking, the same, because they're the major hitters. Yak-38 has so many issues. If I can get some radar pods or radar mounted on the Yak-38, that does make life a little easier. And I do need some sort of data link going for missile targeting, which I know you pointed out, David, as well. But I would say the trouble is that means I also need satellite communications realistically working on both. Honestly, I need to heavily modify the Yak-38. I need to get it a better engine. And I need to get it a better radar system. So yeah, I do need to do that. But what would you two do to the Kiev and the Yak-38? Leslie's got fund Yak-39. By the time I've changed it, it will be a different generation of Yak, but we'll leave that to one side. Dragon is laughing, I think, at this point.
If I've been told to fight NATO, it's called I raise a white flag and go, hey, if I give you this, can I join you?
That is an option. According to Global Security, and I did when you want to check on this, the Yak-39 and the Yak-39 was an earlier 70s version of what led to the Yak-41.
I think I stopped tracking Yaks at about 3.
Yeah.
As in, I can't remember them producing anything that I actually would have gone near or thought was competitive for its era since about the Yak-3.
The Yak-141 was cancelled in 1991 and was fairly decent, but it's worthwhile noting that the Yak-41 basically has the same system for its flight control as is currently used on the F-35. In terms of its engines, its deployments, and having the aircraft engines screw down. And basically, it was trying to do all that really advanced ideas on really terrible flight computers. So,
yes,
it would have probably killed pilots at a rate.
Yeah, I mean, you can argue that the Wright brothers Flyer had canards and things, and so presaged the Eurofighter Typhoon. but I'm not sure that that's a good thing to be comparing.
Yeah. And let's be honest, if we get into the whole canards debate, we have to make the point that, you know, the Americans have now decided to go the canards route as well with their next generation fighter. So, are they going to have to change their viewpoint on canards, or are they going to, you know, try to continue arguing what they have in the past? Habitual line crosser. We're all looking to you.
I was going to make a joke about canard and duck and say, no, they're actually just Canadian geese. They're properly North American, they're authentic, not your strange European canards.
I thought canards were not exactly Canadian geese. I thought they were specifically the geese from, you know, from Quebec and Quebecois geese.
No, canard is a duck. I can't remember what goose is in French.
Jill Fredericks, as a continuation of earlier question, what type of sci-fi technology would the Germans need to make the Sea Lion work? Because clearly giving them bombers that can obliterate Britain isn't enough. You need basically transporter tech that they can transport from one side to the other without having to go into water, and actually make their logistics actually work by being able to deliver their supplies to where they need them to be.
I do have visions of them transporting the horses as well as the cars, though.
They will do. Because why wouldn't you transport the horse as well? Because you might need to move the supplies once you get there.
It's one of those things like when they're chasing the spaceship in Firefly, isn't it?
Yes, potentially.
On horses.
Knight 6831. Actually, no, what do you two think? What would your sci-fi technology that could actually make the Germans be able to achieve Sea Lion?
Space battleship Yamato?
That is an option.
I would say either, as you said, transporters, or potentially another one which is interesting would be replicators.
Mm-hmm.
Because at that point, they can output enough product, they actually would be able to have the production capacity to potentially do something.
Yes, but you just know they would still try to make the most complicated production of things known to mankind, so they take forever to replicate.
Probably.
Because they'd want to produce something which was perfect wonder weapon for all the systems, but yeah. Because the sensible thing would be replicators would be to take the Mark IV Panzer into the replicator, copy it, and paste in huge, overwhelming numbers. The one which suspension still worked.
So, not what they've been up armored.
Mm-hmm. 96831. Is an air-launched nuclear missile probably what the Royal Air Force and Royal Navy would go for to replace the W177? Probably, because it's they're replacing a free-fall bomb. And you probably want to replace it with something which was a little less perilous for the pilot. Stafford, instead of the Long Beach, the USN dust off the Alaska plans, keeping the foremost 12-inch, fitting VLS and nuclear reactor, keeping half the traditional A batteries with the others replaced by close-in weapon systems, and a Halo hangar aft. How would that affect the future development of USN cruisers, and how useful would they have been in subsequent conflicts, wars? So you're using an Alaska hull for a Long Beach design, you're using a 12-inch main battery gun instead of... You wouldn't be fitting VLS till later versions, like the Tychos. The earlier versions would have the swing arm launchers. I'm sorry about that, but they would, though. How does that change things? Well, let's see. An Alaska... is nearly 30,000 tons in standard, 35,000 tons fully loaded. USS Long Beach was, and I'm checking this because frankly I want to be sure, was 15,500 tons fully loaded. So basically we're talking about something which is more than twice the displacement. Okay, so basically what you've made is something which would make them current debate about bringing back battleships, etc. How do I put this? Nonsensical, because you already have something which has that level of firepower. The argument you probably could have interesting is you might not have had the things like the battleships survive, the Iowas, etc. Because why keep them around? You have these ships which can provide the heavy gun fire support for amphibious operations. Why do you need to maintain the battleships in harbour? And these things are useful in peacetime as well, and can also do air defence for the fleet and all sorts of other useful things. What do you think, gents? What do we think?
Would certainly be something interesting, to say the least.
Yeah.
So,
also, imagine how big the Kirov class would be in a world where the Americans have that. Because if you've got 30,000-ton cruisers going around from Long Beach onwards for the US Navy, then the Kirovs are only 28,000 tons fully loaded. So 35,000-ton cruiser. The Russians are going to have to build the Kirovs even bigger and more of them.
It would certainly cause an interesting escalation rate. But I do wonder how it would affect the development of the cruisers. Personally, I do think they probably don't keep necessarily ships of that size, or at least don't make that the standard cruiser.
Mm-hmm.
You might have a couple of these almost like group leaders, but
you might have one for every carrier.
Yeah, basically, like, this is the leader of the sort of escort force or whatever, yeah.
You know, let's say you have 11 carriers, you have probably about 14 or 15 of these, because they give you the extra ships also for deterrence and presence. And these are also act as your surface action group leaders, so they just go, hello, this is a surface action group built around me. And everyone's going, yeah, you're big enough to be to have status.
You appear to resemble a surface action group. Why have you got black friends you didn't need?
No, you have to bring friends. You always have to bring the cheering section with you. You can't get you don't want to be the football team or the basketball team which turns up without cheerleaders.
Okay, yeah, I can see that.
You know, that just looks bad. If you imagine you're a football team, a US football team, you turn up to a game and you don't have cheerleaders with you, a cheer squad with you. You're just gonna look. Everyone's gonna look at you as if you're sad.
I now have visions of signalmen with semaphore flags, wig wagging, but mostly doing it whilst kind of, wearing bikinis. And it disturbs me.
No, think of it more like this. In a surface action group where there's one of these, and there's 3 Burks, and there's some Oliver Hazard Perrys. Who is, and maybe a Tycho. Who is doing most of the fighting with the sheer amount of firepower it's carrying with it?
The Alaska successor?
Yes, pretty much. Sadly enough for it. Because the the cumulative increase in VLS.
Hello, I am the main effort. You are supporting role.
It would be honestly that kind of that vessel could be probably packing away around. I'm just doing the mental maths of how many VLS you could fit on its desk. You're probably carrying something in the region of 256 VLS cells. And probably about 32 or maybe more harpoons. So you could single-handedly launch a strike of 100 and something tomahawks, and still maintain pretty much 2 Burke worth of air defense missiles. Add in 30 harpoon as well.
I think somebody's going to accuse you of cheating if you turn up to a battle with that lot.
In the nicest way, in war, it's the phrase, all's fair in love and war. It's not cheating, it's called winning smart.
Can you imagine the poor Russians and what they'd have to do to trying to keep up?
Yeah, I think there'd be a lot of nukes involved. A lot of nukes involved.
And then the Chinese. And of course, what are the French going to be doing?
Crying.
Well, yeah, but I mean, apart from their usual thing.
Probably trying to build their own equivalent. Yeah. In other words, the other example problem is, imagine the Treasury, the British Treasury's reaction to this.
I mean, that's the point. How have you got this past Congress?
By telling them this is going to make them look bigger and be more impressive in bed.
Damn it! You know the cunning way to achieve things.
The one trick which Admiral Henderson never used.
That you know of.
Yes, as far as we know, he never used that. Okay, next question. Joel Fredericks, the IGN is suddenly given 1960s era technology in 1937. Can they exploit it enough to ensure victory in the upcoming war? We've got 4 years, 1960s tech. If they've got the ability to produce it, they can certainly do something interesting with it. They've got enough time to do something interesting. Getting their it's going to be enough time to get radars probably built, because they've got their own developments going on in radars, so they can understand that tech. Can they exploit enough to ensure victory in the upcoming war? It depends. If by 1960s tech that includes nuclear weapons, yes. If it doesn't, then whilst it will probably make them give them a stronger fighting earlier, the Americans are not going to stop fighting, and the Japanese run out of people and run out of basically ability to support project any further. So whilst the technology will certainly count for a lot, and will allow them to push things back, there will be a point at which they can't advance any further, logistically and infrastructurally, and then they'll be pushed back. Then eventually they'll be pushed back because, again, the 1960s tech, whilst it's a chunk away from 1937, 1941 tech, it is not so far away that it cannot be caught up with by the immense research infrastructure that's available for the Allies.
My big worry is actually less, even if you don't have nuclear weapons, is do they try and try and make nuclear-powered Yamato?
I don't think nuclear-powered Yamato, especially as in 1937. If I'm not mistaken, yeah, the Yamato class are laid down in November 1937 and March 1938, so you've not got time enough to change their design. Shinano, maybe. She's laid down in May 1940, as is 111. But
that would give you... That would take away your concern about the oil fuel. You need nuclear power, not nuclear weapons, because there's also a good chance that they've recognised if they nuke the Americans, they may well get angry.
Well, the thing is,
I don't know.
the point is, if you've got 1960s level of nuclear weaponry, and 1960s level of nuclear technology to produce nuclear weaponry, you can produce at a volume and number, which means you can maintain enough fire to, especially if you're starting in 1940, let's say, because it's taking a few years to set up, you can have enough that you can do actually a massive amount of damage. Nuclear power would not actually help much in the grand scheme of things. It would mean they could... How do I put this politely? If you can use nuclear power to power your cities, instead of coal, you can use more coal for synthetic fuels. If you can use nuclear power to power ships, then you don't need oil for the ships. In some regards, they don't need the need, and if it eradicates their need, reduces their need of oil massively, that can have an impact on their reasoning for war. But yeah, 1960s era subs. But the thing is, Fredericks, just because the Japanese aren't going to give the technologies to the Germans. The Japanese and the Germans are very, very bad at sharing technology. There is a reason why most of the technology sharing happens when the Germans are basically falling and goes one way.
At this stage, the Germans are actively supporting the Chinese.
Yes.
Like they have training missions in China.
And the other problem for the Japanese is just because you have 1960s technology, you also have to train your people in how to use it, and you have to implement it. So we're talking about understanding enough to build with it. Okay, that's going to take at least 2 years, at least, and then it's going to be, once you've built it, doing the quality control, and then using it, training people up to it. So that's 4 to 5 years, and they're not going to get involved in the Battle Atlantic. But the thing is, whilst they're doing that, the other problem you have to deal with is 1960s technology is great. 1960s technology doesn't stop stop the spies magically grabbing information in Japan, and the communists had fairly good penetration of Japan. The British have fairly good penetration of Japan. The Americans have fairly good penetration of Japan, but don't listen to it. But the thing is, if there's cool tech coming out, then that's suddenly going to change things. Because they're going to start paying attention to cool tech. And again, nuke subs, it's unlikely they're going to have they're going to get nuke subs. And again, because nuke subs, it's a huge amount of technology to build it. Not just an infrastructure to build a nuclear submarine, especially the depths and the pressures they're going to take on the hulls to build them. It's not just having the technology, it's implementing the technology. This is the point I often come up with. It's not just about having technology, it's implementing it. And if you're trying, the other thing is, if you're trying to build a 1960s era tech, but you're also trying to put in deck guns, you're going to run into trouble. Because the 1960s era submarine is built around underwater operations, not surface actions. And surface transits.
Yes. The occasionally slightly submersible torpedo boat issue.
Yeah. Next question, Joe Fredericks. The entire home fleet is obliterated by a meteor in April 1940. Can the Kriegsmarine secure naval supremacy? In April 1940, depends when in April 1940. But the trouble is, there are going to be ships. Force H is going to be drawn back. And that's going to that's already sort of forming up, and there's this force from Mirza Kabir doing that duty. There's also going to
not in April, but that you do have the Med Fleet.
Yeah, you do have the Med Fleet. That's not Mirza Kabir not in April 1940 because it's before the fall of France. It's about the time of the fall of Norway. So not Force H, but you've still got the forces off in the Caribbean. You've also got how it take a meteor how the home fleet would be entirely obliterated by a meteor in April 1940, considering how dispersed they are, is an interesting one. But we'll leave that to one side. So we're going to go with meteor shower. that magically hits all the home fleet where they are. Because they're
It's
grouped at
actually
multiple bases.
embarrassing how few of the home fleet are actually available when it comes to the Norway campaign,
Yeah.
because they're all off doing stuff, except for a handful of battleships.
Yeah, they're all busy.
Even then, a couple of them have been hit by torpedoes and have been refit of the home fleet ones.
Yeah.
Nelson and I want to say Barham. Is it Barham that gets nobbled by a torpedo then? I forget.
Yeah, Force H isn't till the fall of France, so that's later.
Yeah, that's end of June, start of July.
There are
you
various.
You still have the Richelieu class, which is nearly ready. You've got Strasbourg and Dunkirk.
You probably have a lot of French ships ending up being based in British ports, but also you have the South Atlantic force. You have all the cruisers under Harwood, etc., probably coming up.
Yep, because you've got some surface raiders that they're out looking for.
Yeah,
and they've been doing all that kind of stuff. So yeah, there's so little at home. It's embarrassing. There's like maybe a flotilla and a half because all the destroyers are out doing convoy escort, as are the cruisers.
Yeah,
they're all doing convoy escort in the North Sea, so none of them are at home. There's like one cruiser and I think maybe 8 destroyers at the start of April.
If they are all taken out somehow, yeah, you're going to be pulling a lot of forces back from the Far East. You're going to be pulling a lot of forces back from the Mediterranean, the Indian Ocean, all around the world, back to the UK, and potentially also the British are going to the Americans and going, "Can we buy your old battleships?" At least potentially to the Chileans going, "Can we buy your old battleship?"
Can we rent your battleship again?
Yeah.
We promised to give her back renovated.
And then there's going to be all these ships that we are under construction, we're debating design of. The design is now finalised. Build them. Stafford, what would the benefits of building a modern dogboat powered by a diesel-electric power plant, or would a pure diesels be better? And what scale of a ship does hybrid not make sense? Okay, it depends. If you want to do ASW operations, you want to be able to go as quiet as possible. So diesel-electric does to an extent make sense, especially if you haven't got space for a gas turbine electric. And diesel-electric, especially if you've got batteries, yeah, you can run on batteries for a bit and make yourself go for really, really quiet. At what scale of ship does hybrid not make sense? Honestly, the main advantage of diesel-electric is the batteries you can add in. And from the batteries, you can draw instantaneous power without having to, before you've even ramped up the engines. So you've got on-call power to power things like sensors, weapons, or ship's movement. And usually these days, one of the reasons why we're talking about diesel-electric systems is because instead of our ships being ship's power in terms of movement and ship's power in terms of the electric systems on board, they're one power ring. They're one power generation system. It's combined. Everything's in one for resilience. So you can have multiple power generators. Consider Queen Elizabeth class. They are diesel and gas electric, right? They have their gas turbines, their diesel generators positioned all around the ship. They're not all grouped together in one place. They're positioned all around the ship, and they can be they're all running. If they're all running, great. But if you have damage to one, doesn't matter. You can still power everything on the ship, including movement, etc., because the others aren't going to be hit. So it's a good thing for resilience. So basically, as you get bigger, the diesel electric moves from the electric power moves from offering you instantaneous power and adaptability and maybe quite a speed advantage or silence advantage to resilience advantages, and that's the reason behind it.
I'd say anything big enough that you keep the crew on board normally, rather than kind of offloading them like an MTB type thing or a missile boat.
Yeah.
And even then, a missile boat I'd be tempted to. It depends how I'm making it stealthy. Because if I'm making it stealthy against subs, I'm just thinking of the Swedish examples. If I want one of theirs to be sneaky stealthy so they can go and find Russian SSKs that are going into naughty places, then even that might. And acoustic mines and goodness knows what else. It gives you options. It also means you can upgrade different bits of your power plant at different phases if it's not all connected through, I guess. I'm a fan of that kind of power plant as a general rule because you can now get the electric motors sufficiently good and you don't need that much battery power to give you a surge capability. So you're not necessarily lugging around all that many batteries, which are the heavy bits. So because that's, I think basically all trucks should be like that, to be honest.
Is it me or has Wikipedia had an inflation in cost? I just say this because I just did my normal backup check whenever I'm about to talk about the Korean Navy, the Korean People's Navy, and checking the Wikipedia because, in the nicest way, one of the people I know who's obsessed with keeping it as up to date as possible may or may not be a South Korean naval intelligence officer retired, and so it usually has. If I want to a quick way of making sure I'm keeping up to date on latest articles, if I go there, I know if in doubt, they will have put something on there. They may or may not also be a former student from King's. And they are obsessed with keeping the Wikipedia up to date. So I quickly did my check on that and immediately came up with, it used to be donate £1, and now then it went to £2, and now it's £2.75. Please donate to Wikipedia.
I normally get a £5, so, you're doing quite well.
Obviously, they think I'm more of a cheapskate than you. They've detected the half Cornish, half Scottish ancestry, and they know trying to get me for a full £5 is never going to happen.
Seriously, half Jewish, half accountant. I told you, my granddad was a auditor for the Milk Marketing Board his entire career, and his dad had been in the Corps of Military Accountants. I have his rank. I have his regimental slide.
Yeah. Corps of Military Accountants. That is a scary. Believe it or not, that is actually quite a scary corps to have coming after you because they usually were. I think I use your granddad example. They usually were people who'd already had military service and already knew what they were doing, and then they had accountancy training added on.
Oh yeah, he'd been a reasonably he got to reasonably senior NCO.
Yes,
he was a colour sergeant or something, and then I think transferred across, and then basically was doing all of the pay for one of the military hospitals, the one at Normal, which is probably now MI5 HQ.
Yeah.
He was kind of running that because I've seen the stuff where they signed him out, and then he went to manage to be an under manager at the Military and Naval Club, I think, in World War II.
Yeah,
and declined coming back to the commission. Yeah. He'd been in an Irish regiment, born and brought up in Christian sort of way.
Okay. Joe Fredericks, next question. What type of development can the Korean People's Navy, that's North Korean Navy, do to maximise their worth in a war? I've argued before that the two destroyers aren't as useful as SKs, and that Kim could ask for kilos and said, is he smart or... Look, don't think of their destroyers as, although there's only one which is actually working, but we'll leave that to one side, destroyers are about war fighting. They're about deterrence and peace and conflict management and signalling and all those things. They are not about war fighting. War fighting, it's the SSKs, but even then they have limited capabilities. So yeah, they are capable. They are basically about North Korea claiming viability rather than they are actually and being able to project themselves, because you can't really project yourself with a submarine. You have to. They usually have to use a surface asset for it, because a submarine's advantage is it's a stealth attack weapon. Okay? Revealing your position by surfacing is something you only do if you're really trying to make a point and you are going to immediately bug out. And you can do that more easily with a nuclear submarine than you can with an SSK, because they can usually do a higher underwater speed for longer without draining draining batteries and needing to surface to reach, to snorkel at least to recharge, or other things to recharge. I'd also point out that usually when the US Navy does this, they literally just pass very close to the surface in an area where they know there is a helicopter patrolling or something that will see them. Because they actually hear the helicopter from under the water. They hear the effect of the aircraft's engines and downdraft on the water. They hear the vibrations it causes. And they actually position themselves so it will fly over them and hopefully see them. And believe it or not, I've had this told to me by a US Navy captain, even then, sometimes the people don't see them. One captain might have once complained very loudly in King's Squadron that to be seen, he ended up having to actually break the surface and stick the conning tower up, because no matter how many times he passed underneath, they didn't stop and start taking photos. They just carried on their merry way. And the whole mission was to be seen to send a message.
I mean, that amuses me. The other advantage for the North Koreans of submarines is they at least are supposed to sink, and so your people won't be quite so surprised when they are seen to sink. The fact they might not come up afterwards, that one you can keep as a secret.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm doing something that's currently anathema to you, Alex.
You're eating vegetables?
Yeah, and making a salad.
Oh, good God. Ugh. Look, I just dispute the fact that you keep eating my food's food, okay?
It's tasty.
You keep eating my food's food. Stop competing with the cows.
I'm not going to feed cows this time.
Stop being cruel to cows and pigs.
I'm not giving them avocados.
Yes, but all the water and all the stuff used and land used to grow avocados could be used to support my beef supply.
Shush.
Joe Fredericks, if you were in charge of the Soviet Navy in the 70s and 80s and knew the Union is going to break up, what ships would you design and commission to serve Russia in the future?
Why am I Russian?
Well, apparently you are Russian in this scenario. In this scenario, you are Russian. If you are in charge of the Soviet Navy in the 70s and 80s and you know the Union's going to break up, what ship? If I have forewarning and somehow a future understanding of what they're going to do, especially Ukraine and all those things, I'm going to do two things. One, I'm going to try and commission a lot of gas turbine ships, but try and get the gas turbines made in Russia rather than Ukraine. I build enough that they have two facilities producing them, so I have my own turbine plant in Russia. And two, I'm going to build more nuke ships if I can. And I'm going to basically going to use the gas turbines for, general purpose frigates and replenishment ships. And I'm going to use nukes for big cruisers and a couple of aircraft carriers. I'm going to try and get those ships. So basically, so that I can have a self-deployable force that I can send around the world. So basically, I can send a couple of nuclear-powered cruisers and a carrier around the world as a status asset when I need to. And I have enough frigates for my own presence in local area. And I'm also going to work on submarines, but probably not too different to what they did historically. Stafford says you need the rabbit food to offset the whiskey consumption.
I don't drink whiskey.
No, you drink. You drink.
Beer, cider, port.
Yeah.
Wine.
I've seen you drink a flight of beer and a flight of ale. I think it was a couple of times.
But I generally don't go above about 20% alcohol by volume.
As a rule.
Which, not normally a fan. Good quality vodka is the only thing I'll do. That's stronger.
Yeah.
Neat. There is the salted caramel vodka they do from Hotel Chocolat. That's good.
I will leave this discussion to Dan, because I'm going to go and check on why I can hear a doggy making plaintive cries. Stafford, with the Concorde said to make a comeback, would the ship-shaped crew be flying across a Mach 2 for Naval History Canada Mark 2?
Is Concorde making a comeback?
Don't think so.
I was going to say, this is the first time I've heard anything along those lines.
Would we fly? To be, it's one of those things where the novelty would make me want to say yes, and the ability to go supersonic, which will be the only opportunity I'd ever have, would make me want to say yes. Cost makes me blanch.
Understandable.
And I'm trying to remember how good or bad the safety record actually was.
Pretty good overall.
Yeah,
it didn't have that many accidents. It just had basically one very big, bad accident that wasn't even really its fault.
I thought it had two of those.
It had one accident and then one horrific accident where its tire exploded on takeoff due to shrapnel basically left on the runway, and then it crashed into a hotel.
Yeah.
Which...
And to be honest, I think the airframes
isn't a great...
No.
But,
because I think the airframes were also getting to be kind of
a
bit old.
Apparently they're going to bring them back as the FAA have changed their rules on supersonic flight over land. Well, I doubt they're bringing back Concorde.
Yeah, I mean, they've all...
Supersonic flight? Maybe. Concorde? No.
No.
As much as I love her, like, she's a beautiful plane.
I would hope they'd at least do something of build some new Concordes.
Yes.
I could actually see them doing that, of literally doing we're going to build the same airframe, but we're going to put modern avionics and systems in it, and better newer engines in it. I could see them doing that, and sticking like 4 F-35 engines in there. The Rolls-Royce version of the F-35 engine in there.
That's why I get really confused about the current, the Boeing test bed one.
Yeah.
Yes, this is going to let us fly supersonic again. But you've already got multiple examples of planes that could do so. Why are you building this single-man test thing for this when you really need to test
Boeing is
passenger airline?
Boeing is trying to do everything they can to show their engineering bona fides after recent issues.
Is this like how certain people with too much money keeps reinventing trains?
Yes.
Joy.
Look, in the nicest way, it's becoming quite a joke amongst anyone who's history connected at all. The amount of times we see people going, no, we've invented this whole new form of transport, and it's basically, it's trains, but not as good. Although I do love now they've got onto the connected Hyperloop buses.
Connected Hyperloop buses?
Yes, basically they're multi-vehicle buses which travel on the Hyperloop. With 4 or more connected buses.
Friend call. You will be paying patent fees for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, people keep on reinventing the wheel because they think that things have changed it. It's like the Germans invading Russia in 1941 and failing to recognize that the Russians might actually take the trains away, and then they're stuck with horses, and then they're exactly how different from Napoleon.
Yeah. Lorry production was something which happened to other people in the German mindset.
But these are supposed to be the people who have like the most amazing staff, college. And the German general staff is a thing of wonder. It's like, yes, it's also probably had a bigger history of failure than any other kind of military command thing like that I can think of. They are positively Elbonian.
Yes.
Sorry, I'd never actually had this thought before. I've never kind of processed it. Just what that, because they formed it after they lost. Was it the Napoleonic Wars that really kickstarted it, or was it earlier in the Revolutionary Wars and the 18th century? They kind of started it all, and then they won the wars against. Then they won some wars in the 1860s against the Austrians and the French and the Danes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow, you managed to beat up Denmark. Aren't you big and powerful? And then since then, not a lot. And yet, you've got
the Germans tend to have great press about it, and they do tend to win some spectacular battles and operations, but usually the reason they do tend to win is because the opponent they're fighting is either spectacularly unprepared or spectacularly ill-informed.
Or weaker than them. It's like, it's the whole Monty Python sketch about when the native is coming at you with the sharpened piece of fruit, you will shoot him with your heavy machine gun and call in artillery support.
Wasn't it Blackadder who said that if they were armed with sharpened sticks, that was problematic, rather than sharpened fruit?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, these things rift off each other.
Yeah. It happens a lot. Chandlord Chandel, was decommissioning and scrapping the carrier Principe de Ostras a mistake, or should she have been replaced with something more capable than Juan Carlos? My more issue is the fact that the Spanish only built one Juan Carlos. Look, how do I put this? How do I put this? The design of the Juan Carlos is interesting, but the fact is, replacing the Principe de Austria isn't bad. They've only got one of them. When even the Australians build more of your class than you do, you're in trouble. When the Australians and the Turks have both built more of the class than you do, then you are looking slightly pretty bad. But there are all sorts of issues with the Spanish Navy and getting it proper funding. The Spanish, how do I put this? This is one of the reasons why I get worried every time someone says, but the Spanish build these great designs, and you look at them and go, they are functionally very interesting. They are also large boxes.
I mean, that's a design. It's a design aesthetic. It's called the IKEA warehouse.
It's also called that this was the design of vessels in Australia, which you were refusing to look at for claiming they hurt your eyes.
They did. I mean, they are the naval version of the Blackburn.
It's just
don't seem to have a cult.
No, it's just they do look like someone literally just built a block and said that'll do. Put a bow on the front and said that'll float. Honestly, when you see them being transported around the world as they're just a hull form, and then they're going to have the rest of it added on in Australia for the Canberra class ones, you do sit there and look at them and go, you're literally just a Lego cube. And I mean this in the nicest way.
I thought that was Stanflex.
No. Stanflex is cube in a good way. Stafford saying it worked for the Borg. Why not give it a go? No, just no. Joe Fredericks, why is the US incapable of funding defense infrastructure, i.e., runways act, in comparison to the People's Republic of China? I would say the US does fund quite a large chunk of defense infrastructure. It's just it doesn't need to build as much new stuff as the PRC does, and to an extent, the PRC's building new stuff is part of an employment program, as well as more necessary than for defensive needs. It's kind of like, why do they build empty cities? It employs a lot of people. And part of the social contract in China is a guaranteed job. Guaranteed employment is part of the social contract in China. Having spent the time I have over the years dealing with people who are far more involved in that particular government system than any of us who are outside it would be. There is a massive fear about what happens if that part of the social contract breaks down. There is a massive fear over that. It's an unspoken fear, but it's a very real fear of what happens if total employment breaks down. So, yeah. That's an issue which they're going to be wrestling with over the next 20, 30 years. Dragon, this is a question to you from Stafford. What are your thoughts on the resurrection of the ICA, and what other historical factions could be coming back in the near future? Did Dragon hear that, or is Dragon eating?
Dragon may be eating. I'm eating, but I'm happy being antisocial because it's just me at home.
That's okay. Well, I'll put a smiley face next to that question, and we'll get back to it when Dragon returns from hopefully consuming their dinner.
I'm working out if you can hear the crunchy crunch noises, or if it's being muted out.
Yeah, at a certain point, I might actually order some food because I haven't eaten anything really today. And I should probably eat some food at some point, especially considering how often I tell off Foxo for not eating. I'll probably wait till later though. When we get onto the thing of Timberborn and still answering questions, but with Timberborn playing, I can hide behind the game for a bit when I'm munching.
There's also a slight issue of there is probably a bit more spare you to
than spare Foxo.
Yeah.
Yes, that is true. And I have managed to drink so far today 4 pints of milk. I'm down to this much of my second bottle of Highland Spring water, which I'm just filling up with regular water. And 3/4 of the way through a 2-litre bottle of Iron Brew. So I'm drinking my calories today.
Enjoy.
Yeah, there's actually a surprisingly few calories in this. There are literally in 2 litres of this, there are, and I'm quoting this, less than 400 calories. Specifically, there is 476. And in the 4 pints of milk, or rather the 2.27 litres, there is about 800 calories. So that's about 1,200 calories.
So you need, what, another 4 litres of Iron Brew?
Probably.
To hit your 2,000 calories a day?
Yeah. I also had a can of I finished off a McDonald's Coke earlier as well, so you know. I'm probably well on my way to get my 2,000 calories a day. Chandlord Chandel. Pros and cons of the X62 class SSD from the point of view of international diplomacy and conflict management. Okay, Executor class. Well, I'm presuming you're referring to the Star Destroyer, hence you're touring into an SSD. I don't think anyone's called the things. It's a Super Star Destroyer, of course, hence SSD. Should not refer to it as just a Star Destroyer, otherwise Dragon would probably hurt me. On the pro side, it does have a lot of facilities and capabilities, and it is obviously massive, so when you turn up, everyone's going to know you're paying attention. On the con side, the Star Destroyers are probably big enough to already do that, and the real problem for the Empire is they don't have enough small ships. Not that they have too many big. They don't have enough big ships to do their presence.
I'm just having a look at the StarWars.fandom.com about it, which is saying that it is 19 kilometers long.
Yes.
And has a crew of over 250,000.
Yeah.
And can carry 38,000 troops.
Yeah, that always seems a bit strange to me. It only carries 38,000 troops, yet has a crew of over 250,000. Well, actually, nearly 300. Well, it's 280,000, so it's nearly 300,000. I'm
also just trying to think of all the niche jobs you get when you have 280,000 crew. I mean, just some of the roles that people will solely be doing, especially if you run it like a US ship seems to be done, where you're just trained as a single type of technician rather than other people. So it's like, yes, I am the person responsible for. I mean, it was.
You're going to have a whole department responsible, not just for the toilets, not just for the vending machines, for the toilets of the ship. Yeah. I could guess where you were going when you were talking about Rimmer. It was going to be the vending machine repairman. And only Rimmer could believe that a vending machine repairman could destroy their ship. Only Rimmer has that level of ego, of both ego and inferiority complex. But it's just, you start looking and going...
It's 285 meters wide. The bridge is 285 meters wide. You do not need a 285 meter wide bridge on a ship. That is not a bridge.
It contains its own shield generators, briefing rooms, and escape pods. Yeah, that's not a bridge. That's a conference center. That's the bridge structure. No, this is just absurd. $285 meters wide? No, you don't. Again, they've got the whole exposed bridge thing. You sit there and go, why? Also, in the nicest way, when you're the size they are, why are you building it like that with the sort of like a city on top of a ship? Why are you giving yourself so much extra, surface area to dissipate heat and lose things through? I suppose it can help with the radiating the heat from the engines, but yeah.
Just nothing about the design makes any sense.
No.
And I don't get what you're supposed to fight with it.
Joe Fredericks, what's the point of maintaining older anti-ship missiles like the Harpoon when we know they're as good as useless as an anti-ship role against a modern ship in anything other than saturation strike? A, first off, consider how many modern ships are actually around the world. B, consider how many modern ships actually have the kind of weapons which are going to take out the harpoon, and C, think about the cost and the sheer volume of harpoons you can produce. Again, saturation strikes are possible. So yeah, you sort of answered your own question, but I added a bit more to it.
That would basically be what I'd say. It's like, because you mean that the enemy has to invest, your opponent has to invest a certain amount in their ships.
Mm-hmm.
It's setting the threshold so that it's
You
must be this good to actually.
Yeah.
To...
Basically, if you've got harpoons, that means someone has to turn up with modern surface-to-air missiles and other systems to defend themselves. Otherwise, the harpoons could get through. So basically, you're pretty much saying, okay, we're not going to be bullied by the Irish Navy.
Hmm.
And I'm not saying that to take the piss out of the Irish Navy. It's literally because if you look at them, they are literally armed with guns. They have 76mm. They have the Otto Malera 76. They are very well armed. But okay, that means pretty much if you have harpoons, you're not going to be bullied by a navy like the Irish Navy. As good as they are, as well armed, as capable and trained as they are, they don't have the weaponry to take on that. And you basically say, look, in the nicest way, I'm not going to be bullied by Coast Guard. My naval ships aren't going to be bullied by Coast Guard vessels because I have this.
And also, how many super duper anti-missile missiles does your enemy have? How many super duper anti-ship missiles do you have? Because when you fired off, let's say, 12 advanced anti-ship missiles,
Mm-hmm.
and they've shot them down with 24 of theirs,
Mm-hmm.
there's a good chance that was their 24 missiles that could do that, and now a harpoon stands a better chance.
Oh, yeah.
And it'll still kill them. It's like having a bayonet.
Eventually it works. Santa Canary, what would the effective crew of a World War II ship do after battle in which the ship was not damaged and none got injured? If they're Royal Navy or any of those navies, probably crack open some alcohol. If they're US, probably get some ice cream. Usually there's food involved. And sleep. But if the ship's not damaged and no one's got injured, it's food and sleep. And some form of celebration. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what dish should I have for dinner tonight? The choices are 1A sirloin steak, medium, with seasoned chips and cheese filled with mushrooms. 2, T-bone steak, medium, with mashed potatoes and macaroni and cheese with bacon inside. And 3, medium steak with barbecue chicken breast and chili. There's an option when you've got something which has bacon and cheese. YouTube Minecraft, you have an option which has bacon and cheese. So you'd have steak, bacon, and cheese in the same meal.
Say B is...
You know.
B seems like the best. Yeah.
And okay, yes, you can have the steak with barbecue chicken breast and chili, but let's be honest, T-bone steak with mashed potatoes, macaroni, and cheese with bacon inside is probably going to be better. I'm not sure when we started answering these questions, but we feel we can answer these questions, because anything which has bacon and cheese in it trumps anything else.
Yeah.
Choice of the Kobe steak we had in Kobe, with bacon and cheese on the side, or without bacon and cheese on the side? I know which way you're going.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Fredericks, what are the possible reasons the Republic of China Navy has remained so small relative to the People's Liberation Army? Whilst I understand why they can't compete with them, China, their fleet is relatively very anemic. Because their purpose is to defend themselves in peacetime and provide peacetime security, and wartime to provide an offset capability. They know they can't, within the ranges they're operating, they can't maintain sea lines of communication. So they put their funding into other things, usually primarily their Air Force and their resiliency infrastructure. And no one has an infinite budget, so you have to make choices at certain points. I know you've asked that earlier, but I said I will. Basically, I'm going to save that question for when eventually my mum comes on the channel, because that's more her discussion than mine.
Is that the Jaeger Gewehr Mauser?
Yes.
I have no idea about it.
Joel Fredericks, what naval assets could Iran realistically produce or purchase from their allies partners? People's Republic of Korea, Russia, and the People's Republic of China, that could serve them in some way beyond propaganda. Oh, if they could get some of the Chinese destroyers, they'd be really, really lucky, because that would help them with their air defense and everything. At the moment, their problem is that they have no air defense bubble. They literally don't. As was recently shown in recent operations, their air defense bubble has basically been annihilated. Hello, watching from the bathroom. Thank you for following the channel, and I hope the throne is comfortable.
Are you in a Western Australia?
I presume it's the throne, or alternatively, it could be the soapy suds. In which case, I hope they're comfortable, because those are the only two places I can imagine watching from, and it seems more likely the throne. But yeah, basically, if the Iranians could get some Chinese destroyers, that would really help them. You have a heated bidet. Treat yourself. No, it's not a heated bidet I want. It's a Japanese toilet. Having spent a month in Japan, it's a Japanese toilet. Don't have to do anything.
Any of those buttons.
Uh-huh. You were out there and you didn't use any of the buttons.
Nope.
You didn't use any of the. You were out in Japan for a month and you didn't use any of the buttons.
Mm-hmm.
Did you say that?
Right.
Do you not use any of the buttons in the loos in Japan?
Apart from the flush, no, nothing.
Goodness gracious me! I experimented with them, and I'd say the heated seat was really comfortable. In some of the places we went, the heated seat was most acceptable.
There are things where I will experiment. Toilet is not one of them. I am open-minded, but not that open.
And mainly, I was thinking. I did the experiment. The other thing is thinking. So this means that when there is the next toilet paper shortage in the UK, driven by a media panic, I don't have to care because I have a toilet which does everything for me without needing toilet paper. So I don't at 3 a.m. in the morning have to charge out to the nearest superstore, which is open 24 hours a day, and wrestle with various 50-year-olds and 60-year-olds to get the last pack of toilet paper, and rugby scrum my way out of the store, paying for it as I go past, and getting to the car to get away while people whack on my doors going, "No!"
Yeah, pretty much.
That was Kiln Lane during COVID.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Struggling with food.
Joel Fredericks, assuming instead of the Falklands, the People's Revolution, the PRC marches into Hong Kong, can the Royal Navy retake it? Nope. In the nicest way, that is not a Royal Navy job. That is a, at that point, are the Americans going to get involved? Probably not. No one's going to do it.
What's that? People taking back Hong Kong if China takes it?
Yeah.
And, yeah, no, that's not going to happen.
Yep. Leslie's pointed out that the Prince Hotel, we didn't stay in the Prince Hotel, but they do have a manual for the loo in 12 languages. And I'm the first English student that's called it loo. Yeah. We have many words we can use for them. Now, Stafford, how far from Cornwall could I get driving for 19 hours? Or 1,130 kilometres, as that's what I did last Monday for work. And what stops should I make along the way to scratch my history itch? If you're driving from Cornwall and you're going for 19 hours, you can pretty much go up the entire west coast. And make it into Scotland. Let me just check.
If you're driving, you could probably do there and back.
Well, not sure. The roads have got a lot of roadworks on the moment. So if I was going from...
I was going to say, have you seen the A303?
Yeah.
No, but I have seen northeastern roads, and normally they're pretty bad. I heard the northwestern ones were better.
In terms of distance, Land's End to John O'Groats is a little bit longer than that, and that's if you don't go round Wales. It's 1,300 and something kilometres, but it should only take 15 hours and 13 minutes to drive if you go up the motorways, if you're not making any stops and you're not going anywhere cool. And currently, there are on that route, following that route, there are 21 warnings of roadwork delays. Also, you could do it on the train and buses, but that would take you quite a long time. Yeah, basically, in the UK, it's not so much the distances are great as that the roadworks are many. This is what I try and explain to people sometimes. I go, yeah, the distances aren't great. The roadworks are many. The roadworks are many. And if you want to go for add-on Wales, it takes long. But you get with 19 hours drive, you can pretty much go anywhere in the UK quite happily. Just don't expect to get there in 19 hours of driving. Because whilst it's 15 hours of driving, that's before you get any delays by the roadworks. And there are 21 roadwork notices. So, yeah, you're going to get delayed a lot. Thomas, I have a stockpile of stuff. It's just I also have, and nicest way, I'm the only boy in 40 cousins. Do you imagine the sheer amount of stockpile I would need to take out for the entire family? And the potholes are deep. Yes, the potholes are deep. Look, I'm not... In a nice way, no. The roadwork delays are where work is scheduled to be happening. If there's anyone actually working on it, that's not... In a nice way, the delays can be happening because the little cones, the Wogan cones will be set out. There'll be the signs up. There'll be the lights. The traffic management will be in place. But there may or may not be people working on it. Because remember, the traffic management has to be put in place before the work can begin. And it's in place till after work's over. And the traffic management is put in place by different companies than necessarily the company which is doing the work, because they're going to probably be hired as different parts of the tendering process and could well be different contractors, or even different parts in the same contractor, which won't talk to each other. So it can be very interesting. Okay? So, it's fun. And Dragon, now you've returned, we do have a question for you. From Stafford, what are your thoughts on the resurrection of the ICAA, and what other historical factions could be coming back in the near future?
Right, it was that one. So would this be 100%? I'm not actually sure what they mean by that.
I was presuming it was Azur Lane or something. The ICAA was being resurrected.
I mean, I'm not sure is the honest answer. I'd have to have a little bit more clarification. I was trying to figure that one out earlier.
Hmm. Or is it Star Wars? Would the ICA be something in Star Wars? I'm trying to remember.
Think of a faction that would work. No real idea.
Carrot 1151, just watching the scuttling of HMS Implacable. Do you think the RM was trolling the French by having her flying the tricolor? Yes.
The RN will always be trolling the French. If in doubt, just assume they are.
But in a nice way, it's even the best form of trolling, because it's saying, we're doing it in honour of you, but we're going to make sure the video shows it's the French flag sinking in the sea. But we're doing it in honour and recognition of you. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, can I re-ask some questions for Dr. Dan? You can.
Okay, apparently it stands for the Irish Civilian Army. That's more of a Foxo thing, I feel.
Yeah, that's more a Foxo.
Not sure where she's run off to.
Currently, isn't she tormenting Fleet on Ramblings?
No, that finished about 30 minutes ago.
Ah.
Well, we know she won't be getting food, so...
That's why I'm suspicious.
You never know, she might actually be getting food. She might have decided she's going to get a
does do it
Domino's.
on rare occasion.
She's going to get a Domino's or something delivered.
That's normally Fridays.
She might be doing a sneaky Monday Domino's. She might be like me. She might have got a voucher from last Friday from Domino's and me going, you know what, I might use that. Subway are doing a festive chocolate and orange cookie. I'm realising this because I'm actually looking at Subway now for my potential order later for my food, for me to have some actual food, because I have been sent messages by various members of my family who are listening to me live, apparently. So, hello to the cousins who are watching. That apparently that I have to have actual solid food today. I have been told I cannot just exist off liquid.
With that level of timing, I suspect she has been watching.
I'm not surprised.
That impression.
The fact that you happen to perfectly appear after we were talking about you, and then, you know...
It's either that or Foxo is kind of like... Foxo is like Beetlejuice.
No, try that one. Doesn't work, unfortunately.
Lots of people now saying hello to the cousins. Hello! Yes, the cousins are watching, as is, I think, my mum this evening. As said, she has said when eventually I get a decent couch in here that's suitable for her and a canine to sit and listen, she will come in and take part on a Sunday, and she's looking forward to discussing guns with Foxo. And crossbows as well, because, you know, it was very difficult for her to get into crossbows when she was younger because there weren't as many about when she was young. So she's slightly envious of you and your crossbow collection. So she'd love to have a conversation about those as well.
Fox's knowledge of firearms is impressive.
Yes. Yeah, so...
Let me just go cuddle my baby.
Which one?
Oh,
The Gnome Slayer 4000, or...?
No, not the rifle. The rifle's practical. The baby's the 280-pound crossbow I've got to put my entire back into, plus some.
yes!
That's not the Genoese one, is it? 'Cause
Oh, good lord.
Broy, wasn't it?
No, the Genoese one I need my brother's help to load.
Oh,
Yeah.
good lord. So many questions for guns for Mrs. Clarke. Nicest way, I'm fully expecting if brew ships, which my mother turns up to, and is with, if she's chatting away with Foxo, will turn into the gun brew ships, and all the rest of us will be surplus to requirements, as both of them are sitting there talking about crossbows, the various designs of crossbows, and the various designs of guns, and types of guns you can use, and all those things. And yes, generally, basically, the rest of us will be surplus to requirements.
The question is, do you go for a wire crossbow or a tweed crossbow?
I will leave that to my mum to debate with you because, you know, there are options. And it depends on the make. And I know enough about that from her discussion about it to know that it is a context question, not a simple answer question. Dan, are you also terrified of that potential future?
Yes. I'm also thinking that we may have to rename cruise ships to gunships.
Or brew gun. Or gun brew. Something. Anyway, Calvin goes back. Does the AGM-88 Harpoon have any electronic warfare capabilities?
I assume so.
It's been through many evolutions and updates, is all I'm going to say.
I would work on the assumption that it's a flexible enough platform.
And Stafford now saying, well, as Foxo's here, can we ask her question? Her the question on his question to her on the Irish civilian army and it's being reformed.
Oh.
Initially, Stafford asked it to me, and to be honest, I have no clue about that sort of thing.
What's an Irish civilian army?
Let's mean about an hour because I'm currently making food and washing up.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That implies
The Irish citizen.
The Irish Syria.
Yeah, the Irish citizen army. They were part of their formations in the
It's kind of like
independence
Iron
movement.
Guard, like reservists,
Yeah.
but more. I'll explain later.
Okay. Because I was thinking that when they're saying they're being reformed, I was sitting there going, really? But they were part of World War One era.
Yes, and they were permanently disbanded with Good Friday, which is something.
Yeah. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. How much would this change history if suddenly in 1901, through some convoluted process that is above the belt, and altogether might result in death, Kaiser Wilhelm II becomes both the Kaiser of Germany and the Tsar of Russia? I did answer this earlier, but I will let the rest of you get into this now.
So we're working on the assumption that that's happened.
Yes. The Kaiser Wilhelm is now Tsar of Russia as well as Kaiser of Germany, simultaneously.
And what year is it?
1901.
The Agadir crisis goes hot. Because it's the first international crisis I can think of that he's involved in, and now he's going to be even worse.
Potentially, but now he's also got to get the two Canadian empires to work together, and he's going to be trying to make it into one country, one union.
No, he doesn't need to try and get them to work together. Sorry, he can try to get them to work together, but it's not going to stop him from throwing his weight around, and the balance of power has now been sufficiently shifted that it's all going to go to heck in a handbasket.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, it depends. Is it what level of... Cause it's going to be a personal union. What level of union is it?
Well, that's the
Because
thing.
those can range from basically two separate nations, allied Spain and Austria, to Austria-Hungary.
Basically, he's got the full powers of the Tsar in Russia and the Kaiser in Germany. And he's going to be trying to bring the nations together into one nation, one monarchy. Is how I read it.
I mean, it probably means the Agadir crisis doesn't happen.
I was thinking it's going to take him a few years to sort out the internal stuff. It's going to make him very inward-looking.
Probably a couple of decades.
Oh, yeah.
Just because it's going to take about a decade to sort out succession laws.
And as Joel just pointed out, the Tsar is an even more powerful role than a position of Kaiser.
Actually, no, it's created a bigger issue.
Mm.
Under the succession laws of the Russian Empire, you have to be follow the Orthodox form of Christianity, be part of the Orthodox Church.
Yep.
Which means the Kaiser's converted to Orthodox, while he's ruling a largely Protestant Germany.
I believe it was it Charles the Fourth or Henry the Fourth in France who said Paris is worth a mass or two.
Yeah.
I do like that line. I think that was a very good line.
Yeah, and honestly, the thing is, that's going to give, to my mind, that gives the Kaiser a casus belli, which is to go for Constantinople and actually achieve that goal. And that's going to be really interesting. If the united Germany and Russia are heading for Constantinople, do the Austro-Hungarians get involved and back them up? Probably, because what's their other choice? Lose their biggest ally?
Well, also,
I'm thinking, what's the chance of, if he goes full Orthodox, claim the Tsar, claim they're going to be the Russian Tsar, how long does he keep control of Germany for? Because the Empire is very only just keeping its hands forcing down Republican movements already.
Mm-hmm.
And that might be how you get the early Republic. Frankly.
Well, maybe, but also you've got in Germany, he's got enough support and enough military power that he isn't going to get too many problems, and he can probably use his German military strength to help offset some of the issues in Russia. And the thing is, access to the Russian resources and the Russian manpower is going to be considered attractive enough by the German political class, and they're going to presume they're going to dominate this combined empire, that they're going to want to keep it, because it's suddenly given them all the resource and territory. And for the Russians, and especially their political class, it's going to give them a whole lot of investment into access to industry, all sorts of things. Imagine the railway they're going to build. They're going to have to build a railway which stretches from at least Berlin to Vladivostok. And, all sorts of things they're going to be building in terms of infrastructure to try and unify it and unify the territories. It might well be he adopts the Russian Orthodox religion. In return, they accept a lot of German ministers running Russia.
I mean, to be fair, from what I can tell, most of the Russian nobility seem to have spoken French.
Yeah. But quite a fair number of them spoke German as well. That was usually the minority group.
Yeah, but as in...
I'm just thinking, at this point, the British royals are closer to the succession of the Tsarist Russians then.
Yeah, but it said it's through some convoluted process that is above the belt, although together might result in death. So basically, let's be honest, if something happens in 1901 that kills off a lot of the adults population and Kaiser's left as adult, whilst the British would never put the Kaiser in as the monarch of the UK, it would be one of the children we put as acting monarch, and there'd be regents appointed to assist. There is a possibility that Tsarist Russia could end up going for someone who's an adult elsewhere, a la Spain's election process.
Also, but the other thing is that you might have the British, because they are the head of the Church of England, they can't convert to Orthodox.
Yeah.
Whereas the Germans, yes, they're a Protestant, but they do have a reasonably large Catholic minority in places like Bavaria.
And also they have quite a large area, and they also have Poland at this point, etc., pretty much on their power. So
Oh yeah, the Poles going to love this, aren't they?
Yeah.
If Germany and Russia aren't fighting, they're not going to be fighting in Poland.
Yeah.
By the sounds of it, it's just a war of Spanish succession, but a war over Russian succession. Because I doubt the European powers are going to let that union actually start getting its stuff together.
Well, the
And
trouble
Europe
is,
was perfectly willing to gang up on France to stop it. French doing it.
yes, but this is a later period, and let's be honest, who's going to want to fight this war at this point? Because the British are going to look at it and go, well, if Germany and Russia combine, whilst that long term that's going to be a problem, short term, they are now so massive, they're going to be concentrating entirely on internal issues.
On the other hand, that is a massive European hegemonic empire.
Yes, but it's a massive European hegemonic empire, which is the other side of France and the other side from Britain. And whilst, yes, they are still a threat in the North Sea, and let's be honest, Russia joining Germany does not exactly help them from a naval infrastructure perspective.
It does give them access to the Black Sea and pretty much the entire Baltic and the Pacific.
Yeah, it does give them pretty much the entire Baltic. It does give them the Pacific, but they need to build up infrastructure there. It means that the Germans, let's be honest, also nicest way, the more interesting likelihood you could end up with war is potentially if the Germans, if this new alliance continues the Russian operations in China, if they end up in the Russo-Japanese War of 1905. In this scenario, if Germany declares war as well, and they're still two separate powers, that two-power alliance automatically triggers the British involvement.
That probably also triggers the French involvement.
Hmm.
Because France ain't going to be allowed to be left out in that one.
Yeah.
And that also puts the Hungarians and Austrians in a really bad position.
Yes.
Yay! Everyone wants to join in the fun fight.
Because a Russo-German empire is an empire that could also press its claim on Austrian throne.
Yes.
The Austrians aren't going to.
Which is also something I talked about earlier, and they're going to go for Constantinople, so the Ottomans are going to want to get involved, for whatever use they are. So it's an interesting scenario of how big a war can you get, and how overstretched can your infrastructure and industry get?
Which the answer
They're
is
also going to shank in. Because the Russians have been taking their land.
And the Americans might even get in because the Kaiser could be interesting enough to try and go after getting Alaska back.
Hello, War of Spanish Succession. I didn't think you'd be back.
Yeah.
War of the Spanish Succession, but it wouldn't start until the Russo-Japanese War. And that would trigger it, because the Kaiser would believe that the British would not get involved, especially if they only have a young person on the throne, and would never go against him. And then they trigger it, and that automatically triggers the two-power alliance. And then the French would get involved to back up the British. So the German Navy could be out of place. And let's be honest, in 1905, the Kaiserliche Marine is not really in a good place, and that's not long before HMS Dreadnought comes into service, and Jackie Fisher is then the first Sea Lord, so goodness knows what happens. Carl Gasberg, I'm sure that the Russian-German Union will have internal issues. London will see to it. I'm not saying the British government will spend half their life making sure those internal issues are as big as possible, but yeah, they will be focusing on us. It will be interesting. Joel Fredericks, if you're the head of the People's Liberation Army, Navy, What type of changes could you realistically make to market, export, and expand China's role in the naval arms market? They're doing okay. There's a few people they're selling to, but basically the main trouble for China is that their equipment isn't getting enough publicly war tested. That gives Western powers quite a lot of advantage when it comes to arms sales. Anyone else make any suggestions for helping the People's Liberation Army Navy get better at selling equipment on the arms market?
Donate stuff to Ukraine.
Yeah, that would be one way of doing it.
The trouble is they tend to donate their stuff to the Russian side of Ukraine and sell it.
I think that's part of the problem. They're basically working against most, like, what they can maybe do stuff with perhaps India, Russia, North Korea, and a few other smaller nations.
Mm-hmm.
The issue is that Russia is perceived to be losing the war in Ukraine.
Yes.
If you're using Chinese equipment, that
You're-
means
You're on the
when
losing
Chinese
side.
equipment is bad, because if the
Yeah.
equipment wasn't bad, they wouldn't be losing.
Yeah, that's the reductionist argument. And sad enough, that's a very effective argument for salespeople to make.
And I think there's also the thing that their fishing fleets and things are not generating goodwill.
No.
To be honest, if they want to try and sell stuff, they would need a complete change of international policy. Because the constant pressing claims on areas is getting people annoyed. Their fishing fleets, their salvage fleets, supporting
Question is,
Russians, it's not great for international sales.
Yes, but and again, as Smile Flip-Flops, Uruguay buying two OPVs from China, that might be good for Uruguay, potentially, but that's not really necessarily the best impression for China, because the probability of those vessels ending up, if Uruguay keeps doing some of the issues they're doing, getting sunk by someone, dropping bombs on them, is probably quite high. And that's the problem.
we'll break it down into which market isn't cornered by someone else.
Yeah.
Because European markets are largely dominated by America, Europe, and Korea.
Yeah.
I know who they could sell to. The Turks.
The Turks are trying to build up their own,
Yes.
which is
Yes,
part of the issue.
but they might buy in a tranche of Chinese stuff to give themselves a boost.
Not really. They tend to try and buy stuff they want to copy and work from. This is why why some nations are now starting to refuse to sell to them. Whereas the trouble is a lot of perception, not the reality I'm saying this, but a lot of perception of the Chinese arms is that they are vaguely updated Russian equipment.
Yeah, I mean that's the problem. There's just the huge perception thing that they've been seen to follow the same if nothing else, they've followed the same development paths as the Russians for quite a long time, and the Russian stuff is not being shown in a good light.
Joe Fredericks, that's taking what we call a Swedish or Finnish approach. If you're suggesting the nation might be buying license-built Type 31s as well as building Type 52, buying some Type 52s from the Chinese. Yeah, that's basically that's a Swedish approach of you build some stuff yourself, you buy some stuff from the Russians, you buy some stuff from the Westerns, and you basically go, we're in the middle. And the Finns did the same thing.
I mean, part of the reason I see with China is the fact that a lot of their market for export that aren't trying to do it domestically is Africa.
Mm.
And despite a couple of the famous arms races like the Moroccan or Algerian arms race in North Africa, African nations don't tend to be buying the high ticket stuff.
No.
And that's where you really make money, as I understand it. Especially navally.
It's gonna be interesting. 9681. If the British built 10 Kents with 2 for Australia and New Zealand, 10 Londons with 2 for Australia, 10 Norfolks, 10 Surreys with 9 for South Africa, how many might be sold off post-war? No frigging clue, because what you've said is they suddenly built a whole load more counties. In the nicest way, they have built 55 counties. And how many survived World War II? What condition are the ones that survived World War II in? And how's that affected the international market? And also, if you've built that many cruisers, how's that affected other things the British have built? And what else do they need? What else do they need? Or what have they built? Have they not? If they've built those kind of cruisers, what else have they built in comparison to them? Have they still built the same amount of town class cruisers? Have they not? Are they going to use the counties, therefore, to fill the role which the towns step up into post World War II, or the Crown colonies? There is a huge amount of context there, which means you can't really answer the question of how many might be sold off post-war. That's basically a load of stats, and then you can't answer that. Chandlord Channel, you've got a two-parter, and I need to find a second part before I can answer it. Okay. No, I've got question 37, not the second part of question 38 come up. No, still not. So I will get back to that. I will put a smiley face by it, and when the second part of question 38 comes up, we'll get back to it. Joel Fredericks, how would you compare the relative strength of the Indian Navy to other major navies such as France and UK? Are they behind, equal, or even better in your opinion? Look, they have a lot of ships, and they are developing a lot of their own infrastructure in industry, which means at the moment they're suffering a huge amount of teething problems, which means I can't say they are equal. But I also wouldn't classify them as behind and definitely not ahead. Okay, they have nascent technologies which they're growing and industrial capacity they're developing. They're not there yet, but they're putting in the effort in infrastructure. So if someone sits here and goes, oh, they are terrible, then they're lying, because they're not recognizing what they are doing. But you also can't say, oh, they're great, they're amazing, because they're not. The Indian Navy has a lot of potential. They're developing lots of, but it's the traditional thing. And when you're going for indigenous development, it takes time to get it to work. It takes time to build up the infrastructure, build up the industry and the know-how, because there's only so much people are prepared to sell you. Because remember, if they sell you everything, then they don't get to sell you anything else. So you have to develop a lot of things yourself. And also, there's the questions of until you start building something and developing itself, you don't always necessarily know what questions to ask about the development. So the Indian Navy have potential. The Indians are developing stuff, but they're not there yet. But they've got potential. They've got some good stuff coming along. The BrahMos missile system project has had a lot of interesting stuff come out of it. And their submarine program is looking pretty interesting.
I think the big issue I would kind of see for them would be, I don't know how deployable they are.
To be honest, to an extent, they don't need to be. They're sitting in the middle of the Indian Ocean. Everyone realistically comes to them.
Yeah, and it's just that's kind of the thing with comparing with kind of, what's the right word, with
comparisons.
Kind of comparing someone like France or Britain, is they're building a navy for a totally different purpose on a completely different background.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be different.
Yeah, it is. And let's see. I should really change this camera's position. Sorry.
My general take on where India is up to is reasonably impressive. You know, it's because I've got a lot of Indian colleagues and things, and the impression I get is it is changing reasonably quickly.
Yeah, they are developing themselves reasonably efficiently, reasonably quickly, but they're not where they're going to be yet. So it's kind of cruel to judge them when they're in a period of development and transition. Carrot151, on the subject of food, when you eventually go to visit more ships around the world, will you try and review all the various derivations of the pasties that are a result of expat Cornish miners? So far I've been doing okay on doing that. I have been trying my best when I come come across them. I found something which was interestingly pasty-like in Japan. I can't say I was the biggest fan of it, but that might have been because it was full of vegetables rather than having meat in it. And I do think a country like Japan, which can produce such great quality meat, really should be doing more to sell it, to promote its meat, rather than trying to fob us off with vegetables.
Does a calzone count?
I believe it does, but I'm told by the Italians they claim it doesn't.
Because that was kind of my way of thinking of that the other day.
Yes, you had a when we had the dinner after the talk on last Thursday. Dan had a calzone. I merely ate my pizza with my hands because, frankly, everyone else was eating a pizza. Everyone was being very, very nice, very, very polite, and eating it with a knife and fork. And I was going, "Why are we eating pizza with a knife and fork?"
I mean, I normally do, but
why?
This is heresy of the highest order.
I must be a country bumpkin because I the nicest way where I do. I eat pizza with my hands. It's pizza. You cut up the slices. You fold the slice. You eat the pizza.
This is literally the intention. The crust is not necessarily for eating. Like, stuff like Cornish pasties, the crust on that was not meant for eating.
Yeah.
So my take on it is, if I'm having an Italian style, what I think of as an Italian style pizza, then I would probably have it with knife and fork. If I'm having the kind of deeper dish, more American style, then I'm more likely to use a Domino's or something. I'm more likely to use fingers. It doesn't make sense. Just to be clear, I'm not trying to claim that this is some sort of logical thing.
No,
at all.
I'm just sitting there going, looking around everyone going, It's one of those scenarios where you sit there and going, but am I doing something wrong? I'm supposed to be the guest here. I'm supposed to be setting an example because I just did the talk and you've taken me out to dinner. It's very nice of you all. Yeah. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what is the panel's opinion on a gun turret idea I had? I had the idea while imagining the hypothetical battlecruiser. That would have 4 turrets with 2 guns per turret. That would be 16.1 inch 50 cals. You can do it. It's not going to be bad. Honestly, its main issue is it's going to be more survivable in turrets are individually more survivable because if you knock out one turret, you're going to have less of an impact. Instead of knocking out a third of the firepower, you're going to knock out a quarter. So that means the firepower overall is more survivable, but you're also going to have less fire forward, and that's the main advantage of the triple turrets. You have more fire forward. Lions, I did not eat with knife and fork, thank you. That's good. I wasn't alone then. The idea is long-range gunnery. Yeah, long-range gunnery, the triple turret actually works out more efficient because you can do ranging fire with a single turret. Or so if necessary, you can do that because it will fire 3 shots. Chandler. Subjugating a system in the Question 37. What do you do and how much fun do you have? The ISDs are Mark 1s, by the way. Okay, so is that the continuation of question 38? Oh, I think so, because you go question 38, question 37. Okay, now that makes sense. Alright, so this is one definitely which Dragon will have fun with. You're put in charge of a formation of 8 ISD Mark 1s, 16 Vindicators and Strike Cruisers each, 6 flotillas of Architesses, and 12 flotillas of Tartan-class cruisers. You are tasked with subjugating a system in the mid-rim. What do you do, and how much fun do you have?
A system.
Yes, a single system.
This isn't even fair.
I don't think these kind of fights are supposed to be fair.
Right, well, you've got 16 Vindicators and Strike Cruisers. The fact you gave me Vindicators is evil. So, Vindicators, they actually have a Starfighter complement up to 72. We've got 8 of those. We can get a couple thousand Starfighters launched. That's scary. 6 flotillas Mark Quintons mean we're fine there. The Tartan Patrol Cruiser is an excellent scout and anti-aircraft asset, so... Realistically, we have so much firepower, a single system's not that hard to conquer.
I'm surprised you actually need to do any fighting. If you're turning
system and not sector.
If you're turning up with that much firepower, does the system even resist if they're being sensible?
If they're sensible, no, because systems are stupid enough to resist 1 ISD. You don't really resist 8 with 32 cruisers, and then, you know, a vast number of escort ships, because I said 6 flotillas of Arquintans and 12 flotillas of Tartans. That's a lot of ship.
That's enough ships you've basically made sure that no one is going to fight you. Because, let's be honest, in nice way, that's enough escorts that if the resistance tries to turn up with their fighter heavy force, you actually have enough escorts to make a fighter heavy force suffer.
More than just that. Make sure my numbers are definitely correct here. How many can you launch? 18. Not actually that many still. So yeah, we can launch over 2,000 starfighters.
Yeah.
Excluding the Arquintans.
And if the Arquintans are involved?
They usually carry it between 4 and 12 each, so it really depends on what size we're classing a flotilla as. Because in Star Wars, flotillas can be anything from 3 ships to 20 ships.
Let's go for a nice sort of middle figure of about 9.
Now, before people say Arquintans don't carry fighters, they do, you just don't really tend to see it. Just a second.
That's...
That gives us another 400 odd.
Yeah.
2.4k fighters.
Yeah, your fighter suites are going to be like, okay, we have 200 fighters patrolling this section. All right.
That's why I'm a little curious if they mean system or sector.
Yeah.
They say system.
They say system, so we go to question.
With this much firepower, you basically would lead on. You initially start with 1 Imperial. I'd probably start with one Imperial Star Destroyer escorted by a flotilla of Arquintans and Tartans with probably 4 Vindicators and 2 strike cruisers, and basically give them the chance to surrender. If they don't surrender, you then bring more ship in, and slowly increase the waves until they're now staring down 8 Star Destroyers, and whoever's probably in office is going to be very soon out of office.
Yes, because some people are going to have a survival instinct.
Yeah.
Second.
Or alternatively, you could just bring everything into orbit at once and go, so we've come to talk.
I'm about to say, Dragon Plan sounds like it's commanding the balloons in Balloons Tower Defense.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry, if you're being a proper Imperial commander, you have to have the appropriate level of flair.
Yes, but in this scenario, you've got overwhelming force. Just turn up and scare them into it.
Yeah, but I don't know if I would want to drop 8 ships in at once.
We'll drop 6 in at once. That's going to be enough.
Yeah, I'd probably do 4 and then, 8, probably the two squads of 16 cruisers.
Okay, you could drop 1 in, you check to make sure there's not like the Death Star pointed at point where you're jumping into. But it's safe you jump all of them in.
Nah, you don't send an ISD for that. You send in a cruiser for that. A cruiser squadron turns up first and checks the area, and then everything else turns up.
Well, to be fair, in particular, I actually use the Tartans. It's literally their job.
Yeah.
We have a flotilla of scout ships. We should use them.
Recon by fire, you know.
Yeah, recon by fire is great when you know the enemy's out there. Basically, you do recon by fire when we are surrounded. Yay! Targets free.
So the reason why, Joel, I won't immediately just jump in and smash the weak planetary defense forces, this is a mid-rim sector. And the mid-rim, while it's not stupidly wealthy, they do tend to have some decent amounts of money and influence. So you don't necessarily want to cause mass issues there.
Yes, you probably want to take it over for a reason. If you give this amount of force, you're being sent to take this place. And one of the reasons you might be given this amount of force is to take this place without any losses and destruction. Basically, without the need to destroy it. You want this place to fall without you having to do any fighting.
Therefore, you must make victory impossible.
Mm-hmm.
And not feed your ships in one at a time.
Yeah. You basically turn up and go, hello. See our force and nicest way. Basically, I would probably plop in the recon cruisers, check everything out, have them pop in, and then turn up with about 6 of my ISDs and everything else, and have my other 2 ISDs waiting just outside to pop in should I need them. Because let's be honest, half the escorts and 6 ISDs is enough to overawe most of that force. Or rather, 2/3 of the escorts, if I'm going to be safe, 2/3 of the escort forcing, and leave a third with the third with the ISD sitting out. So I've got enough force to pop in and go, "Hello, you thought we were enough? We really are now." But I've got enough things that I can just arrive and go, "Hello, we're here. We'd like to talk."
And you've got to reverse for the pursuit phase if anyone, say, rebel tries to run away.
Yeah. It's why you wouldn't drop them in one at a time, Fox. I agree. Nor would my strategy involve dropping in one at a time. You probably drop, if you're initially dropping in one with an escort force, to sit, basically try and convince them to surrender, and then then you start dropping, say, the next 2 in, then 4, and then finish with you, because that means you're then up to like 7 ISDs with 1 on standby. Because unless they've got large-scale planetary defense weapons, which also, where you're dropping in will be far enough, planetary defense weapons wouldn't be able to shoot back.
Yeah.
I'm more thinking of if there's a defensive fleet,
Even if there's a defensive fleet.
because dropping in
Back to
one's a target you could focus down, and then you've got a window to buck it or
Not
focus it down while you're bucking it.
If you remember, though, I also mentioned the cruiser fleet, and Vindicators are one of my personal favourite cruisers, because they are basically mini ISDs. They're described as ships you send to sectors when you don't want to send a full Star Destroyer. They
Imperial
are some of the
Staff
most-
Frigate?
Say again?
Imperial Staff Frigate or Imperial
Thankfully,
Staff...
in particular, they're described as a heavy cruiser, because they're 600 meters long.
I hate Star Wars in that sense.
Yeah, the Star Wars naming convention scheme is annoying. Though I was able to use it to my advantage earlier. Because yes, question of basically what if you could own a battle cruiser, both a real one and a science fiction one, basically. What evolved into which ones would you choose? And the science fiction one is for me is the Praetor 2, because it's my favorite ship in Star Wars, and by most definitions it's not a battle cruiser, but according to Star Wars it is. Because wonderful naming conventions.
Now, I think we've done that question. I think
This
we.
one's a bit more Potter's alley, I
Yeah.
think.
Let's assume this is Joel Fredericks. Let's assume the Qing wins against the French Navy in 1885. What's the possible reactions of the European defeat against an Asian power 20 years early? Probably the Royal Navy is sitting there looking at the French going, ha ha. But honestly, it's probably causing everyone to start looking at their training and their production and construction of ships and going to try and process the rules of why did the Qing win? Did the Qing win because of superior technology? Did the Qing win because of superior tactics? Did the Qing win because the French were so arrogantly stupid they got themselves killed? That's the main scenario.
You'll also probably see a lot of clandestine stuff.
Yeah.
Because thinking about it, if the Queen win, then you run into the issue of, okay, that means that someone as relatively high up in that government isn't corrupt as fuck. Sorry, hell.
Wording.
Isn't corrupt as hell. Which means that there's either going to be corruption to get rid of them, or corruption to minimize them.
Yeah.
Because so much of Europe's power over China at this point, before the Republic, is just, oh, we just paid off the local governor. So Beijing doesn't actually know what's happening in South China now, because the governor's in our pocket. Which if somehow lost that, that's scary.
It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting.
China was seen a lot like a wild animal. You can use it, but don't piss it off too much because it does have the mass to backhand you if it needs to.
Yes, very much do not annoy them.
And that's but the thing is, again, if the French are defeated, it's going to be. It's also a different thing. That defeating Russia in part is expected. Defeating the French, who in 1885 are still pretty much considered the second-ranked naval power in the world. They get defeated. Everyone's going to go, "Oh, frigate! What's happened?" Also, the French are going to have to send out in the nicest way. If the French lose a battle, they're going to have to send out a massive navy. they're going to have to get everything they can out to send out to go and fight that battle, the next battle.
Le deuxième.
Was it?
Why am I escadrille de Pacifique? Yes, my French really is that bad.
All sounds French to me.
This is why if we go and do ships in France and we're going to study the French ships at all, we're taking your mum, Dan, not you. Or rather, we will take you as well, but mainly to facilitate taking your mum.
So,
Yep.
wait, so
And
this happens in what? 1885. This is only like a decade and a half after the Franco-Prussian War.
Yeah.
So that's going to be their second sort of major loss
The French are probably going to have another
in 2
revolution
decades.
as well. There'll probably be another revolution.
Yeah, but that's not really news or hard to predict.
That's a resolution and an are you even a great power moment.
You lost to Germany. You've now lost
to China.
You've been defeated on the ground and at sea.
By powers,
This isn't really looking good for you.
By powers you considered less powerful than you. Yes, at this point, who starts carving up your empire? It's going to be the question of not a case of a list of who. It's going to be the short list is going to be who doesn't start carving up your empire. At this point, the Americans might try for the French territories rather than the Spanish territories.
Because depending on how badly it goes, I wonder what that means for the Third French Republic. Do we have to have a Fourth French Republic sooner than we thought?
Oh, that could be. Or alternatively, and we're talking about in this period.
French fascism.
Not fascism.
Because the early writings of the ideology that go on to become fascism have existed. Have been publicated by this point. Not publicated.
Let's see.
Published?
Published, that's it.
Isn't that around the time they did the anti-Semitism thing as well with oh god, I can't remember his name.
Yeah.
It's also quite possible that Louis Napoleon IV comes back. Hang on. No, did he die in 1879? He died in 1879. So his successor would be... Oh, good lord. Oh, that's a whole tough one. There's a whole debate over who takes over Napoleon. It's potentially it's Victor Napoleon. Potentially it's Victor Napoleon. Or alternatively it is Napoleon Jerome Bonaparte.
Oh well, they've always done so well with Jeromes in that family, haven't they?
Yeah, and he was the second son of the King of Westphalia. Probably it goes to Victor. In which case, yeah, you could end up with the French Empire returning. Fun times. The French Empire coming back.
Coming back for round 9.
Yeah.
I didn't hear no bell. But do you reckon that's enough to finally flatten France?
Who knows? In a nice way, the French have shown that they are surprisingly good at staying French, even if they do keep changing government with the flip of a coin. Stafford, at the tail end of World War II, the Soviets retake Constantinople, solidifying their hold on the Black Sea. So do they hold on to it to the current day, or is it lost to the rest of the Eastern Bloc of nations? It becomes kind of like Kaliningrad.
Can you say that again?
The tail end of World War II, the Soviets take Constantinople to solidify their hold on the Black Sea. Do they hold on to it to the current day, or is it lost to the rest of the Eastern Bloc nations when they collapse? In the nicest way, if Russia gets Constantinople, they will never give up Constantinople. It won't be handed over to a Soviet puppet state. It will be kept as part of the Russian territory. If you disagree with that, please say. But my thinking is that they will be suitably obsessed with that, and frankly,
Yeah, the other thing is I could see them doing what they kind of did. Well, what sort of happened in some places where they just did mass population movements.
oh, they would
So I
do.
can see them depopulating it of anyone vaguely sort of Turkish-ish in favour of people more favourable to their.
Oh yeah, there'll be a lot of people moved to Siberia.
Or Turkmenistan for anyone they think looks a bit Turkish. I mean, who knows?
Mm,
The main issue I see with it is the Soviet Union's attitude towards the Orthodox Church. So it might just get SSR as like an anti-church thing. That's what I'm thinking.
yes, it does, but there's also the fact that Constantinople has been the thing which has been aimed for by Russian Tsars for centuries. They never achieved it, whereas the Soviet Union has achieved it. And so my view is that they would trumpet this as showing the superiority of the Soviet system, because we've achieved the dream which the Tsars can never achieve. And let's be honest, this would happen while Stalin is still in power.
Yeah, which is entirely its own can of worms.
Yes. And he does love to present himself as the new Russia, the new world, as the most powerful leader they've ever had, and therefore taking Constantinople, achieving it, something which Peter the Great and none of these other people ever did. That's going to solidify him as the greatest leader of Russia all time, is going to be his main political mantra for that one.
Fair enough.
That'll be my theory.
It would have an interesting impact elsewhere, because Turkey were really good at staying neutral in World War II. And it would be interesting to see what that does to anyone trying to stay neutral in the early parts of the Cold War if they've ended up getting stuffed like that.
Yeah, it's probably going to have an effect on what the Swedes and the Finns do.
Yeah.
But the question is, what's the casus belli for going down? That's what it's going to depend on.
Well,
Like,
yeah.
if it's like an Iran situation where they were trying to stop aid going through the country and then leave, then I could see the British and the Soviets breaking open the Dardanelles.
Yeah.
But if it's just a Oh, we were just in the area, so we invaded them. You might get a Western aligned Mao.
I'm imagining more the latter.
Yeah, that seems to be more the scenario we're being given.
You might get a Western aligned communist China then.
That's an interesting scenario as well. It might be a socialist China rather than a communist China, if that makes sense.
Yeah, because, well, you already had the Sino-Soviet split.
Yeah.
And if that's kind of the connotations of the Soviets might randomly attack you, because they have with Turkey, and if, let's be real, if they've gone in on neutral Turkey when Yugoslavia does its thing, and Tito, they're going to go in on Yugoslavia.
That could be more painful for them because Tito is pretty popular.
Yeah.
And pretty capable as a leader. So Yugoslavia could turn out to be a very problematic place for them to go into.
Yeah, with the caveat of probably a lot more isolated Soviet Union.
Mm-hmm. Joel Fredericks, assuming India somehow goes free in 1920, what's the consequences for interwar Britain and the war later on? It depends if they go free as in they get a dominion status and they become independent that way, or if they go free by completely going disconnecting everything. If they become a dominion status, then you might actually you get an India which could be a very interesting ally in World War II and has probably built some sort of navy, etc., and more structured than that than it historically have. If your consequences are if you don't have it in the, if it goes free in 1920 though, so you don't have India around during the great crash and various other things, then you have other options. India wasn't really a source of industry for Britain. It was a source of basing and a source of personnel, but not really a source of industry for the empire. So whilst, yes, you've lost that potential army, there are other sources you could cultivate to develop that. It's going to depend on the literal sort of circumstance of what happens, if that makes sense.
If it's an India that goes fully free, it's probably India that descends into civil war.
Yes.
There's not, last I checked, there's not a small chance that India just shatters.
Yeah. If India goes completely free, it's potentially very quickly into a civil war because there are large sections of the Indian political class who are vying for absolute power. And yeah, it's in many ways it was opposition to Britain which kept them as united and working together as long as it did. Which is, yeah, kind of a disturbing thing to do. But there again, Britain usually played the factions off strong enough against each other. That's how Britain stayed in power in India. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if Admiral Fisher was brought for the present-day England? How would he fix the Royal Navy, and would he try to resurrect the battlecruiser? I don't think he'd try and resurrect the battlecruiser. If he was put in charge of the Royal Navy, Lord help the government, because him and Twitter would be a nightmare to deal with.
Sorry.
I mean, seriously, it would just be non-stop. And as for the person who does the, I think it's a lady who does the defense spokesperson role for the Chinese, and I think they're both ladies, for both the Chinese Navy and the North Korean Navy on Twitter. I think both of them would be getting atted so many times by Fisher, they would think they'd be changing their job to the Fisher Wrangler. Or to the Fisher spokesperson, combatant. They'd probably have to promote them up a few levels to deal with their actual to relate to their actual combat experience of online media combat. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what would each member of panel do if they suddenly found themselves owning a Typhoon-class nuclear submarine with submarine-launched ballistic missiles?
Well,
What would you do?
Bye, France. Goodbye. Goodbye, France.
Foxo, your war with the French is getting disturbing, but predictable. Carry on.
she is playing EU5 currently, so she's probably invading France.
Yes, I'm guessing that.
I'm invading Morocco. Get it right.
Anyway. This was the boring answer of just sell it, but if I could actually run it and somehow get it properly flagged and not banned from every single port in the world, because that's a big concern. Vessel.
Yeah. Hello, Hefish. Thank you for being subscribed for 7 months.
To be fair, if I could just actually basically buy a dock to put it on, it could probably make a pretty decent house.
Okay. What about you, Dan?
I'm thinking I'm probably going to try and sell it to the British government. If I'm honest.
Boring.
Yeah.
It is a sensible answer.
I have a mortgage. Of course, I'm giving a boring answer. I want to pay off my mortgage. And I can't.
Yes,
do that.
but you could destroy France.
France is too close.
The nuclear cloud might invalidate him. Remember, Dan lives in London, so the nuclear cloud might reach him.
Hey, bonus points, you get rid of London.
London's got some bits of value to it.
You are now living out the dream of every North.
I mean, I'd be tempted to use some bits of the north.
Look, in the nicest way, which part of the Midlands does Fleet come from again? Because we should probably make sure we hit that. Sheffield,
He doesn't.
yeah.
He comes from Sheffield.
Yeah, he's a
Which,
mid.
I'm sorry, you can't do anything to Sheffield that hasn't been done to them already.
I know, that's terrible.
Do you think
They're
you could play?
cursed with being from Sheffield.
Do you think you could play the 1812 Overture to ballistic missile detonations?
Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
Oh,
Probably.
Okay.
everyone else looking on in abject horror.
See, the thing is, if I had a Typhoon, because of the mortgage reasons, I'd be tempted to do a Dan, but honestly, I'd set up a bidding war between the various government, between the European Union, the British government, and the Americans, and see which would pay me the most.
The problem is I'm foolish and patriotic, so I probably would just sell it to the British.
Oh, I
But-
could try and.
The only reason I want to set up the bidding war is A, I want to make more money, and B, I don't want the British to cancel one of the Dreadnought class because they've bought one of these.
That's
so
fair.
that's why I'm trying to rig it against the British government.
See about selling it to the Aussies, maybe. Or there's an evil little bit of me that's tempted to try and offer it to the Israelis, provided Netanyahu steps down. But that's because I've got family out in Israel.
I'd be the Australians maybe, but then once they had it, they'd be complaining about having it.
Yes.
And as I've said before, one ballistic missile submarine is not a capability; it's a white elephant.
Yes.
Do you
and then
trust the
you'll probably
colonials with nuclear weapons? The Americans are bad enough.
Could offer it to the Japanese.
They could have fun with it.
I'll be
Offer it
allowed
to the
nuclear
offer
weapons.
it offer it to the Japanese Coast Guard.
A wild rune has appeared.
What are we giving the Japanese Coast Guard?
Nuclear weapons.
A Typhoon class nuclear submarine with full load of SLBMs.
Why?
Because apparently every panel member's been given one.
Yeah, and we can bestow it on whoever we wish.
What do you do? What do you do with it?
And I was thinking giving it to the most militant maritime force on Earth, the Japanese Coast Guard.
I might just be too neurodivergent to give this question a good answer.
We've had most of it, like 3 out of 4 before you joined, did basically say, sell it. I also gave an alternative option just because selling it is a bit boring, but...
I could turn it into a cruise ship, as the
You're
he
all
shippers
wrong.
talk about. I could turn it into a cruise ship.
You got all wrong.
I
The
know-
last France.
To be fair, I'm more likely to
Glass the BT head office?
yeah, but we'll leave that to one side. That would unfortunately involve glassing London, which would probably upset Dan.
It might also upset the British government if you're also planning on selling them the.
I might actually say it as part of the cost. If they want to buy it off me, they also have to get rid of BT. They also have to destroy BT as a company. I don't mind the BT people. I mean, I find the organization annoying.
Your tactics confuse and frighten me.
That's my usual methodology, Renan. Confusing and frightening you.
Yes.
Drax sets it on
Anyway,
fire
I'm here.
after I got. Give me a second. I'm just going to get my food.
How are you doing, Runon?
I'm running the clock out in the break trailer, waiting for a horde of vagrant electricians to come in and disrupt my calm.
I thought you were the vagrant electrician.
It's a nebulous concept.
I see. What's better than being in the bottom of a turbine hall?
Yes, I was in the top of the turbine hall today.
I see.
Wow, you actually
My
got the
boogers,
job.
my boogers are now black.
Cable running all over my.
Well, can't be. It's probably almost as bad as Dr. Clarke's, considering earlier he had like 2 lungs
Yeah, I have
full
Subway.
full of brick dust.
I won't eat. I won't touch it. I'll be good. I won't touch it till we are doing Timberborn, and I can cover up the eating.
No.
What's
No.
wrong, Foxo?
No.
Have you
What's
continued?
wrong?
So, Fox,
Continued.
My
have you had?
army is better than the Moroccans. They just keep human waving me.
Okay.
The Royal Navy can't feed infantry fast enough. But it's just
So Fox,
deliberately.
What have you had to eat today?
She did apparently. She did apparently go and make food earlier. Yes, you.
How much have we raised tonight? To so far, and we're still going for a few hours because we're raising this. This one's for one of the charity streams. We have so far raised about 30 quid, which is nice for charity. And for a Monday night, it's perfectly nice to have, and it's going to be an extra donation to them. What
Also,
is
someone
Timberborn?
tell Glenn he writes very good books.
Mhm.
It's where Dr. Clarke plays with about 300 beavers.
Yeah, I spend my time trying to keep a lot of beavers wet and happy. That's Timberborn. Stafford, did China not learn the right lesson from history, and is the Belt and Road the biggest folly of the 21st century so far, which will lead to a swift downfall from the international community? Not really. The Belt and Road is a load of disjointed infrastructure projects which they keep trying to join up and make actually happy and work together and keep going in multiple nations, and it's a never-ending pit of money at the moment. It's theoretically a very good thing, and in peacetime it certainly is, but in any conflict scenario it's not going to survive. It's them trying to go, we've got an alternative other than this going by sea. Okay? You've got an alternative. How much volume, trade by volume, can your alternative do? Yeah. Steve Clarke, total is £21.99 and €5. Yeah, I'm rounding it up to 30. I'm being nice at £30. I'm being nice to the lovely people at the National Maritime Museum. I'll try and make sure that it's okay for them. Maybe I'll get some advertising. And Foxo, yes, you do need to eat at certain points. I have got food. It's a useful thing to have. Yeah. I'm not able to start eating for at least another half hour because that's when we're due to start the Timberborn. And I can stick that up on screen while I'm munching so people don't have to see my cement mixer going around. I will try and eat I will always eat my mouth closed, but there's the point of the actual opening the mouth to take the food in that some people do find disturbing when I do it. I'll continue answering questions though. It's just the questions will probably be shrunk in space so you have the Timberborn up display. Okay, YouTube Minecraft Watcher. If I was to create an energy weapon character for FNV, should I name him after Nikola Tesla? Does anyone here know what FNV is?
Fallout New Vegas?
Fallout New Vegas?
Is what jumps to mind?
Yeah, that does fit with FNV. Yeah, go on for Tesla. It's fun. Thank you, Seneca Nero. New Vegas. Yuki's here. Hello, Yuki.
I don't get how you can drive an overpriced sports car in the apocalypse, but okay.
Some
Wrong
men
Tesla.
that over each other.
Mm-hmm.
So that is the Tesla cannon.
Okay.
Pretty sure that's still in New Vegas. You're the new expert. You're the New Vegas expert here, Foxo.
That's how you give me a cursed idea. You know how you have the fat man?
Yeah.
No, you can make you can make a low, and if people want to make their own their own donations to the charity, there is a link below to go to the charity. You know, and also all I'll do is upload it when all the money comes in at the end of the month, and I will put all the money we go through the various charities, and I'll put the receipts up on the system so that people know that it's been put into them.
Okay. Does anyone here in the chat remember that Persia advert from the 90s, where they catapulted a hatchback Peugeot off their nuclear carrier at the time?
Yes. Only
Yeah.
because it came up in like Top Gear, which I'm pretty sure is the only reason you know it.
Miniaturized for a shoulder-fired weapon, Batman style, that
That
just shoots explosive Tesla.
Tesla cars. Oh no. That's
Okay.
probably a mod.
YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if the panel was dropped in Star Wars 1 year before the Clone Wars? Would you try to stop it or steal things for personal use?
Oh. That's a treason decision. Thief or hero? Which one is it? I could collect a lot of cool stuff.
Okay, so I have been raided by a pack of vagrant electricians. What's the question?
You're dropped in Star Wars 1 year before Clone Wars. What do you do? Do you try and stop things or steal stuff? Or do other things?
I could notionally shoot Palpatine.
Notionally, yes, you could try.
Could try. Could take my own.
I'm just saying. No,
Or alternatively, I could get control of my own Venator when they're producing so many, and I could set myself up as a dictator on the Outer Rim.
Yeah.
A benevolent dictator.
I think the 20 Mike would probably do pretty well against Palpatine, and he's going to have the lowest level of security he's ever going to have.
He is also still a Sith Lord.
Yes, but 20 Mike goes a long way against Jedi.
Not really.
To be fair, you're all being very, very nice, and I would just, in the nicest way, if I'm a year before the Clone Wars, I know where he's going to be, roughly when he's going to when it's going to happen, and I will go and put explosives in those places.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
Arasaka Tower it.
yeah, pretty much.
But if you're gonna Arasaka Tower it, you have to Arasaka Tower it properly.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
And that's why you need some of the cybernetic arm and a nuclear weapon.
Jesus
And a
Christ.
cool and a cool synth wave and cello combat mix.
You just like synthwave.
Why are you like this, fuck? So
And that person that does it has to hate corporations.
Why? Anyway.
or I could just disable the anti-grav of
Yeah.
any landing point he lands on and have it plummet back to the planet's actual surface.
Yeah. Princess Schneider, do
mean-
you? This is AK Yuki. Do you think if the Admiralty in 1869 helped with the construction of HMS Captain and found the problems of the weight of the materials that caused her low floating, do you think she would have been as successful as HMS Monarch? Probably not, and I think that I've had some interesting discussions recently about HMS Captain, and when Drac gets back, I'm going to try to organise a special version of two historians with actually three historians aboard, because there's someone who had a very interesting idea and hypothesis for HMS Captain, which I thought Drac would like to discuss at the dinner last Thursday, so it'll be interesting to see.
Where has the Drac Minister gone to now?
He's currently in America learning how to drive a Liberty ship.
The friendly sea mine's going to kill him.
He's doing it
He
with
just got back from Japan.
Ryan Shematsky. They're out there together doing it,
And
learning how to drive the engines of a Liberty ship.
and
It's
I'm not
apparently-
saying whether or not it was worth it. I'm just saying the friendly sea mine is going to kill him.
Yes. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if during the Franco-Prussian War, Spain decided to invade from the southern border in a joint invasion?
France loses harder?
France does lose harder, yes, but also that could actually be that could have an interesting effect on Spain. Because if they are that part of the Franco-Prussian War, then they also get some of the proceeds from the Franco-Prussian War. And there are going to be a lot of proceeds from that.
Remind me, Franco-Prussian War, has Italy unified at that point or not?
Yes.
I forget. They're more likely to wade in and try and take some of south, that bit of south, the kind of around
Savoy?
yeah, they're going to take that as much as almost more than the Spanish would, because the Spanish borders mountains and Basques and things, both of which are fairly hostile places to do military operations.
It is going to be possible intervention for French Morocco and French Algeria, possibly French Tunisia
Mm.
and French Guyana.
That's
Because this is after the Spanish Rift, and Spain has long since been semi-colonizing Morocco at this point,
Yeah.
and the French are actively getting involved where Spain really doesn't want them.
Spain probably pushing the French out of North Africa, basically.
Because, as far as I'm aware, French support the Moroccans basically brought up a whole shit ton of national trauma when it came to the Barbary states, remember correctly,
Yeah.
which were not a nice thing for Spain.
No. Nice everyone. So if India breaks away and descends into civil war, wouldn't the League of Nations not tell the British to intervene? No. The League of Nations is not that kind of organization.
Who descended into civil war?
If India breaks away in 1920s, and as we talked about, the main problem you're going to have is the fact that a lot of the factions in India are pretty. The only thing that unifies them is that they don't like the British, and they want the British out of India. And if they get rid of the British in the 1920s, there is a possibility that you don't even get Pakistan and India out of the Raj. You get a whole breakup of multiple different little countries.
Well, you've got the you're not going to have the same level of coordination to take down the princely states, particularly the big ones.
Yeah, but that's the trouble. The princely states are going to be defending themselves.
Mm.
Especially stuff like the Sultanate of Mysore.
Yeah.
Who had his own private army at this point.
Oh yeah, quite a lot of them did.
Yeah.
And
the thing
is
is,
arguably him staying loyal to the British is arguably how the British are able to transition the Raj into the Raj away from the East India Company.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah.
It gets messy.
Small but stiff. That's what my non-existent friend said about me.
What?
All right. Stafford. The RN has taken over by the Old Guard and releases the T-83 concept with two 12-inch and three 6-inch gun turrets. 95 to 115 VLS, 6 close-in weapon systems and a hangar aft that could hold 4 Halos, 2 F-35. How does the world react? Mostly they're wondering what's happened and how many times they got hit on the head. If you've got a ship large enough to have those sort of capabilities and those sort of turrets on it, then you should probably be carrying a lot more VLS than that. And honestly, why would you want to take F-35? Why can you only fit 2 F-35s in a hangar which can hold 4 Halos? 4 helicopters? Because I don't know if you've looked at them, but the size difference between a Merlin and an F-35 is... Well, I think the Merlin might actually take up more space.
If nothing else, the Merlin's wingspan goes in all 4 directions.
When it's fully deployed, yes. So yeah, I don't think I think that's a very interesting idea, but it's the kind of one of no. You need to basically double to triple the amount of VLS to justify something with 12-inch guns, and you've got 3 6-inch gun turrets. Yeah, that's fine, but you'd also have probably a whole load of 3-inch as well as, and in the nicest way, you're more likely to have some 3-inch as well as the SEAT close-in weapon system, because you probably want 4 SEAT close-in weapon systems and 4 3-inch guns, so you could basically cover the whole ship in double fire. And then you got the 6-inch gun turrets. Great. Where are they going? Are they twins or are they singles? Same with the 12-inch guns. If you've got a twin 12-inch turret forward, that's great, but you then also have 3 twin 6-inch gun turrets. Okay, so 2 sitting on the wings, 2 sitting forward, and 1 sitting forward. That's fine. And there are things you can do, but you need to sort of. It's a point of you'd have to work through that design quite heavily to make it actually work. What is Senator Canary, what is the worst media representation of naval warfare you have witnessed?
Have you seen the film Battleship?
Battleship's not particularly bad.
Oh no, there are worse.
Right, yeah.
Because Battleship just doesn't take itself seriously.
No.
True. But there's definite issues there.
Yeah. But issues come from them not taking themselves seriously, which is respectable.
In Ship Design, there's The Day After Tomorrow, which is particularly intriguing.
Oh, that's a flash freezing one, isn't it?
Yeah. And then there's the...
What exactly?
Is it The Edge of Tomorrow, which is Tom Cruise's
Yes.
one, which naval
Groundhog
warfare
Day.
is just Groundhog Day with aliens. There's lots of bad, and of course there is also, without a doubt, there's this movie called Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, I saw that one coming.
Yeah,
Saw it coming.
don't get me started on. Chandler.
Are you saying that is not a shot-for-shot direct replica of actual events on December 7th?
No. Chandler, is the program present historically published at any point? Yes, it's going to be published tomorrow. Didn't publish it today, mainly because, how do I put this politely? There were issues.
Oh, that reminds me.
It-
Is the pork from Kings released?
It should have been. Seneca Nero. Would people open gun ports in a calm sea to get better ventilation in the Age of Sail? No. No is the answer. Especially not lower deck ones.
You don't be wanting none of that fresh air. That stuff be dangerous.
To
You want
be
no
fair,
smoke.
in a nice way for ventilation, you tend to have the whole cross-hatched decks the whole way up, so you have quite a lot of air going up and down.
And they'd rig kind of things to waft the air down from up above.
Joel Fredericks, what's the export potential of the J-35 in your opinion beyond Pakistan as both a land-based and carrier-based aircraft? Well, there aren't that many carriers around the world that are and how to put this, carriers which are both designed for that a stow bar. There's a limited number of carriers which are that in configuration, and B, who are not buying the F-35 or operating something else which operates on a stow bar configuration. So the J-35, that's an interesting design, but I doubt it's going to get many places, as its main unique selling point is that it's, okay, yes, it is, if I'm not mistaken, it is Stovall as well as stow bar configurable, but the trouble is in Stovall, it's in a competition with mostly carriers which are, it's catapult launch bar. It's a stow bar certified aircraft. It's not. I don't think it's a Stovall one. I'm just checking. I thought it did have a Stovall section capability, but I'm just checking the results.
Sorry, my brain. Which aircraft is it?
The J-35, the Chinese aircraft.
Are we talking about what they claim or what we think it might actually do?
It's an interesting one. I think it's stow bar. Not. I think it's been claimed in the past it's Stovall, but there's no actual independent verification of that. It's certainly catabar and stow bar, but there's no independent verification that it's Stovall. So short takeoff, vertical landing, without some assistance. So that means that you can start looking at well, catabar carriers, who's operating them? France and America. Are they going to buy the J-35? No. What about in stow bar configuration? Who operates those? That's India, China, and Russia. India's bought a load of Russian aircraft. Russia's not going to buy Chinese aircraft. So, land-based, it might have options. Land-based, there's potentially some buyers. But, again, do you need something of the J-35's capability in Africa? And expense? No. So it's got capabilities, but I just don't think at the moment there is a market. I don't think there's anyone who's who's got the market to buy it. Chandler, for Foxo, what is your preferred faction to side with in Fallout New Vegas, and what are your opinions on Mr. Robert Edward House?
Uh-oh.
And this is the question which sees me cancelled as a channel.
It's very fond when it comes to Fallout New Vegas of the "don't step on me" ideology for New Vegas, aka it's all mine.
And your opinions on Mr. House?
So don't
My
step
opinion
on
on
me.
Mr. House, he's squatting on my new house, and I don't like squatters.
Sorry, go on, Ronan.
So don't step on me while I'm stepping all over you,
Basically,
is what I'm hearing.
basically
Okay, so
libertarian.
Yeah, pretty much. So you're siding with yes, man.
Yes. Because I can lead New Vegas. House can't. The NCR can't. The Legion can't. I am a good decision maker and will be the philosopher queen.
Okay.
You also
Next
realize
let's move on quickly.
you also do realize that you have a fairly significant traumatic brain injury, right?
It's 9 mil. What's that
Look,
going to do?
good politician has a little bit of brain damage.
Do not take RFK as an example for others to follow.
Okay.
No, I'm more talking about people like Winston Churchill and Oliver Cromwell. Brilliant politicians with a bit of brain damage.
Yeah.
Henry
Yes, I think it is indeed time to move.
Karen
swiftly onward.
1151. I know it's a while since you did a deep dive on a ship, but do you think the launch tubes of the Galactica would have been used to launch KKVs?
Please?
Kinetic killer vehicles.
Somewhere.
Potentially they could be, but I'm not sure if they actually had had those systems in service. Because I think they could be modified to launch them.
No, because those tubes are explicitly designed to launch Vipers. We know they can't even launch Raptors, as I recall.
Oh yes, but you
So
could design
you need
you could design a kinetic kill vehicle that could go through them, or if necessary, you could launch a Viper as a kinetic kill vehicle.
At that point, though, don't you just use the torpedo and missile tubes?
You probably would do, but it's a question of could you do it, not would it. Could it have been used, not whether it should be. If it was should, if the question is should it have been used, the answer is no. Under no circumstances, you've got better systems to do it. But the answer is yes.
The problem with kinetic kill vehicles with that rate of fire is that they are either only useful against targets in fixed orbits or very, very stupid formations. Because you have to know where the enemy is going to be when your projectile gets to the enemy.
Yeah.
And ships have this annoying thing where they move.
Basically, which is why I find the devastation of various fleets in the Expanse quite disturbing. Because they seem to be doing such a predictable thing that they can launch long-range kills.
The Expanse is just very weird in general, I find, for all of it.
Although it makes slightly more sense in the Expanse because it's so much like the tech level there. You don't have reactionless drives. You don't have infinite fuel. You're still using reaction mass to turn, so you're going to be limited in your maneuvers because you don't want to burn up all your reaction mass too early.
Yeah.
Also, if you're running dark to avoid showing up on people's sensors, the KKV doesn't have much you can detect.
No.
So
Uh,
would be why.
yes. It depends on the launching mechanism.
We
If you're
might see
doing
it launch, but
something,
you wouldn't know where it's going exactly
No.
and be able to track it easily.
yes, and it's not going to be able to change its course though. So as long as you have at least 2 data points, you can get a fairly tight probability cone of where that projectile is going to be.
And it also does that. You've detected a launcher projectile. It should be almost first instinct to move,
Yes.
especially if it's not got any signature behind it.
That
Because
was actually my thought as well. It's like, well, as soon as you see one, just don't be where you were.
Or where you was going to be.
Yeah.
it's sort of like a game of submarine, where you don't know where the submarine is, but you know where that last ping came from.
Or the
So
game
there's
of
a submarine
Battleship versus
area.
one of my cousins who keeps moving her ships.
Yeah.
And doesn't think I realise this.
Oh, listen, I'm not. She's out of line. But how wrong is she?
In the nicest way, that it's the way she's been doing it shamelessly for the past 30 years, and she thinks I don't know. And she hasn't yet realised the fact that every Christmas when we're doing it, and I will say this because I've said it to her face and she still doesn't believe me, I timed the game of Battleship to avoid her peeking in the oven and disturbing the turkey while it's cooking.
Sorry.
Every
So
year.
you both have a.
Because otherwise she will open the turkey up every 10 minutes to check if it's cooked.
That is not ideal for achieving a cooked turkey.
Not on Christmas Day. Joe Frederick, Franco is given 7 battleships, 2 carriers, alongside 18 cruisers and 70 destroyers in 1940. What can or would he do with such a fleet?
Very much depends on the ships.
Yeah, it depends on what battleships he's given, what carriers he's given, and who've given them to him, and why. But if he's got them, probably stays neutral.
7 and 2. Yeah, 7 and 2 is a very awkward number.
Yeah.
Like 6 and 3 would be better.
That would work out quite well. Or 7 and 4, so you can put 3 battle groups together and you can have a battleship and a carrier in maintenance and refit.
Yeah, or just have a. I think if he does get this force in 1940, there's going to be a very strong Royal Navy battle group deployed to say you're staying neutral, right?
Because if
Right.
you just got these ships in 1940, you don't have the crews from them. You can't do anything with them. It's going to be years
I
before
also
you can actually
question
use
whether
them.
But the Royal Navy does have to deploy a specialised force to deal with them. It's called Force H.
Yeah, but a nice way, Force H is going to have to be bumped up in strength for dealing with this lot. And also, then there's going to be the infrastructure issues of where in the frigate is he going to send them to be actually maintained or actually sort of be able to dry dock them.
Yeah, does he have enough fuel bunkers to actually keep them running for any notable length of time?
Well, Spain
Because
is neutral because technically they can buy fuel from everyone, including the United States. So technically they could be okay.
Yes, but as you've said multiple times, the British government really likes to just pay over the going rate for fuel so that the people they don't want it to have fuel have a hard time getting fuel.
Yeah, the nicest way. The British government is the British government's methodologies of economic blockade include sticking ships in the way, but also include sticking people with checkbooks in the way.
Yes, see Czech armor manufacturers in 1938.
Mm-hmm.
When suddenly they were booked out for months and months in advance.
Yes. Just when the Germans
Their
really
entire
need them.
of an entire country, just no longer available, and not a single shot was fired.
YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if during the Second Boer War the French, Russians, and Germans got involved? remember it being mentioned by someone that France offered Germany and Russia alliance to go to war with England. It was looked at by them, but unfortunately during the Second Boer War, they didn't actually have a Scooby chance of doing it. If they got involved, then the Royal Navy was sufficiently large, it was going to be an interesting time. And mostly the time they were dealing with was the phrases coming from a certain guy called Jackie Fisher. Because the Second Boer War, if I remember correctly, coincided with him being in charge of the Mediterranean.
Oh, they'd have fun.
Oops.
Wasn't it? Wasn't he in charge of the Mediterranean? Yes, he was in charge of the Mediterranean fleet at that point. 1899 to 1902, yes. And the Second Boer War takes place October 1899 to May 1902. Yeah, so he was in charge of the Mediterranean fleet. So just cry for the French at that point. Because that means there's no the Russians aren't getting a fleet coming out of the Black Sea is not going to be able to stop him hammering into the French, and the French fleet in 1902 is not very good. And that's me being polite. The French fleet in 1902 is still very much in the recovery from the Junicole phase of life.
Some would
Well,
argue
you
that
lied
even
to
to this
me.
day,
This is the period where they
No.
considered Hoche a viable combatant.
Fleet said, I don't believe you. Fleet said the French Navy this period had largely recovered and wasn't that bad anymore.
Uh-huh.
Be also the fleet law, or rule of fleet.
In nicest way, Stephen S. Roberts would not agree with you, and not agree with Fleet's assessment there, and he wrote an entire book called French Warships in the Age of Steam, 1815 to 1914, to argue his case. And this book is otherwise known as every time Fleet decides to talk about the French Navy in this period, I open up this book and commence the Fleet torture. You too can purchase this torture device for £50 recommended retail price, currently lower on Amazon.
Is it more or less fun than just hitting him with the large heavy book?
I did offer to buy him a copy, but he said he didn't need it, he had other sources.
It would shatter
You know,
his hopes
the
and
mo-
dreams and things. I
you know, the more I hear, the more I just think that when we get done with this large cable replacement, I need to take 2 weeks off and spend a week of that in the UK, just so I can meet some of you people.
Spend like
Possibly meet with the fuzzy stick.
spend like 10, 11 days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise the flights just aren't worth it.
And
Stevgar. Oh, okay,
quite
Stafford.
a few of us, we can probably put you up for at least some of it.
Yeah.
So
I can
that'll save them.
I can recommend Hotel Friedman. It comes with iron brew and chocolates.
He wanted a mint on his pillow. The only thing I could find was a large mint aero. But
Yay! I was happy.
Good enough.
What can I say? I need the 5-star review on Google.
Late 1930s, Bentley or Rolls-Royce touring cars only. Also, thoughts on 2018 Bentley Continental for 65,000 Canadian dollars that a Dodge dealer is selling.
So you're my go-to car girl.
Look,
What's the model?
well, look, Stafford is considering buying a 65,000 Canadian dollar 2018 Bentley Continental that's being sold by a Dodge dealership.
What was the reason for that no, Foxo?
The running costs are going to be pretty obscene.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. just the Continental or the GT?
It's just the Continental, not a Continental GT, I'm presuming. Because he hasn't put
It's in
GT.
a Dodge. Which means it's probably second hand.
Yes.
No, I would not touch that thing.
No, that was going to be my answer. And
There is something wrong with that.
yeah, and also it's a late 1930s Bentley or Rolls-Royce touring car. Which one would you want? A Bentley or Rolls-Royce in late 1930s touring car? I would probably in the late 1930s go for the Bentley because it's got an actually working suspension for the period. So it's not going to do your back end.
No, it's going to do your back end because it's a working suspension for the period.
No, it's not going to do
Yeah.
your back in. It's going to crack your pelvis, not your back, in that particular car.
To be fair, working suspension for the period is better than no suspension at all.
It basically is no suspension, but it would have to be the Rolls Royce for me.
Okay, wait. I'm
Because
sorry.
we're in the age of the Rolls Royce, what I nicknamed the Ridgebacks. So the big, beefy, naturally aspirated, sound like the legions of hell, V12, massive front end Bentleys. So Rolls Royces.
And
The ones that have, as far as I'm aware, the only line of naturally aspirated, low RPM, massive but shallow cylinder V16s.
So I do feel obligated to point something out that possibly because nobody said it, or possibly because I was transiting the turbine hall, I didn't hear. Flaw to Stafford's plan to buy a Bentley. One, you're buying a British car, which already have problems with electrics. Two, you're buying a British car sold by a Stellantis dealer, which is just going to put Stellantis' bad electrics juju on that car.
I would like to point out that the Bentley Continentals were kind of German-made, British-styled.
Three, why are you buying a used Bentley from a Dodge dealer in Canada? That thing is going to rust out in like 6 months.
That's a check.
I can think of so
cold,
many-
not wet.
No, Canada puts rock salt on their roads like it was going out of style because, the
So it's the same
snow.
It's the same thing that happens in the UK.
Yes.
Yeah.
But the thing is, we don't do it to our roads quite as much as Canada does, because Canada has more of what that stuff called, snow.
Yeah. See, I went to Canada in, when was that? June. The roads were still white from the salt.
Mhm.
Usually by that point in the lower 48, they have reverted back to black or a very dark gray. That car's going to be a rust. I could think, and also too, I'm looking at buying a new car that will cost me less than $65,000.
Okay,
That
so
will be
I'm on
new.
the American equivalent to Auto Trader. I'm finding that period of classic, that age of Bentley Continental, assuming middle of the line trim, is 70 to 80 grand
Is that pounds or dollars?
dollars. So we're going
Oops.
for 60.
Yeah, something.
Yeah. There probably is something wrong with it. And that. And before anyone wonders what I'm doing, I'm just setting up the Discord
I
section.
fear the
First
silence
time.
means that I have been terminated.
No, the silence. There was not silence.
No?
I was just
Okay.
I was just getting everything working because I started the Timberborn in the background.
Yeah, okay.
I'm
Going to be
I'm-
playing with your beavers.
Yeah, I'm just starting
All
to.
200 of
But because that don't take this wrong way. That allows me to eat my food, which is in front of me.
tasty. I walked out of the canteen with a bottle of root beer and 2 not as good as they were when I was growing up chocolate chip cookies.
That's sad. That is sad.
Yes.
Slightly depressing.
Yes, well, I'm now going to drive down to my plastic crack dealer where I'm going to spend far too much money on a new cell phone because I have now just about
Why are you buying
Fractalized.
Why are you buying a phone from Warhammer?
Yeah.
because the
Why?
hell happened? Sorry. What is that scuff about on my car? Anyway, I'm not getting it from my friendly local game store. I am getting it from the Verizon store, which is near my friendly local game store.
Okay.
We're going to stop by their game store and buy a large amount of Warhammer.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Tau box and the Votan box and going, ooh,
Mm-hmm.
What about the
Foul play
Battlefield one?
detected, opinion ignored.
Oh, good lord.
what's the question? What's the statement there, Fox?
Okay.
Foul play detected, opinion ignored.
Already
Administering electrical shock.
Will you stop torturing the poor old
Foxo
girls,
just wish-
Foxo?
Did Foxo just wish that I died of electric shock?
No.
No, she was, no. she was-
Administering.
No, she was going to give you an electric shock.
I,
Didn't state
Oh, you realize
how
I'm-
powerful.
I think
You
she was
realize I'm
trying.
immune to anything under 208, right?
I think she was trying for something like, shock therapy. Anyway, next question. What if Germany and her colonies in 1914, before the First World War, were teleported to 1649? How would it affect Europe?
Europe would die
Yeah, that's
of disease.
Germany would die from disease, as would Europe. Everyone would die from all the diseases. It'd be interesting for anything. 1649 would be
I mean, it's
pretty darn early.
They're pretty much the same diseases.
Yeah, I suppose so. But no, it would not be a good time to be alive.
it's slightly better than sending America back to 1940, but it's still by no means good.
No, it is not.
The key, one of the key considerations with any of these sorts of things, to me, is: are you sending people from the post-smallpox world to the smallpox world without them all getting vaccinated? If yes, oh dear.
If no, you could be okay. But basically, Germany. If Germany of 1914 goes back in time with everything and all their colonies and everything set up, they can pretty much take over the world if they can survive smallpox. Stafford, what is the panel's favourite treaty-era cruiser and why? And whilst you're starting on this one, I'm going to start on my tuna sub.
Oh,
A soft spot for the Atlantas and the Pepsi Colas.
you just had to ruin it by
I
bringing up
just think-
American heavy cruisers, didn't you?
I just think they're neat.
I really like Edinburgh and Belfast.
I guess also quickly, what are we classifying as treaty error?
Anything
Anything
built
made-
prior to World War II and under the
Right.
auspices limits of the treaties.
Just wanted to make sure to clarify that because.
If that's the case, then I'll switch over to a Cleveland. But, I feel like at the point that the Clevelands are hitting the water, they kind of looked at the treaties, pointed and laughed, and said, nah, we're going to do our own thing.
No, that was the Des Moines.
No, Des Moines was much lighter than that.
No, the Des Moines are the, okay, now that we all agree that none of us are doing anything with the treaty and have no desire to even try and start another treaty system again, now we're going to go build a heavy cruiser.
And we're going to look at the Hippo class and go, ha ha.
I do absolutely adore the towns. I would have loved to see what the 4x4 6-inch would have actually looked like in service. Like, that is something I'm real sad we never got to see. But for something a bit earlier, probably, I don't know, I've just got a real soft spot for the Leanders. They are the quintessential light cruiser to me.
Oh,
You can have them everywhere.
Arathusas.
Arathusas are nice, but I like the 4 turrets.
No, in that case, go for a county.
Counties are okay. I like them, but
Counties are graceful, elegant 1920s.
but they also make me look at them and go,
Yes, we know you were built to have more armor added on later.
we can tell you're not what the Navy wanted and this is just what they had to accept. As the Navy looked over at the 9.2-inch designs they were previously salivating over.
Oh yeah.
I think they kind of did want largely that. It's that they wanted them to be the lighter version. They wanted them to be the light end of the line, not
Yeah,
the
it's
only
the fact
bit.
that they become the heavy end is a bit. I think they would have benefited from a few thousand more tons.
Yeah, you see,
Like, say if it was 12,000 instead of 10,000.
I'd happily have done without the York, Exeter, and the Leanders, including the modified Leanders, and just gone counties, Arathusas, town.
Yeah, but you can't have Arathusas without Leanders.
Yeah.
Because the Arethusa is literally basically a scaled down Leander.
It is and it isn't. It's a replace. They're partly conceived, from what I can tell, as a replacement for some of the C class as the kind of destroyer flotilla. You know, the rear admirals destroyers.
You kind of got that. You kind of got either tribals or a Dido for that.
Well, no, the Didos are then the next step, because the 5.25 they can get a faster rate of fire, but that isn't ready yet.
And the Didos are kind of based on the Arathusas. They do use their hull.
Yeah. And the Didos are a lot better when they have 4 turrets rather than trying to squeeze 5 on.
But the
And
5 would be good.
what they really need to do is just increase the size of the gun house so they weren't quite so inefficient, and that would have been a lot better.
Yeah.
And stick extra pom-poms and things on them.
Well, what would have been fun to see would have been some of the, what's it called? Not K-25, is it? But the town class hulled anti-aircraft ones, where it's like, yes, how many turrets? Like, yeah, we just stuck 8 5.25-inch turrets on this.
And I still maintain, I think the Royal Navy would have done so much better if they carried on with third generation town class rather than...
The Crown Colonies? Yes.
I do like Crown Colonies, but they are literally just... they're almost the R to the Queen Elizabeth. Like, we're trying to make a bit of a discount version here. Hasn't fully worked.
Yeah.
They were basically the war build towns of... We know we're going to need a lot of cruisers very quickly.
I feel obligated to put forward a non sequitur. Nothing has made me hate AI data centers more than having to drive past one every day on my way to and from work.
Fair.
I accept this.
Also, Glyn Stewart's books are like literary crack.
I will give an honourable mention to the Takao class. I do actually quite like how they look visually. They're perhaps not the best cruisers, but they are very nice cruisers in terms of visuals.
Yes.
What was the Japanese 3 forward 2 aft that they swapped the triples for twin 8s?
Mogamis.
Mogamis? I like those two.
I mean, I like the US cruiser line once they get to the Brooklyns, particularly.
What were you going to say, Foxo?
And you're forgetting arguably the best of the treaty cruisers. Algerie. Now, I'm not a fangirl of the French, but Algerie is like Jeanne d'Arc issue as a cruiser.
No, unfortunately, Fox. So Jeanne d'Arc is Jeanne d'Arc. The training cruiser that actually has which has 8 guns in 4 turrets, and is actually able to put up surprisingly large of a fight for a ship that really shouldn't.
Hmm.
Like, genuinely, the training ship Jeanne d'Arc is surprisingly feisty.
Gee, that's an interesting question.
Yeah.
But Algeria is definitely
How
a good one. Sorry, go on.
My
How much of
favourite
a
is
ship
probably the
are-
Wichita, but we'll leave that to one side because that's basically the last American one which actually pays any notice to the treaties.
How much of the armor profile of something like a cruiser was there to help stability?
Theoretically, it wasn't, but in practice, the designers tended to build with the idea of what the armor would do into their design. Anyway, so it was factored into how they were designing the stability profile.
Answers my question.
Joel Fredericks. The cruise marine in August 1940 suddenly gains the pre-war navy of every nation they've occupied. What happens?
In 1940,
Yes, in August 1940, suddenly gains the pre-war nation of every nation they've occupied. What happens? They've got the French, they've got the Polish, they've got the Norwegian, and they've got the Danish and the Dutch.
Do they have the
well, they've got
personnel?
French.
Oh, actually, the Polish are pretty scary because they've got some good destroyers. Which the Germans definitely want. And honestly, actually, the French probably got... capturing the French ones is also probably pretty good for them in that regard. Or getting the French ones, I should say.
They occupying Greece at this point.
I don't think so in August
Or has-
1940.
No, they're not. They
No.
take Greece in April 41.
Well, their logistics are automatically 1,000 times worse because realistic, like, if you want to be real rules lawyery with the question, they're only getting about half of the French fleet, or at the very least half of the French fleet's the Marine Nationale supporting infrastructure, because Vichy France is technically not occupied in
Uh,
1940.
yeah, and then there's also the fact that they only occupied like half of Poland because half of it went to Russia. So they're getting half that fleet as
Yeah.
well.
But, but technically it doesn't say that. It just says they get pre-war navy of the nations they've occupied. So if you want to go true rules lawyer, it just means if they have occupied even a single square kilometre of land, they get that nation's navy. The
When did
entirety
Yeah,
of
but
it.
then arguably they also get the British Navy too.
Yes.
I was going to say, did we say August or April of 40?
August.
August.
They've occupied the Channel Islands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Royal Navy.
I am saying, if you want to go real rules lawyer on this,
They now have
Yeah, I mean, I would say
they now have a navy which is sufficiently diverse and large that it breaks the German economy to try and actually support it and sustain it.
yeah, but their Navy already broke the German economy to try and support and sustain it until they decided to just go hyper focus on U-boats.
Yeah.
And then that breaking of the economy fell to the Panzer divisions and the Luftwaffe.
Oh, they were already breaking the economy for it. They're slowly shutting things down, which are breaking the economy, but they're not really working that well on it.
Because, why make a billion things that work good enough when you could make one thing that works really, really well?
Yeah.
Because you don't have the raw resources to make a billion and sustain a billion of them.
Yes, but that also doesn't mean that every
Because
unit
twice
off
the
production
tanks,
line.
twice the fuel, twice the ammo, twice the personnel.
Yes.
Yes, but that also doesn't mean that every unit that comes off a production line could be functionally bespoke.
Hmm.
well, unless they just start
They
ripping
weren't,
bits off.
though. There's a lot you... like, even the more bespoke units, like, say, Tiger tanks, were 48 units before changes were done.
Yes.
For batch production. Like,
Yes, but do all of those go to one unit with some of them put aside as kind of a maintenance spare, or do they get shipped out to 20 different units,
Piecemeal.
piecemeal, and in no way kept together as batches?
With the Tigers, as I recall, they actually did try and keep batches together.
Yeah.
Because you would prioritise this group gets this lot first, then
Mhm.
this group, then this group, just because it was much easier logistics-wise of, right, we've replaced all your Panzer 2s with Panzer 6s, say. I know that's not quite how it works, but just sort of as an idea.
Yes.
We have
it's
replaced X
only
group of
in
tanks with Y group of tanks.
44 that you start to see Panzer divisions not having batches of tanks, they just have whatever they can scavenge. By
This would
that
have been in the
point,
maintenance yard.
That's 44. At that point, they're lucky they have tanks in those divisions.
Yeah.
Anywho,
Well. To an extent, they're lucky they have tanks in those divisions. They're lucky
one
they-
thing you Europeans
They're lucky they have the
definitely have
divisions at
over the
that point.
United States are better headlights.
Okay, where did this come from?
The fact that I had about 10 vehicles, all with about 4,000 Kelvin LED lights, make sure that I could see the vein patterns in my eyeballs.
Okay. How impractical is the 4 quadruple 305mm Lion class battleship? It's not impractical, it's just... Okay, A, it's going to be the first generation of quad turrets that's being produced with World War I technology, and it was difficult enough with World War II tech. And B, the Leon class had interesting engine layouts to begin with. And then C, on top of that, and this is more important, some of the positions where they put the turrets, they could have made it gone more sensible with their approach. Let's say they could have gone less Tiger and more R class or Queen Elizabeth with it.
No, they must be
Wait.
friends.
A 4-quad Leon.
Yes.
Wasn't that an
That's French.
ABWX turret?
Yep.
Yeah.
And what were they chambered in?
12-inch guns.
No, Leon's were 343. Oh, was it? No, not 343. They're 330.
What is that in
I thought they're
Freedom
I thought they're 305s
No, they're the because it. I swear they're the.
in their quad.
330s.
Hang on, let me just check.
I need to double check this.
That's more than 10-inch, but by how many Freedom Burgers?
It's like the.
It's 12-inch. No,
Oh,
305 is 12-inch.
They're actually 305?
Yeah,
12 inch 305, but they're like
Then
13.3.
actually, they are 13.4. They're 34, 340 millimeters. So they're 13.4 inch.
Yeah, I knew they had a weird caliber.
Yeah, they didn't have the 303s. They had the 340s.
I mean, at least it's a nice round number in metric.
Hmm.
I guess they could maybe do the trick where they take two twins and just weld them together and call it
I don't think
good.
that was done on these.
They did that with the Dunkirks, right? That's how they got the quads on the Richelieu's.
Yeah.
It's just two twins sharing a barbette, 6 feet
Yeah,
apart
but
because
this
they're
is
not dead.
basically 20 years before that.
There's more than
Yeah.
20.
I
Yeah, these
I
are
would
definitely the
not
French.
like
These
to
are the
be,
French battleship ones.
I would not like to be the gunnery maintenance crew on that vessel.
No. And the next
Yeah.
question is definitely one for Dragon. Would the tier 3, this is from 9681, would the tier 3 Doreen, which is a Danton class battleship with 12-inch guns, be a good idea to build between the Danton class battleships and the Corvair class battleships?
It's based off a real idea. Just wargaming buffed it a bit. there was an idea to rearm the Dantons from their 10-inch wing turrets from the 10-inch twins to 12-inch singles. Would it be a good idea to build between Danton and Corbeil? It's better than nothing, I guess. But good luck getting that through the French government.
Yeah.
Why?
I think there
Honestly,
are better options.
The French capital ships at this period is just depressing. Because they have some really good ideas. They're just usually about 5 years too late.
Well, no, they couldn't be worse. I was gonna give you the thing of it could be worse, but no, it really couldn't.
They could be the Russians.
Yeah, it could always be worse.
That's being
Remember,
cruel.
In communist Russia, it
true.
would always be worse.
Actually, in this period, that's being cruel to the Russians because they actually are better than that. And before anyone asks, yes, I am slowly upgrading my accommodations to the better ones.
Listen, all I'm saying is that the French government could, decide to change its seats another 15 times in 1 month. Every other day, let's have a new government. It could always be worse.
It could always
and
be
each
worse.
government starts a funding review from zero every time.
Yeah. Okay, Alex Lamb, 5772. What are your should have learned better this lesson already, but somehow it wasn't moments? Usually whenever someone says, well, in theory we only need 2 of this because, that means we'll always have one available because only one will need to be in maintenance at any one point. Which completely leaves out the chances of one being damaged.
But Doc, I only need 1 car because my 1 car is always available.
Until it isn't.
And then and then you have the option of hiring a car, whereas you don't have the option usually of hiring a warship. You can potentially hire a old fire engine, but that's not usually a good idea because usually they are out of service for a reason, and the private sector doesn't tend to buy the latest and greatest fire engines to rent out. They tend to buy the ones being sold off and keep them barely functional.
Hey, it'll be alright.
I have actually dealt with the fire engine issue when I was a borough councillor a long time ago and had a long conversation with someone about whether or not we needed a spare, because their argument was we didn't need either spare fire engines nor did we need spare refuse lorries. And my argument was you needed both. Because only an idiot would wanted to be telling the people who'd voted for them, oh, we're not picking up your refuse. Why? Because we've run out of lorries. I could just imagine how that would go with the average British voter, and I thought it was a stupid idea.
So, in an American context, I can kind of see the argument for not having cold spares on fire engines. Simply because it takes us so long to get anywhere anyway that, well, the extra couple minutes to scramble out an engine from another department isn't that big of a deal.
So the other thing is the US is massively over-provided with fire engines. Because it reduces insurance rates a lot, and people have used wood a lot in building. Often, amusingly, with the firefighters working as the contractors, it seems.
Yes, because a lot of fire departments in the United States are still partially or all volunteer.
Yeah.
Yes.
Whereas I think in the UK, most of your guys are paid, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how many volunteer fire teams there are in the UK, but there's not many.
There's for areas with a risk of wildfires, you've got those ones.
Yes, but
And I know in
Tend to be more supplemental.
Dorset has some retained firefighters, because that tends to be what they're called. I don't quite understand the terminologies.
But we have volunteer firefighters are one thing, retained firefighters are a different one. The thing they're sort of part-time.
They're more like TA. They are paid, but only when they're on duty, I think.
Yes, so basically they get paid for training and they get paid for when they get called up, but they're not volunteered. And then there are some volunteer firefighting units as well. But most of I think the ones that we've been talking about are volunteer.
Yeah.
It's an interesting thing. It's an interesting period to sort of think about in terms of firefighting, because there's a lot of options coming out, but you need adequate depth to your firefighting strength, because the trouble is, it's kind of like this is why I sometimes say firefighters are the most like armed forces. The police are highly visible all the time, because whenever there's crime, they're doing stuff. But firefighters, during times when there's not a lot of fires, you can get the idea of, oh, we don't need them, we haven't had a fire in ages. When you have a fire, and a big one especially, you need a lot of them, and you need them right now, and you need them to be well trained. And so a lot of the time, you're paying those firefighters to sit around and train and rest. And keep healthy, and keep prepped.
I would point out that at least stateside, a fire engine, whether it's a ladder truck, pump truck, tank truck, crash truck, BLS, ALS, paramedics, SUV usually, or ambulance, are usually such capital-intensive assets. You really only get bears when you get to really big departments in the United States. Like New York City, really big departments. Because these trucks can run into the millions easily.
Yeah. It's the same in the UK, but my argument was that, frankly, we needed... They told me usually there's at least 2 trucks in Surrey down for maintenance at any one time. I said, that's great. So that means we need 3 spare units. And they were looking at me sort of, why? I went, well, because then you need... so that when there's 2 out for maintenance, your fleet isn't actually down 2. It's just got 2 in maintenance. It's still got enough. It's still got the active minimum which you've requested, and it means you have 1 extra spare to cover should maintenance be delayed because something worse is found to be wrong with the vehicle for maintenance reasons, and so it needs to be fixed properly. Or alternatively, should one of them get in an accident.
A good way to sell that would be if you do your own training internally. You take the best retired from active service engines, send them to your academy, and then they act as a warm spare, a warm backup for your active engines if you do have mechanical or engineering casualties.
Yeah. I did have that discussion, but... I won the argument by starting out asking for the maximum position and arguing very strongly for it until they gave in and gave me the minimum position I would accept.
Usually a good strategy.
I actually got slightly better. I got the minimum position that I said I would accept, not the minimum position I was actually prepared to accept as well. They might have found out the interesting way of being the interesting problem of being trapped with me in an enclosed room, making a case for 8 hours straight, and they thought I'd get tired.
what point do you start to become your own little war crime?
At that point, I was not being a war crime. I was merely being very polite. And when I ordered the takeaway, I did offer to buy them some as well. And they were quite surprised when they found out that I could get a takeaway delivered to the town hall.
You can get a takeaway delivered to a hospital.
Yeah. They didn't realize this. They thought because I was running out of liquid, I would soon give in. I was just refreshing for round 2.
Yes.
So, Stafford, Dr. Dan, for what modern common illness would cause the most damage death in a sequence of 100 years going back to 1425?
Two secs. Let me scroll through and find the question properly so I can.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
Mm-hmm.
The grey area is all the potential build area, by the way. Just if you're wondering.
Reality is modern.
Let me get my started.
So, in the past, a huge proportion of people died from infectious illness, which we now don't so much. And now people die from cancers, heart disease, strokes, things like that. COPD if they smoke, which is why you need to stop smoking. Yes, I'm looking at you through the internet.
What about the
negative effects?
Foxo? I can hear your heartbeat from this side of the Atlantic some days.
And the other thing a lot of people died from? Childbirth.
Yeah, that was
Yeah. This was an era when a lot of women lived to the ripe old age of childbirth.
There's also the frame of reference of there are illnesses that we think are that we know about and have a name to and therefore are common, and they haven't gotten any more or less common. It's just now that we have a name to them, and it's not, oh, you died of consumption or whatever.
yeah.
Although it is
Yeah.
amusing that there is at least one condition that somebody thought was kind of spontaneous and the whole thing's named after him. And in looking back, people reckon that pretty much all the cases he reported on as being spontaneous were actually just due to TB. It's Addison's disease, which is when your the bits of your endocrine system decide to eat themselves.
That's fun.
Yeah. And you end up, with a. So we use it as kind of an adjective and things. So we talk about somebody having an Addisonian crisis and things.
Yes, autoimmune conditions, they suck.
They do.
It's the adrenals, which I do love. Just going off on a little tangent. One thing I do love is that in Britain we talk about the adrenal glands and adrenaline. In the US, they talk about
Hello.
And guessing the Epinephrons, which
Destroyed another gate.
You've destroyed another gate already, Zebedee.
Yes.
Zebediah Sherman, how dare ye?
Okay, let's show them to the camera. This is what's destroying gates in our house. Please put him on the camera. Put him on the camera. This is destroying gates. Hello, gorgeous. You're cute.
I know I'm cute. You're eating Subway.
Mm-hmm.
I think the concrete needs more structural steel reinforcement.
I think if you can change your plan for tomorrow morning, it would help.
I think tomorrow morning, instead of going up in the attic for a couple of hours and a few hours doing the lovely attic boards, I think I'm going to be outside rebuilding a gate, aren't I?
No, you just
At this rate, might I suggest glass layer aluminium reinforced epoxy?
That one's completely destroyed.
That should
Okay.
prevent getting through.
There's the chunk of about 13-inch.
Warspite armor. Yes.
That might just at least slow him down.
I think I'm buying titanium. Actually, no. I now know what I'd do with that Russian submarine earlier. Go for it for any titanium in its hull. Turn it into gates to sort of hold my corgi in. I have the Hulk for a corgi.
Okay, so really strange and a bit quick question.
Yes.
Does anyone here know where under British law they started standardized brick production?
You know, that sounds vaguely familiar. Chile.
Oh, that was during Napoleonic Wars, wasn't it?
I want
Yeah.
want to say so.
Because it was part of the reforms for Napoleonic Wars to keep the economy going.
It's also then where you get the red brick from, is a standardization of brick building of British bricks.
Yes.
I
should be
thought
of
it was
X size
coming
and
from
X
the
diameter.
new model army, and it became the standardized for AM construction. I might just be thinking about planks or something.
Can I be heard?
Yes.
Yes.
Cool. Great.
No, I'll throw a standardized brick at you. That is made in accordance with EU regulations.
Did
Therefore, it will be an environmentally friendly brick.
did my
is
response?
a mathematically perfect book
Let them finish, Foxo.
made out of finest Hungarian
Foxo,
clay.
stop torturing. 1840,
Um,
according to Leslie.
Did Knight hear the response to his question about whether or not I can notionally afford a holiday to the UK? Or
No.
did that not?
No.
Okay. Knight, I'm making about $4,000 a week right now. Every week I can afford a trip to the UK. Especially if I don't, go and spend $8,000 on Warhammer.
So about one week a month, he can afford it. She can afford it because and the reason I had the misspeak then was I was mentally thinking, oh, they're going to spend so much on Raven Guard. They're going to have so many little men.
The problem is there's not that many Raven Guard models currently in production.
Yes, but you'll buy
three.
you'll buy multiple examples of them of each.
What you've got? Shran. Oh, Shan. Sorry, not Shran. Shran.
I got
Blue.
Shan, Shrike. I already have a Shrike built and a Shrike in a box.
And then you've got the 30k guy.
Yeah.
You could get the Raven Guard Contemptor upgrade.
Yeah, but I don't have Contemptors.
Yet.
Well, why don't you have Contemptors? Get
Yet.
a
I have
Contemptor.
Saturnine.
Why
I
not?
have the Shoulder Boy.
Yeah, but there isn't a Saturnine upgrade kit yet. I don't think there will be.
Given that they've already started with weapon variations for Saturnine, I wouldn't be surprised if there is.
Well, when was the last time there was a plastic upgrade kit?
Good question. I don't play 30k. I'm not an old woman.
The answer, Runon? There hasn't been. All of them are old Forge World upgrade kits.
Technically speaking, there is a Saturnine weapons upgrade kit in plastic.
It's not weapons upgrade kit. I know what you're
Yes, it
referring to,
is.
but also I'm not referring to upgrade. No, it's not. It's the configuration kits.
Okay.
Those are technically not weapon upgrade kits.
Let's move on before we get completely distracted by this fight. So Dr. Dan's done his illnesses that could kill people, basically childbirth. What if after Rickaloo launched in the late 30s, it suddenly turned into a completed Pat 3 from World of Warships? The French Navy is now very excited.
Isn't a Patry significantly larger than Richelieu?
Much bigger.
So the French won't be able to dock her anywhere particularly.
Because Pat 3 is the 3x4 17-inch ship.
They're going to be having fun with that one.
It's the French super battleship. As I recall, is she the one with the rotating funnel? She might be. No, she's not. She's just got the split funnel, not the fully rotating one.
Rotating funnel?
Yeah, a couple of French ships had in their designs rotating funnels, so that basically, depending on which way the battle's going, they could rotate the funnel so that the called exhaust didn't interfere.
With the optical range finding.
It's not the worst of ideas.
It does allow you to retreat more quickly.
Stafford, the reason I haven't jumped ship yet is because, well, I haven't found employment in the UK, and there's no sense for me to immigrate to the UK if, one, I legally cannot immigrate to the UK currently because I have neither the massive stack of money I would need for a golden ticket visa nor a work visa. And two, the UK government alone wants about 10 grand US in various fees and stuff.
Yeah, they are fun like that.
Emigrate. So I have that. I just don't have a work visa. So if you're in the UK and you're looking for an electrician that's got 20 years experience on the wrong electrical system, look me up.
Let's be more honest about that. You've got 20 years experience on electrical systems, and you're a massive electrical nerd. So whilst you might not have worked technically on the UK system, the odds are you're going to be a very quick study because you already have the knowledge. You just haven't been working on that system because you are a massive nerd.
So what that might mean for a company is that you haven't learned bad tricks.
Yeah.
Things, if someone's just upgrading, you've not...
I think my experience is limited, but a lot of even European standards tend to be looked down on.
Yeah.
In the UK, if you're to their standards and not our standards, which I think will be Ronan's issue.
Dan Snipe, that is for one very critical reason. Downing Street, for its litany of faults, many of which I'm aware of, and many more of which I am not aware of, still regards me as a human being worthy of
existence.
Existence, yes. I'm not going to say equal rights because that's kind of squishy right now, whereas Pennsylvania Avenue does not.
And in terms of qualifications, I know what you mean about kind of European ones not always being the same standard, because we get that in medicine, but the US very they go about achieving the level of skill and things differently, and their qualifications process is different, but the skill level is here, definitely. So
it's an interesting one.
I wouldn't be worried about that just on the principle that it's from overseas, with the US in a way, might with other things. I know it's a completely different industry, but it is one where we have supposed commonalities, yet people do things differently and everything.
All I know is that I spent $600 to be told that we can't actually read the requirements for your current certification. Because apparently we can't read.
Oh, Belgium and Netherlands apparently are really good on holiday and holiday on pay and extra month for Christmas and summer. For 8 to 12 weeks holiday per year. From downside.
Yes, but I have no support network in the Belgium and Netherlands. This is the problem.
Oh, yeah.
No,
I am a significant hermit in a country where I was born. That's not going to get any better when I immigrate.
Leslie is just calling you to Scotland. Okay, now to the next question, and this is an important one for us all, especially for Foxo.
In the Netherlands, more people will speak English than they probably do in the US and large chunks of Britain.
Okay, stop that one, Dan. Stop that. I know that's made as a joke, but stop it. Senecanero 3874. What was the Mameluke Navy like, and how did they manage the need for a Med fleet and a Red Sea fleet, and were the ships of different designs? They're often, yeah. Basically, it's they were an interesting fleet. They had differing capabilities, and the ships were of different designs. Sometimes diametrically opposing designs because of the realities of operating in the Indian Ocean versus the Red Sea. Well, how to say the Red Sea versus the Mediterranean, because the Red Sea a fleet often ended up in the Indian Ocean, whereas the Mediterranean fleet rarely ended up anywhere other than the Mediterranean.
Interestingly, the Mamluks were one of the few Muslim powers to fully adopt the Karak and later Galleon.
Yeah.
For the Red Sea / Indian Ocean fleet. Even after they came under Ottoman control.
Yeah. Because they worked in those waters.
And it's after fighting the Portuguese, after the Portuguese backed the Ethiopians, the Mamluks were actually able to adapt a captured Portuguese ship pretty well.
Yeah. They had some very good naval architects, and they had did some very in-depth studies. But the interesting thing is, trying to get their ships adopted by the wider Ottoman force was more interesting.
Yeah. It also had that Mamlukins, well, call them I'll just imply to Egyptians because I don't want to butcher that word. Very much from a lack of high quality wood, because a lot of their supply was a lot of soft and tropical woods.
Which is rather appropriate considering I'm currently running Timberborn, because as you can see, I've made sure I've got a good quality, constant supply of good solid oak. A lot of good wood going on here for my beavers.
Yeah. Because aside from the East African slave trade, the Mamluks imported a large amount of wood from what's nowadays Kenya, Zanzibar, Tanzania, and Madagascar.
Malahuha.
I think it's literally Matupa. Mutapa. I don't want to get cancelled till I stop trying to say the name.
It's a bit late for that, Foxo.
I think the important thing is that you tried. You tried. That's the important thing. You tried. Anyway, 1961. Why did France build 6 semi-dreadnought battleships when the British and Japanese only built 2? That was because that was what they had under construction. They were building, and frankly, they couldn't change the construction early enough, or quickly enough, and adapt to dreadnoughts. So it's better to have something than nothing.
So, actually, quick addendum to that then. So, are the Lord Nelsons considered semi-dreadnoughts?
Technically.
Because I've never heard them referred to as semi-dreadnoughts, but they do kind of fit the category.
They are technically closer to semi-dreadnoughts than pre-dreadnoughts. They are certainly built with a lot of the... they've got quite a heavy battery, if you consider them. They're not
Another class before them comes with only 4 twins, 2 per side of the 9.2s. So I guess if you want to go off that, then technically there's also them, which I think those.
The British were heading in the dreadnought direction for quite a while before they got there. This is one of the things. The dreadnought is one of the most telegraphed moves known to mankind. When you look at the stuff coming before it.
So then, what happens if somebody actually steals the March on Dreadnought?
The Italians did. The British just outbuilt them.
Yeah.
I was going to say, depends by how much, and then the British will probably just...
They'll probably do a warrior to them, like the French did. The French built the Gloire, but who remembers the Gloire as the beginning of the ironclad moment?
Wait.
Only fleet. Only fleet.
Oh no, what's Fleet done now?
Remember the Gloire as the start of the ironclad movement. That's why I won't take him to. I won't take him to see HMS Warrior, because I'm worried he'll say something like, "Oh, so this is what the second ironclad looks like," and just get us chucked out of the National Museum of the Royal Navy permanently.
No, I think that's what happens. What happens is you see a likely retired senior chief petty officer come over and begin to educate Fleet, and then you just slowly edge away and start videotaping it.
Actually, I think what the...
I tried to do that repeatedly in Hiroshima. He kept coming closer.
I think what would be more likely to happen is they would probably lock him away until such time as one of the QEs is back, so they can keel haul him lengthwise along one of those, because anything else would just not be big enough.
Yeah. Seneca Nero.
I think.
Let's go to the next
Also,
question.
if you get enough
Yeah,
beef, you could get a shark attack on him.
that's a waste of beef. Seneca Nero. In the first Dreadnought race, the US Navy starting point is not the Carolinas, but the Alaskas. What would the next class look like? They have the capability to build the Alaskas.
I'm going to have to dive out.
Okay, take care, Dan.
Have a good
Go on,
evening.
you've got work tomorrow, haven't
Yeah.
So
you? Take care.
Catch you all
So-
later.
instead of building 4x2, they're building
The Alaskas.
3.
Yeah.
Like 35.
With radar, I'm presuming, and all the other stuff.
I was at least gonna. I know that's what they said, that they have the capability of doing so, but I was gonna go off the idea that they can't give it, the radar and such, just because then it just wins.
Mhm.
Like, it's a simple point. The US has radar, no one else does. But
The Alaskas are also going to be faster. They're going to have higher rate of fire. They're going
better
to have
armor.
better. I'm not going to quite sell it on better armor, but they're going to have better shell geometry and explosive characteristics.
I'm going to say the metallurgy of the armor is definitely better.
The metallurgy is better, but I'm not certain if the stopping power of the armor is that much better. Pound for pound, yes, but
And I finished my solid food in this side of the midnight, so I'm not. I have not gone a whole day without solid food. I'm a good. I'm a good person.
Doc, you're supposed to be eating more than every 23 hours.
Do I have to give Foxo this lecture? Do I have to?
No. In the nicest way.
Worrying.
In the nicest way. Yesterday I had beef Wellington and all the trimmings. And nicest way. Yesterday I was practicing cooking the individual beef Wellingtons, which I'm going to be doing for Boxing Day. So I ate like 4 different beef Wellingtons because I was testing them out.
No.
So in the nicest way, I think I ate enough food yesterday for today as well as yesterday.
No, that's the same excuse Foxo uses. She'll say, well, I ate a whole pizza yesterday, therefore I don't need to eat anything today. No, that's not true.
No, but I've also today drunk 2 liters of milk, 2 liters of iron brew, 3 liters of water.
But to get back to the question a bit.
Yes.
Well, the British suddenly go, oh, Fisher, what were some of your bigger ideas?
The
Yeah.
problem is, even Fisher's biggest ideas are not. If the U.S. has a sustainable production line for the Alaskas configured and ready to go, even Fisher's biggest ideas are not really going to be Alaska killers.
I cannot say they are.
The British,
Why not?
if they get Alaskas at the same time as they were getting the Carolinas,
In place of the Carolinas.
in place of the Carolinas, the British do have options. They're not particularly great options, but they do have options. I would say the most likely scenario you're going to be dealing with, though, and this is going to sound a little bit strange, but bear with me, is probably the Royal Navy go to Ellsworth and go, you know that 16.5-inch gun you've been talking about as a theory? Yeah, the 16.5-inch 45. That one.
Sea Dragon, I
Build
told
it.
you that existed.
It's
Yeah.
it's at this point, no, it's purely a theory at this point. It's not anything they've actually built or tested, so it's a theory at this point. But the thing is, at this point, the Royal Navy's only option is to start chasing theories. And then they turn around to Parsons and Browning and they go, build us the biggest and most powerful engines you can get, and they probably buy boilers off the Americans. Because they'll be prepared to buy them and buy them enough quantity that there can be some light industrial espionage going on.
Only light industrial espionage.
Yes.
And then you probably see Italy, Japan, France, and Germany as well as Austria-Hungary all screaming of, what? What are we meant to do? Why did you do this?
You have jumped forward enough technology that you have caused things to change remarkably, and the British will basically go, right, if we can get something to 28 knots, and it's got 8 16-inch guns, or even 12 16-inch guns, 16 or 16.5-inch guns, that's going to be enough. That's going to be viable enough for doing this. Okay. Stand by. I'm probably about to get mugged.
Oh dear, the corgi's inbound.
Possibly not the corgi. Wish me luck, everyone. Hello, gorgeous. Hello, you. You come to say hello to everyone. Oh, good. Hello. Oh. Hello. Yes, everyone. Are you on camera? I think you are. Oh, good lord. There you go. You're cute. You want biscuits. You deserve biscuits, don't you? Everyone agrees that you deserve biscuits? Yes, they do.
Tell me what he's done, he deserves a biscuit.
He's gorgeous and well behaved, and he's a poodle.
Well
He
behaved.
needs more than that. He's perfectly well behaved for his papa.
Yeah, he tried to eat his mother's entire dinner.
Yes, that's just being a good poodle.
He tried mine as well.
That's he's looking after you. Nice to from. Why do you think things will freeze up over when I get to use up all the questions? I'm not sure, but honestly, been counting down those questions for so long, it's kind of a momentous occasion. When we finally get to it, I think I'm going to be cracking open at least a couple of bottles of Iron Brew. Alex Lamb, 5772. Do you think there's another admiral that could do what Admiral Yi Sun Sin accomplished during the Imjin and Chungyu War? Let's put it this way. There are other admirals who have similar skills in terms of military operations, etc. But it would need someone, whoever they were, would need to have a similar background in Korean politics to be able to manage the Korean political issues. And that's the problem. There aren't any admirals who could come in that cold. If another admiral's put into having similar experience learning in the Korean system, then I feel their tactical skill could come through. But yeah, there is. Yi Sun Sin does more than just fight battles on the sort of the fighting stage. He does a lot of politics operations. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Foxo?
Yeah.
Dragon?
Quite literally.
Yeah.
One of his greatest acts is because he lost a political fight, got kicked out of command, then got desperately called back because his replacement had sunk the entire fleet.
Yeah, they did keep picking idiots for his replacements.
It's like, The guy was as much a political animal as he was
Mm.
an actual animal. God damn, he was ferocious.
I'd say the only similarly political slash also vicious naval commander who could probably go in that would probably be someone like Collingwood, who was a very vicious political operator when he wanted to be. And but you know, the thing is, yeah, you wouldn't get the guy called like Nelson's not the same at politics. Nelson, as we all know, is really not that good at politics. He's far more interested in politicians' wives than in actual politics.
Because reading about him, one of the big things he was good at was utilizing, if not quite religious, but spiritual beliefs of people in the area.
Yes.
And honestly had a very cynical view for the time, which allowed him to get a disproportionate effect.
Yeah, he was very successful at managing the politics of issues. He was Eastonton. He was good at that. Stafford, if the Royal Navy had more funds, what would their answer to the Alaska class be, and how long would they have stayed in service for if constructed? They'd have 12 9.2-inch guns. They're called, sometimes referred to as the Churchill cruisers, and the Royal Navy would have loved them. And they would have probably stayed in service for quite a long time because they'd been very efficient present ships for going around the world. Until probably a certain Labour government cancelled them at the same time they got rid of things like, I don't know, aircraft carriers. And then realised they shouldn't get rid of aircraft carriers. Why is that flooding? What am I
Are you
doing?
going to tell me aircraft carriers are important?
Yeah, I have this debate regularly with people. Oh, that's gone up to
Really?
there. Yeah, there are.
I think sarcastic.
I know, but the trouble is, I do have this debate regularly with people, and it disturbs me that I have to have this debate regularly with people.
No offense, but what sort of chuckle or the wannabe thinks carriers aren't important to modern combat?
Listen, Foxo. In the modern environment, we will only ever go to war when we need to go to war. So therefore, we can spend the time before we decide to go to war building up our forces so that when we decide to go to war, we will have the perfect force structure and everything we need to make it a short, swift, and just war.
Welcome to what I have to deal with on far too often for my sake and my sanity.
The fact that I'm able to do as much psychic damage to Dr. Clarke as routinely as I'm able to do it is very concerning because it indicates the quality of discussions that he routinely has.
Yes, I routinely have to deal with some people who have some very interesting ideas on what on how much control politicians have over warfare and when it happens. I am regularly being told by people that actually, because of their diplomatic ability, there will never be a massive conflict that will require those systems. And yes, these conversations often take place on a Monday, which is why I'm very thankful to today, because it meant I didn't have them, and a Friday. So this week, well, actually, this is why when people ask me, how do you do all these hours? You know, historians aren't trained to do these hours live and all these things. And I go, actually, it's a bit of a relief. And this is why. It's a massive relief. It is an absolutely colossal relief to deal with this, to chat away with people as wonderful and as fun as my chat. It really is. Because the thing is, most of the people in my chat do not have the level of god complexes I have to deal with on a regular basis.
I mean, I deal with engineers working at a nuke plant.
Yeah.
I also deal with electricians working at a nuke plant.
Yeah. This is why I find it funny when people tell me that I have my ego's massive. I sit there and go, yeah, I know it is, but the trouble is the field I work in and the people I work in, if my ego wasn't pretty healthy, I would have been crushed long ago. That's the reality of the situation. It just is. But yeah, if you had them, they'd stay so for as long as they could. Thank you, Dantrim. Matthew Streeter 5169. Have you come across Dudley Pope's series of Ramage novels set in Nelson's Navy? Yes, a while back. Can you share any light on Commodore Samuel Hood in seizing Diamond Rock to secure the blockade of Martinique? I've done a whole video on that on this channel. There are a few good topics, but basically, if you want a good book to add to that series and actually read to go along with that book, this book, The Official Royal Navy Officers of the 7 Years' War, a biographical dictionary of commissioned officers 1748 to 1763, is a pretty good start. That's a good one for that early one. And it's amazing how many of the senior officers turn up later. Turn up in that book. It's quite a useful one to go with. Stafford. Other than the Iranian oil platforms converted to bases, and we are still taking questions, it just says the question live doesn't show up on this screen. Other than the Iranian oil platforms converted to bases, are there any other sea platforms like the old Channel ones built for purely military defensive surveillance purposes today? Yes, there are a whole lot of artificial islands being constructed by the Chinese in the South China Sea. And they're fun because the only thing proving more dangerous than their political impact is the quality of their concrete.
Wait. Are you telling me that the Chinese, which have cities that are called ramen cities, because the concrete is so bad, have problems with quality control of their concrete?
They do in this particular place.
The silence is deafening. Although I did hear what you said, but
yeah, they have issues, and not in a melodic way, in a "oh my god, what happened to you" kind of way.
Communism. Communism happened.
Look. In the Soviet Union.
And communism.
I bet no one here will get that reference. Feel old.
I don't know. So, yeah.
Wait, Baco, did you just say that you felt old?
Uh-huh.
Then I feel like I should be receiving an apology from you right now. Because now you're ancient. The old one. Oh.
You walked into that one, Runon. You should not have picked this one up. You should not have done this.
But am I wrong?
Yeah. Well, no, you're not wrong. You're just senile.
Again, you keep laying it down and walking into it, Runon.
See, all you're doing is making it so that as soon as I know we have an end date for this cable replacement, I'm booking a freaking plane trip.
That's what she wants.
Finding her.
No. You gotta remember, our dear Ronan keeps stepping on the rake and hitting us up in the face. But she's so old, she forgets the rake's there, so she just keeps trying to walk forward. Like a glitched NPC in GTA 5.
I hate you all. You could be any other way, and yet you're like this. And I'm just supposed to sit here and take it, but then feel ashamed when I browbeat other people in a similar manner. I hate you all.
And the nicest way, just learn not to have any shame over it. That's the easy option.
It's not that I have shame over it. It's just I feel like, playing a part. Fleet has
Enjoy
his
it.
bit. I have mine.
Okay. Alright. The US dynamite ships, they seem to have fixed guns. How did they aim? Well, the ones which have fixed guns actually did just steer the ship. That's literally it. They pointed the ship and shot. It's not an unusual system. Let's be honest. In history, there have been plenty of ships which have been armed in that sort of manner. It's not considered the most sensible manner in the world, but it is a way they have been armed. Let's see. I have upgraded all my accommodations. They're good.
If this is Foxo's love, I'm very concerned to see Foxo's hate.
That's really a question that should be saved for poor Dragon, and we should probably, just...
It involves teeth and crossbows.
Inky.
Not when said teeth are trying to rip out your spine and go crunch.
Look,
Still-
what you two do in the privacy of your own bedroom is not something which we need to hear about.
Is it bad that I know people who would still be going, would?
You know, you're not the only one who knows people like that.
Yeah.
I'm worried for all of you.
I love how we're just slowly attriting the good doctor's faith in humanity.
I don't think it's even slowly.
That's presuming that I had any faith to begin with. In the nicest way, I have told you about the people I have meetings with. Do you think I leave a meeting with them having faith in humanity? It's why I know that the story of every disaster movie is incorrect, because it usually involves human race surviving by actually them making a decision. That's not going to happen. Right, Matthew Streeter, 5169. In 1804, which became the instrument... yeah. I think I answered that one. Yes, 24-pounder cannons to the top of Cliff. Yes, they did take some cannons up to the top of Diamond Rock. It was actually commissioned as HMS Diamond Rock. And... It was, when it was lost, they actually did a full court of inquiry as if it was a ship which had been lost at sea, but it actually ended up having to surrender because it was just besieged by the French. But British did a full court of inquiry. One of the questions was, why did you not maneuver your ship, your vessel properly? And the response was, because she was aground.
That has
A fair
the
and accurate
same-
statement.
That has the same energy as, was the patient alive when you performed the autopsy? No. Well, how do you know that? Well, I suppose he could, because his brain was sitting in a jar on my desk.
Yeah.
But could he have been alive? I suppose he could have been alive and practicing law.
Yes. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if suddenly tomorrow morning your backyard shed became an entrance to a vault? No experiments involved, just a vault from Fallout.
Concern.
Cool.
Where someone got me down.
I
Destroy France permanently.
Oh, good lord.
Wait, what is the question?
Right.
Whatever the question is, Foxo will turn it to
No.
destroying France.
Right. So basically, you know Fallout, right, Runon?
Yes.
What a
Are you
sudden-
Are you familiar with the control vaults in Fallout? The ones which had no experiments? Runon.
Yeah, I'm just. What
So
am I
the
supposed
question
to
is,
do with this
what
question?
What if your backyard shed was turned into an entranceway into one of these control vaults?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be very annoyed that my truck has now been disintegrated into a massive neo-fascist dystopian hellscape diesel punk social experiment.
Well, no, because it's a control one, so there's no experiments.
No experiments.
Okay, and it's still a control, which is still part of an experiment.
That is technically correct.
You are technically correct, which is the best type of correct, but you are still wrong.
But at least I'm the best type of correct.
Oh, the thing is, someone should give me a large amount of nuclear material. Fusion cores, which the physics behind those means that...
Actually, it does give us cold fusion, potentially.
Yes, imagine getting some of those, smuggling some of those into France.
No, I'm just thinking
Again,
British potentially.
again, what is it with destroying France with you, Foxo? I know it is every Englishman's dream, but still, there is a small, a fine line between dream and obsession, and I think you're crossing it.
The problem is I'm not smart enough to license or patent the technologies I would recover from the vault.
You know you need to patent them. That's fine. That's all you need to do.
Yes, but I can't describe them.
It doesn't need to be a very finite description. It needs to be a drawing. Can you draw from in front of you? You understand electrical diagrams? You do all that? Yes, of course you can.
Well, because also, if it's a control vault, they'll have the blueprints.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did this in Drunken Haze. Here you go. How does it work? I don't entirely remember. Here's the blueprint.
But I built it and it works.
Mm-hmm.
Why did you build it? Good question. Next question.
Actually,
Look at the access to power armor and plasma weapons.
Yeah, but plasma weapons neat. Power armor I don't think is very good. Sorry, go on, Runon.
The problem is half of the technology from Fallout would mean I'd be having a very awkward conversation with somebody from the NRC.
In the nicest way, it came from your shed, didn't it? Considering the amount of shed questions you ask me on a regular basis on Patreon, and I finally got one through. I think
Wait, that question actually made it?
Yes. I think the thing would be, of course I developed something. It's the best tradition of the backyard shed. That'd be your answer to every question.
L96A1.
Yes. But the problem is that, highly radioactive materials are, well, quite highly controlled.
Yes.
Did Garden Shed make it? Garden Shed make it?
No.
Yes.
You would probably be detained for a while, then given a Nobel Prize. Because one of the unique things about fusion cores is they used a controlled decay form of californium. So you've just changed how the world thinks of nuclear power.
Yes.
But then I'm going to be like, I have no idea how I did this.
But you have the blueprints and the science. That's all you need.
And a lot of drugs.
A lot of
Yes.
You'd have
Like
to-
you've got an
you'd have
entire
menpack.
cartel worth of drugs.
Back Garden Shed 1. Back Garden Shed 1. It's only taken me like 8 frickin' months, but Back Garden Shed 1.
Imagine the U.S. Marine psycho, which puts you in a berserk rage and significantly reduces the pain you feel while upping the aggression.
Yeah, that's not very useful.
Also, that's what
It makes
rippets are for.
makes you bulletproof.
That's what rippets are for, Foxo.
That's not useful.
Jet slows down your perception of time.
I
But allows you to move up forward.
Yeah. That is more useful. Stafford, given the historical sunset for great powers, whom do you think is going to be the next great naval economic global power and why? Oh, I don't think... In the nicest way, I wouldn't like to say, because in my experience, China goes through a period of building up a navy every few hundred years. They do it for a certain period of time, and then they usually collapse inward. So we'll see what happens there. That's the historical pattern. Russia goes through phases of building up and decaying. Europe is not a united formation by any stretch of the imagination. Just look at what's happened since they started investing in defence. Look at how much money has actually gone into European defence and how much money is going into national programs. And let's look at the whole thing of, should Britain be part of this or not? And it's a case of, well, I can understand why Britain shouldn't be, but there again, the European members and NATO are still very much together, and Britain is still very much expected to be part of your defence formula in NATO. So, are you going to be an adult and have them in the room or not? Because whilst I can understand from the political position of the European Union why not, I can also see the advantage of actually having them there. And yeah, it's not going to happen. America is currently starting to stretch its muscles again on the front, and are finding that they have done a lot of work to shoot themselves in the foot on that front. So yeah, things are going to be interesting.
Going to be made even worse by very recent policy decisions.
Yeah.
Because surprisingly, to build large steel items, this requires a substantial amount of electricity.
And a substantial amount of steel.
Yes.
Which is all a very strange thing, really.
Yes.
It really is. It's a strange requirement, but it happens to everyone.
Yes.
But it could be worse.
Why would you need 24 gigabytes of VRAM?
Why wouldn't you?
For
Some
gaming?
games are starting to go that way.
Some games need to learn how to optimize.
Well, why would they optimize these days? Just because clearly hardware is just going to keep getting better and better, right? So optimization's no longer needed.
I want to reach through my headphones right now and strangle you.
Oh no, I personally entirely hate this, but I just know that's how developers think.
And not in a horizontally refreshing kind of way.
I didn't know you were into that, Runon.
What were those U.S. decisions? Well,
Let's say
a lot of the IRA subsidies and benefits for clean and green energy got mullered.
Yeah.
We're surrendering our lead in many fields of science.
Less so than it used to be, but more so in other ways.
It varies field to field, but the axing of budgets for science, for various R&D, government-funded, government-sponsored R&D, is not going to bode well for maintaining our tech edge.
No, axing those things is never a sensible idea for long-term sustainability and strength. It just isn't.
Let's see here. The winnowing of many of the civilian positions in the various federal agencies doesn't help. The fact that economically we are only being kept out of a recession by the AI bubble.
Hey, the AI bubble is fun.
The AI bubble is terrifying.
It gets worse the older you get, but yes.
Yeah, there's been a lot of questionable decisions made in the last 11 months that are going to bite us in the keister hard when it comes to our ability to rebuild and maintain the various levers of power that the U.S. has used to feather its nest for the last 60-odd years.
You can say that again. Mainly because, how do I put this politely? It's one of those scenarios where a lot of people have got a lot of bright ideas, but necessarily doing them all at the same time is not very smart. Because some of the ideas on their own, not bad. If they're combined, if they are, thought through. It's like a lot of politics, and I deal this a lot. The ideas in themselves are not necessarily bad, but trying them all at once is what's going to create so much uncertainty it creates a problem. Whereas if you work through the ideas more slowly, i.e. one at a time or something similar to that, you can usually do a far better job of sustaining everything.
That is the wrong server. There's PDA. Scrolly.
Oh, that's worrying.
The 1850 question.
Rune is Rune scrolling?
Yeah, it's been captured. I see it in the back end.
That's good.
Yes and no, Stafford, because the AI bubble is very resource intensive. There are many trillions of dollars tied up into it, and it will have a long-term impact on things like drinking water.
I would say the AI bubble also... It feels more permanent and more like it's got a long-term future than it necessarily has. It feels like a lot of the earlier parts of the dot-com bubble. In that, yeah, it's always gonna grow, but we know what happens. It carries on like this for a while, and then it turns into a massive consolidation exercise, and a few very large companies come out dominating everything.
Hey Thomas, how your grain prices doing? How's your healthcare access doing?
Yeah, we're not... Anyway, YouTube Minecraft Watcher. Each panel member is allowed to personally own a Japanese cruiser from the IGN. Which ones do you want to own? I pick a Targo. Ashigara. She always looked cute to me. How about the rest of you? Come on, pick your Japanese cruiser.
What
was the one?
Oh, wait a moment. Go on, sorry.
What was the ones that swapped the 666s for
Mogami.
Megamis, yes.
Yeah, Mogamis. There's the small fact that China highly restricted its soybean imports this year, which didn't help matters.
Boxer, you have any ideas?
I know it's gonna sound stereotypical. And hear me out. But I'm a fan of the dogboat. Yeah.
Dogboat?
I could go.
That was picked by YouTube Minecraft Watcher, so you're not alone. You're not alone.
She's not a dog, but sure.
Thought she was in Azor Lane.
Not really, but
She's not a fox.
I think there's some fox dog action going on here. That's interesting here.
There's
an actual argument going on.
Takao is one I do very much like, as I mentioned earlier. So similar to the Targa. So, but actually, one that is a bit more unique that I would enjoy having is Yubari. I don't know, I just really like the experimental cruiser Yubari.
Mm-hmm.
And she's at least got the speed advantage, so unlike Katorai, which is another one I enjoy. And also Yubari, I probably would be able to actually work with with a small crew.
Yeah.
Decent enough speed, reasonably reliable engines after they're properly upgraded over time.
And I will say,
armament.
90 minutes left. Okay, everyone, roughly 90 minutes left.
I am going to leave in about a little less than 10 minutes. And
that's when Clarke finishes for the night.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not doing this without sleeping.
No, basically we're doing 12 hours every day for the 5 days of the week, and then 36 hours non-stop over the weekend.
So, you essentially don't want me to sleep on Sunday. Thanks.
So, Foxo,
Sleep is an optional extra. I don't know why all the humans make such a big fuss over it.
Foxo,
Because
make sure your warp ship is updated for the weekend.
Why?
Because that's on the schedule.
Yeah.
We have a schedule.
There is a schedule. I will make sure the schedule be shared as a Word file with all of the admins and all the people in the Killix tonight, and it'll be shared as a JPEG file with everyone tomorrow. It's what it's scheduled of.
Because remember, Foxo, I was going because I think it's tomorrow. That's the UAD design one, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is tomorrow. Yes.
Yeah, because I'm going to inflict you some of the pain I've been having to deal with from various different design submissions. Like
from Foxo?
Like the Littoral... not just from Foxo. Like the Littoral Combat Cruiser.
Like, you've got to show the Littoral Combat Cruiser. Just
Also,
to throw in the design, you've got to do it.
AC-75, there are many precincts which made it incredibly difficult to show up to vote by one means or another.
Yeah.
It's not like Australia where it's a federal holiday and everything's closed.
So and it's a crime if you don't vote.
And you get your hot dog. Which I think is just the fact that Australia has the connotation of giving out a hot dog.
Isn't it sausage in a bun, not a hot dog? I think the Americans call it a hot dog, but I think Australia's actually a sausage in a bun.
It's the same thing. I don't care.
It's a sandwich, right?
Yeah. It's not a hot dog. It's a sausage sandwich. That's the difference.
I am going to commit Canadian war crimes.
You're American. You won't get the full sarcasm going.
Is highly disconcerting to me that the Aussies do that and not the Americans. It just doesn't. I know Australians do things on barbecues too, but it just doesn't feel right when it's not the Americans doing it.
Yeah, but that's because, let's be honest, the Americans just don't do democracy with the same style that the Australians do.
No, they don't.
You have to have style to be able to turn up and go, look, I'm here to vote. Now, where's my free sausage sandwich?
I will have. Actually, it's technically in many jurisdictions illegal to give poll goers food or drink while they are waiting in line.
Yeah, that would just cause the Australians to riot.
I'll be back.
And what I will also say for the Australian ones is you also have to remember is quite often the sausage sandwich is served by the local bar. So you get the sausage sandwich free. You pay for the drinks. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if suddenly on December 10th, 1941, all American hours, North Carolinas and South Dakotas became completed Georgias from World of Warships?
That's scary.
Suddenly, in nicest way, probably the British are actually building the Lions purely from the point of view of ego and status. They have to build something.
All of their fast battleships become
Georgia.
Considering by base that thing does like 35 knots, when it's going all out flank it can hit something like 39.9 knots.
Mm-hmm.
And while 6 guns is not the most, they are 6 18-inch, I want to say 50s.
Yes.
Which hit hard.
Yeah. In the nicest way, especially if you consider the number of them.
48s.
Yeah, but that'll do. 6 18-inch 48s will do. The Yamatos, whilst technically having a superiority in terms of firepower, will not have a superiority in terms of speed or range of gun. So, yeah, those ships are annihilating them.
Look sleek ships.
Yeah, they are. They look good ships. They do look very good ships. And that will certainly help them with certain things. But, saying all that, they are probably going to have some issues in terms of they're going to cost quite a hefty amount of money to run. But there again, they're in the middle of war and they've got a lot of them, so they'll work out efficiently. Okay, Dragon Fox, are you still there?
Yep.
You went quiet on me. Or something I couldn't hear.
Letting you finish, but
Yeah, that was just for going, I'm finishing, but I can't hear anyone else talk, anyone else even breathing, so how's the thing broken down?
to be fair, you hopefully shouldn't be able to hear us breathing.
I know, but it's disconcerting, because usually I can hear Dan breathing when he's on, so I get used to it. Because his one never go. It's always telling. Every sound is shared for poor Dan. Poseidon V4. It's 1850. The Royal Navy has a mythical breakthrough and develops the vertical triple expansion engine along with reliable 220 psi boilers. How does it change the following half century? Oh, good lord! Warrior is hitting 20 knots. Because that's about 10 years before Warrior's built. They get that in 1850. Warrior is doing 20 knots. That is going to be painful for a lot of people to deal with. That is going to be painful. What do you think? Royal Navy gets 220 psi boilers and vertical triple expansion engines back in 1850.
It's going to have an interesting knock-on effect of everything else.
So, do they get the metallurgy to build them?
Yes.
They must, surely.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I thought this might be the case. So, 1850, right?
Yeah.
Definitely said. So, Brunel's laughing hysterically.
That was what just occurred to my brain.
SS Great Eastern's ordered 1835. Well, not 35, 53, sorry. Not 35,
Yeah.
I said 30. So that means, as soon as he hears out this, potentially gone are the paddle wheels. Or worse, he sticks paddle wheels and propellers on. Yikes. But, and considering how, knowing him, he could probably get that thing past 20 knots.
This is why I say Warrior is going to be a 21 knot ship. 2021 knot ship, not an 18 knot ship. 2021 knot ship. Because he's going to push things in, and the Navy's going to want to have something faster. And also with vertical triple expansion, you're going to want to be building up a bit more height in the hull anyway, because of the way the engines are going to go. So you might end up with the 2-deck Warrior as well. So it will be a 2-deck Warrior design with that kind of speed. And considering the metallurgy and other issues that other people are going to have to build up the capability of, no one's really going to probably capture up Britain for at least 15, 20 years, which Britain's going to keep pushing on for.
Here's another weird thing. So if they've got the capability of making 220 psi boilers now for a naval vessel,
yeah,
it makes me wonder what they might do if they scale them down. What can they do with locomotives? Yeah.
Oh.
Because that could result in high-power steam locomotives.
Usually, marine boilers and steam engines, steam trains are slightly different, but usually, but in this scenario,
metallurgy and sort of understanding, I'm thinking.
if you've got that, yeah, you probably then see. The thing is, the efficiency upgrades you could get to the British economy at that time could really turbo blast it.
AC-75, does this affect transatlantic cable laying? Probably.
Probably will do, but
like if SS Great Eastern's, a full triple expansion driven ship.
More it's going to affect is going to be the British merchant marine are going to be faster, bigger than everyone else, any British merchant ships, which is going to mean more investment by people in buying ships from British yards. And that's going to have an impact. It's going to have a massive impact.
Oh, yeah, I think.
And I'm now working through some of the impacts in the head. Is basically, it's going to be. The biggest problems are going to come about with things like that. Imagine the American Civil War in the 1860s. Because the Americans might even be starting building their own ships, but they're not going to have that level of industry being able to catch up that quickly. And so they might have been ordering more ships from Britain, which means they have even less industrial development probably in the south. Because whilst the north had enough to keep going and justify investment and justify procurement from the northern shipyards, the south shipyards were mostly invested in by southern plantation owners who would want the fastest, best ships they could get. So that means either they buy the ships from Britain or they buy the engines and boilers from Britain. Under this scenario, get them shipped across the Atlantic. And yeah, that's it's going to make an even more premium of buying British ships, but it's also going to put Britain in a much more interesting position vis-a-vis its navy and everyone else, because oh good lord, I'm imagining the frigates before because the frigates before the warriors. Yeah, they're big ships. The Mersey class are really big ships. And they are big steam power. They are, not in some dimensions, etc. They are in some ways forerunners of the ironclads. But I'm just thinking them with, because traditionally they have 1,000 shaft horsepower auxiliary steam engines and are capable of doing 13.3 knots. But with the power, etc., and things they put in, they actually might work better, because their length to beam ratio is going to give them quite a significant speed when they're under power. They might actually. It's really interesting to me is that possibly with these engines, you might actually Warrior might not exist as Warrior because she might not have sails or mast, because within 10 years you might have lost them, because you don't need them. You've got reliable boilers and reliable engines, triple expansion and these boilers.
The effects here are
dramatic.
staggering.
Yeah. It's just colossal. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what class of society would privateers and pirates come from? If I was making backstory about one, and what locations would be common? Cornwall, middle class. Disturbingly large number of them. But basically, pirates came from all classes of seafaring society. And quite a few of non-seafaring society who got involved because of the money. Remember, many pirates start out as privateers and become privateers when war starts again. They go basically privateer, pirate, privateer, pirate, depending on whether there's a war. That's why the authorities always know who the pirates are. Because usually, when wars come along, they hire them. It's just the difference between a privateer and a pirate is a privateer carries on doing the same thing once war is over.
Yeah. Also, very much depends on the makeup of the local region.
Yes, that can also
for
affect
example,
it.
in sort of the 10th, 12th century pre-European arrival, a lot of pirates in the Bay of Bengal era, people from the bottom class in Indian society, the untouchables who've managed to basically take over a boat and go, okay, we're attacking everyone now. If you go back to the 100 Years' War in France, a lot of pirates were just the third and fourth son of nobles who wanted to make some money. And then you get stuff like the Visby brothers, who were family of the King of Denmark.
Ah, yes.
Who decided to take over the island of Gotland and become nightmares for the Swedes, the Teutons, the Russians, and the Livonians.
Yeah, that was so helpful for a certain King of Denmark at that time.
Yeah, and it's sort of like anyone who could think of getting their hands on a boat was probably going to become a pirate.
Yeah.
Because by some definitions of piracy, the Knights Hospitaller based off Rhodes and Malta were pirates. Given
Yes.
they regularly attacked Muslim and Arabic shipping in
Yes.
the Mediterranean.
Yes.
And they were literally crusader pirates.
I think Gareth is doing a book about them, which might have that as the title. So middle class, so knives, rock act. Oh, yeah, those areas definitely. In a nice way, Pirates of Penzance is a great song because it's very, very accurate considering how many did come from that area. And then, of course, you also have... How do I put this politely? I've talked about my family history quite often on this channel, and my family history... they are merchants who can go to sea with an empty hold and come back to port and have lots of stuff to sell, but they never seem to have gone and never seem to have travelled anywhere in that time. And they do this disturbingly often. And usually, yeah, they were an interesting group with my family. But yes, the class of society pirates could come from pretty much any section of society, depending on era, and even sometimes in India, etc., you would find ones coming from higher castes because they just like it. They like the freedom of it. Piracy was romanticized as being freeing by quite a lot of people.
And especially for a lot of the Muslims explorers in the early sort of Majapahit 8th century time period, it was religiously justified.
Yes. And then, of course, in China, you have a surprisingly large number of female pirates.
Is it the Beiyang fleet?
Yes.
That's the famous one.
Is that right?
And yeah, that's always the fun thing to me, is that they always make a lot of movies and televisions about female Vikings, and there were statistically probably very few, if any of them. There were possibly some, and I'm one of those people who doesn't believe this whole thing of there's smoke without fire. There are enough interesting bits of history, etc., and interesting stories that I think there were probably some. But I think they were probably the minority, and they were going a Viking and anything like that by an extremely large margin. But when it comes to female Chinese pirates, there were lots of them, and there's been very few television programs about them. Mostly because if you do an accurate TV program, it's kind of like if you do an accurate program about a queen from any state in the world in the medieval period. There's going to be rather a lot of killing involved, and that doesn't seem to be liked by a lot of modern television makers to talk about that one.
If I remember
Alex,
about
just
the
popping
Beiyang-
in.
Hi, Steve.
Just popping in to say, well, goodbye, really, because I'm going to go to bed in a minute. But
Okay.
I do have something to say on the subject, because, of course, it's Vikings, and I do know quite a bit. Most of the evidence we seem to have found is actually on Gotland.
Yeah.
Because it comes from Birka, which is a Dark Age settlement on Gotland, which has extensive trading links, and they have found basically female graves with both armor and weaponry and horses, and not just one.
Mm-hmm.
There's about 20 skeletons, which, considering the number of skeletons involved, is actually quite a high percentage. So whether it's just Gotland itself and all the things that you've been talking about, being Gotland being special in that way, in terms of maybe you needed every person that you could get, or whether it was more resemblant of Norse society as a whole, because there aren't that many extensive Viking cemeteries going back over numbers of years, and that's the truth, really. But there's the lady who dug the place up is a lady called Margarita Harbu, and there is a book about it, about the dig. I know Manchester University's got a copy, because I know somebody who photocopied the entire book from the John Rylands Library in Manchester when I was doing it as a hobby. So there you go. So that's where it kind of comes from.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, it's good to hear you. It's been a relatively good day for the Royal Navy charity, and
Well, seeing as
I might be able to pop on again.
it's our first time doing this sort of thing. I'm quite pleased with it so far. It's raised a little bit of money, and okay. My theory is this time, kind of like last year with the first Historiophon, we're setting a baseline and working out where we can work from.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. But we'll see how things go.
Yep.
All right. Right. I'm going to get off now. All have fun.
Well,
and may the beavers rule, as it were.
The beavers are doing quite well, actually. It's rare I do something like play a game in the background while chatting with people, but I thought it might be a fun, different thing to have going on at the end. To have these sort of things. There are going to be some collab games as we get on in the sort of thing where there's going to be Pirates of the Burning Sea and World of Warships.
I might be able to play POBs, but I'm not sure this laptop of mine will play World of Warships in any way, shape, or form.
Oh yeah,
I need to get the other machine basically cleaned, because it's not because it's dirty on the inside. There are a pile of internal conflicts in Windows. I need to clean it all up. And
fun
times. It's not happened yet.
Fun times had by all.
All right. Well, good evening, everybody. I know that you can't really say goodbye to me, but yeah, I'm around for most of the week, and I will be on over the weekend.
Yeah, and thank you for helping out with the ammoning tonight, Steve. Thank you. Take care.
Yeah, cheers. Bye.
can I just make one more comment about the Bayang
Yes.
point that
Yes.
really interesting.
Of course.
What's the most important thing to a Renaissance era Chinese pirate armada, do you think?
Well, I would say logistics, but I'm obsessed with logistics, so I'm gonna keep quiet on that front.
It was bookkeeping and ledgers.
Yeah, that's probably good. That's basically logistics, yes, but administration logistics, yeah.
Yeah, and it's... Oh, well, I don't want to say a name because I don't want to get you cancelled, but... Rose by being the wife of the head pirate and being one of the few people in the fleet who could read.
Yes.
And HR's apparently so much easier where if someone does something you don't like, you just kick them off the boat.
Mhm. And HR can be really done effectively if you have the ability to kill people who are annoying you. There are many HR advisors I know who would love that as an option. And most of those HR advisors probably work with me.
I wonder why. I'm sure it's because you got a brilliant personality, right?
Yeah. It's not because I tend to ask questions like why and what's the purpose of this and why are you wasting my time with this requirement? This does not seem like a sensible use of my time. Or that I have ever said, so basically what you've just spent the last 4 hours telling us in a long-winded way is to use our common sense.
Bring up the C word with HR.
They don't like the common sense word. Now,
I don't like the common sense word.
use your Minecraft Watcher. Watch if the USN somehow in 1850 built a 2-deck 84-gun iron ship. Think a bigger warrior or with 11-inch Dahlgreens and built 2. The Royal Navy is panicking building about 8 of them because the Americans have just dived ahead. Especially if it's like Warren who's got steam engines. In the nicest way, the Royal Navy's probably building about... Well, possibly if the Royal Navy is actually rebuilding first rates with 3 decks of guns, instead of going for 120 gun first rate, 120 gun ships, they're going for something like 160 gun ships or something. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. But yeah, if the Americans steal and march that far, then problems happen. Now, YouTube Minecraft Watcher, you asking to join the stage so you can ask questions in voice chat? Not at this time. I'm not doing it for any... basically, I'm doing a policy that during, especially the streams which are charity streams, it's only people who've been in the chat before and who I know will not will how do I put this, follow the rules. And whilst that means there are people like you who I'm fairly sure would follow the rules, I'm having to say no to because I don't want to start the precedent with precedent and then be going, you can join, but you can't join, and that sort of thing. I'm just doing a blanket no. But I am going to, as I chat with more people, and I've been chatting with more people as always in the Thursday night videos and those things, I am going to start expanding it more so that, how do I put it, it's going to be a regular thing that if Killix want to join the chat, that's going to be possible on on special occasions. Like there's going to be one of the Sundays a month is going to be, like I'm putting some Sundays a month down to brew ships down to being sci-fi topics. There's going to be a brew ships every month, which is going to be Killix stage thing, where the Killix are able to join a stage. So anyone who's been who's a Killick in the Discord, and as we all know, Killick basically means in Discord you've watched, you've been chatting in good faith, you've been polite, respectful people, yeah, in a nice way. And by the way, by the way, what we mean with respectful, and I hope Foxo and Dragon would back me up on this, is we don't mean you agree with everything everyone says, but rather when you're disagreeing with it, you disagree with them in a polite way, not a rude way. Does that seem fair?
Yeah, arguing in good faith. So if someone goes, "Hey, look, this is a bit of a weird one. Can you just provide where you're coming from?"
Yeah.
Doing so in a polite manner.
Yeah. And basically, that's our requirement for the Killick. It's basically, isn't that you agree with us? It's that when you disagree in a adult manner, not going straight down to being, no. You're basically whichever political party, political side of the spectrum you don't like. You're terrible. Although I do love it. There is at least one video in last week or so where I was called both a fascist and a communist. And I'm still not. I still, for my life, can't work out why, because it was on the book where I was, the one where I was doing was reading out and assessing Andrew Lambert's book. I don't know how I was called a fascist and a communist on that book. I really don't know.
Did you fulfill the prophecy of becoming Schrodinger's fascist?
I did, or Schrodinger's communist. I'm not sure. I was something. I don't know how I achieved it. All I did was read out and talk about a book, and apparently I was both a communist and a fascist. Stafford, so respectful takes me off the list, depending on how much I've had that night. It's basically a case of if you want to come on and you're worried that alcohol will impede your ability to be a polite conversationalist, then yes, maybe don't come on that evening, or don't drink that evening. It's up to you. But it's
discretion is the better part of valor.
Yeah, I've had to have the discussion occasionally with our colleague. He's never turned up on mine, Liquid.
He has most certainly turned up on his, with perhaps a few too many drops to drink.
He does like a dram. He does like a dram. And
are we talking about the Hoshmaster?
Yes.
Yes.
He does like a dram, and he will occasionally turn up when he really shouldn't. I don't like you sleep. I've got a beaver sleeping outside, and it's because it's so far away from home. He can't get home for the night. So he's sleeping. He's starving and he's exhausted. I've got tons of food, and I've got tons of resources, and yet he's starving. How the frigate are you starving? Oh. Sometimes I seriously do not understand these beavers. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if in Congress in 1913 HMS Tiger and ordered four of Congress in 1913 saw HMS Tiger and ordered 4 Tiger-style battlecruisers for the USN, 4 times twin guns, and they would want the biggest gun available. So Tigers with 16-inch guns. You didn't come off as rude for pestering, Minecraft Watcher. You didn't at all. And as said, having spoken to you in the past in the chat, etc. Yeah, I would have no qualms about you coming up, but it's a case of, as I said, at the moment it's admins only because of the things that are going on. And as I said, when it's the Killick ones, yeah, I'll fully expect you. I think you are a Killick, if I remember correctly. YouTube Minecraft Watcher is a Killick, aren't they?
Oh, actually,
I think they are. You're not. You're not. Oh, well.
I'm pretty sure they had a grey name.
Yeah, they're not. Okay. That'll be sorted in about
5 working days.
I can do things faster than that. I've got none of the admins are here to supervise me, so I can do these things quite quickly. Other than you and Fox, so you and Fox agree with me, so that means it's perfectly fine.
An admin?
Yeah.
Yes. How do you keep forgetting this?
You are an admin in the chat.
I'm not trusted on my own server. Never mind admin on this server.
You are.
You're not trusted on your own server because you end up keep forgetting that you've given roles powers and then go, wait, whoops, no, oh no, what? How do I fix this? It's only thanks to your latest reshuffle that you finally got the permissions mostly sorted out.
Okay. YouTube Minecraft watcher, you should notice that you have just been promoted. If anyone else feels they should be a Killick, just remind me at some point, and if I remember you from chatting away, I will probably add you in. If I don't remember you, I'll say talk to me next couple of times you're in the chat on the Thursday evening, etc. after the lives, and yeah, because we chat to you for a bit and we get an idea. Because I'm not saying we test people, but we're fairly good at working out whether people are going to fulfill the Killick rule or if they're not. Because the Killicks are very useful because they set an example of what's the way we like the channel to behave, and that I prefer to use as my method of running a server. You can either be incredibly strict or you can use positive examples. I always preferred a positive role model method of leadership and instruction rather than a browbeating method of leadership and instruction. There are times when you need to do browbeating, and there's I do have how do I put this politely? I do have a certain admin who's very scary when she needs to be. I do have an admin. I presume
you mean Melanie.
Yes, Melanie is Melanie is by far the scariest admin we have, and this includes Leslie. Melanie is by far capable of being the scariest admin we have. Is definitely the scariest admin we have. But yeah.
Yes, but I'm never worried that Leslie is going to send Gurkhas to my house to enforce server rules.
No, Melanie will turn up at your house herself. She won't send Gurkhas. She will turn up herself.
She is Florida woman, so yes, that's true.
Yes, she is Florida woman.
Yes.
We all know who Florida women are capable of.
Yes, the scariest force on the planet, an annoyed wife.
From Florida. So the American Tiger comes with 16-inch guns. Yes, if the Americans had built a Tiger in 1913, it's going to get 16-inch guns.
That's pretty scary.
Yeah,
they're built even close to Tigers, sort of style.
Yeah, because basically it's the scary Lexington. You build you instead of building a Lexington, you build a Tiger with Lexington guns.
What if you build a Lexington with Tiger guns?
No, that's not scary. That's pathetic.
That's cruiser bait.
That's dinner.
Yeah.
The Tiger with Lexington guns is, oh my lord, what are you doing to me? Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Yeah. I don't even want to think about a Lexington with Tiger guns. That's just...
Steve, in Melanie's defense, based on some of what I see, and then also the fact that we have not dissimilar threats in some regards. Because unfortunately there's a multi-prong attack on certain classes, including women's rights in the U.S. right now. She is under a fair deal of stress.
Yeah. But she's also an absolute superstar, and frankly...
Yeah, when she's present, she's present.
Yeah.
And some of the administrative decisions that are being made in Florida definitely do affect her I can understand why she's not as active as she maybe once was.
If the US has completed 4 Tiger-style battle cruisers with 16-inch guns, and those things by the Washington Naval Treaty, that's going to be a different scenario, because that's going to increase the number of 16-inch gun ships to about 7, and so that's going to mean that they are probably not going to get the same amount of how do I put this way, leeway with the 16-inch gun issue and the building holiday. In fact, you might not even get the building holiday in that scenario. Because it's possible that the British go, no. Just no, we're not doing a building holiday. Not under circumstances. It is quite possible the British do that. Because of, how do I put this politely? If you're doing a building holiday under those circumstances, yeah, it's going to cause the British significant issues. It would make them looking like they're in a weaker position. And the British, you have to remember, the British, whilst they feel they have lost a lot in World War One, they do feel they've been on the winning side. They've won World War One. They are still the largest navy in the world, sort of thing. And their navy, whilst it didn't win a massive, glorious battle, to many people in Britain at the time, they'd won Jutland because they'd retained control of the sea. It wasn't the way they'd like to have won it. They'd like to win it with the High Seas Fleet being annihilated. But they won it because the High Seas Fleet went home and as far as many perceived at the time, didn't really come out again.
What is it that it was reported that the High Seas Fleet would be ready to sail in like 3 months? The Grand Fleet would be ready to sail in less than 24 hours.
Yeah, and the reality was the High Seas Fleet wasn't. It was not sailing. And that was an issue.
Now, if only Beatty had actually known how to communicate information up the chain of command.
Yes.
There are so many what-ifs involving Jutland where, if this one thing was done differently, how massively the battle changes.
Yeah, the Germans really do have a very lucky battle. It's quite disturbing how lucky it was.
However, realistically,
go on.
It's a lot of that does hinge on the fact that Beatty doesn't have his signaling figured out.
Oh, it's not even his signaling. There's also Rutland or Jutland, the pilot. If he'd been able to give the information, then instead of having his radio go wrong, there would have been differences. Massive differences.
This is the map I think it is. You and I play it very differently.
Hmm?
Yeah, this is the map I think it is. You and I play this map very differently.
It's not, because this was a map which I have heavily customized myself.
It might happen to look similar.
It started off as an original a map supplied by Timberborn, and then I went, I can make that more difficult and more interesting. And I did.
Needs more beaver trains.
There is always room for more beaver trains. Poseidon, Via, where do you believe? Where do you believe Puff the? Well, you can get trains. So there's a train mod in Timberborn.
Like, it's adorable seeing them on them.
Yeah. They have a little choo-choo. I think they even have a second engine now, I seem to remember.
I have been corrupted by the internet and the tradesmen.
I don't know.
You don't want to have a train run on you.
It's just terrible. Your brain just goes to such dirty places.
Oh,
And me and Dragon are so innocent and pure.
I hate you all. I hate you all. I hate you all.
Poseidon, where do you believe Puff the Magic Dragon, Sunderland Saving Force Z, the Puff the Magic Dragon, i.e. Sunderland Saving Force Z, that could be of equal and hilarious use during World War II? A Sunderland armed to the teeth. Basically, the idea comes from the fact that the Japanese are flying so low on fuel, they're not carrying guns, so they could carry enough fuel for getting the range and all those things. They've got no defense on it. So a Sunderland flying cap over Force Z could probably beat them off because of the sheer amount of firepower it put out. That's the theory, right?
I'm pretty sure there is a tale where something like 9 BF-109s engaged a short Sunderland. Only one BF-109 managed to run home while the Sunderland just carried on.
Yes.
They were built tough and with a lot of decker.
What about a very angry Catalina?
A very angry
Catalina's a bit of a joke in comparison.
The Catalina doesn't have enough firepower and is also not structurally designed to basically be the earthquake, not withstand an earthquake. The Sunderland is the earthquake. Basically, in a fight between the Earth and the Sunderland wins.
The Sunderland was made by Short, and Short, they knew how to make tanks. Except these tanks had propellers on them.
Are you saying that the Sunderland is the Chuck Norris of aircraft?
Yes.
Well, it has the name of flying porcupine.
Like that.
The short Sunderland is Sunderland's answer to when they heard the Americans call the B-17G the B-17 the Flying Fortress. Their response was, we can do better.
My cup of tea. Because they have a disturbing habit of being more heavily armed than they should be.
They have a disturbing habit of just being armed.
Wait, because they've got the 4 nose-mounted machine guns. I think they've got at least 4 side-mounted machine guns. So 2 per side. And I think some of them even had turret on the top and a few others. Like, they have a lot of machine guns.
Yeah, and they have the structural rigidity to land actually in rough weather on the open ocean. So, yeah, and not snap their wings off.
So essentially, they did the typical British defense contractors building something that is designed to operate in the ocean. It is designed to operate in all weathers.
Yes.
And conditions.
Yes.
I think some Sunderlands had on average like 17 machine guns dotted about on them.
Yes. And there's at least one Sunderland crew who I know who fought 17 was you not trying. Because one of my great uncles, I think it was great uncle Jackie. I'd say it's Jackie.
Was he a fisherman, by any chance?
Normally, yes. A Cornish fisherman, but in World War II, a pilot and commander of a Sunderland in the Royal Air Force, which was it did kind of make him sort of the black sheep of the family because he wasn't in the Royal Fleet in the Fleet Air Arm. But his view was he was flying the Sunderland, and he liked flying the Sunderland. Indeed, one of the few pilots who I think really wanted to fly the Sunderland, and an aircraft like that. Anyway, 17 was from his discussion. 17 was what he considered a good start on having firepower aboard, but no, definitely not somewhere you finished.
So, wait a minute. He was one of the only family members that ever got to fly a boat.
Yes.
He flew a boat.
Yes, most of the rest of the ones who were flying for the Fleet Air Arm and were flying Seafires, Wildcats, and a few other interesting aircraft. And one of them, well, no, actually, a couple of them lost their lives for the Southern Fleet Air Arm and Southern Royal Navy, but one of them actually, despite him being a Fleet Air Arm pilot, went down because the gun crew on the merchant ship that he was being transported through in the Indian Ocean were wiped out by a German surface raider, and rather than get off of the lifeboats, he and his best mate manned the gun to continue to hold off the surface raider while everyone else got into lifeboats. And he is buried somewhere in India because he washed ashore in India, despite him being killed off the coast of Africa. And I have got plans to someday visit his grave. Currently, there's only 2 of my colleagues from Shipshape crew who would actually have volunteered to go with me to try and track down his grave. We know roughly where it is in India, but we're not 100% sure.
Wait a minute. What was it we're talking about, Foxer, that might actually be in India? There was a specific naval gun that might be one of the only examples left in the world is located in the Indian Naval Headquarters. I remember we were talking about this because we were really surprised that they might have one, from what it sounded like.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to say it was the twin barrel variant instead of a single. But I can't. Either way, India has some surprisingly niche and interesting
Is
stuff.
this the Sail one?
No, I want to say it might be one of the 5.25s.
I know that they have a twin barrel over from a scrapyard. Twin barreled bronze Portuguese culver in there. It was bought in the 16th century. I know they still got that. And that's something I'd want to see. I don't know, I can't remember about the modern gun.
We have to try and find it again now. But by the way, it's just one random interesting. India has some weird stuff dotted about.
Oh yeah, India's cool. There's a lot of interesting stuff out there. But yeah.
Yes. One of the twin turrets from the PNS Ababdor ex-HMS Diadem, located at the gate of the Pakistan Naval Headquarters in Karachi.
Oh.
It's not quite Indian, but...
Oh, the Pakistani one.
Yes.
Yeah. I say India and Pakistan are 2 very different places.
Yes, they are.
They very much are, but it's just because it was in that area. That reminded me about the... Hey, this is going off a conversation we had like 8 months ago.
Okay, we'll accept it, and I won't have to have the same discussion with you that I have to have with certain people almost every time there's a UK election about the fact that Iran and Iraq are different countries.
Because I think we got talking about it basically because there was the question of, is there any surviving 5.25-inch twin mounts left in the world?
Mm.
And that's the only one we can find that seems to possibly be a twin mount. There's a single, which is located in Gibraltar, but...
But it's finding
the single. I love how the single best preserver of so many other nations' cultures,
Who?
at least in terms of, like, a thing still exists, is oftentimes the British. But when it comes to preserving their own history,
Usually we rely on the
it's
Australians.
everybody but the British.
Yes, but usually we rely on the Australians.
Look, we love to preserve our foreign history so much that we have in the National Archives a 15th century Chinese cannon that was captured by the Russians in the 17th century, got taken to St. Petersburg, and almost got melted down off the Soviet in World War One.
Yes.
And that's just we have.
That's just our love of history. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if the Germans during Jutland sank most of the British battlecruisers? Well, the Royal Navy have Renown and Repulse coming into service, and probably the Admiral class design gets rushed through as is to produce them some ships, and they're ordering some fast battleships as quickly as they can do. But short term, they have enough that even if they lose all the battle cruisers at the Battle of Jutland, they still have, thanks to 5th Battle Squadron and Renown Repulse coming in, and the other battle cruisers they have which weren't at Jutland, they have enough to put together an effective battle cruiser screen. Whilst they probably work on ideas for a fast battleship. That's the scary thing for the Royal Navy. As the quip goes that Dragon said already, the High Seas Fleet will be ready for sea in about 3 months. The Royal Navy will be ready for sea in about 3 days. And the High Seas Fleet actually wasn't ready for sea in 3 months. They were never back at the strength they had that they had at the Battle of Jutland ever again in World War One. Whereas the Royal Navy was back at that functioning strength within days.
As Dragon phrased it, the High Seas Fleet would be ready for sea in 3 months. The Royal Navy, or the Grand Fleet, would be ready for sea in 3 shifts.
Yeah, effectively. Yeah. Something like 24 hours, because within 24 hours they would have refueled, resupplied. While they might not have the exact same strength they had previously, they could still just go out and, well, because primarily lost them in battlecruiser fleet, they can just go out again and as if nothing had happened.
Yeah. Honestly, they'd bring in battlecruisers from everywhere they had them. It's one of the scary things is, when you realise that the Grand Fleet left more ships behind at Battle of Jutland during the Battle of Jutland, left more ships back in the UK because they didn't feel their gunnery was up to standard than they lost. The Royal Navy actually, Jellicoe left ships behind because he didn't feel their gunnery was up to the standard he wanted it to be for action. Now, admittedly, if you'd applied the same standards to the battlecruiser fleet as you had to the rest of the Grand Fleet under Jellicoe, then at least half the battlecruisers would probably not have been there. But yeah, there's all sorts of arguments which can be put on that one. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if the USN contracted Sunderland for flying boats pre-World War II? Then the Japanese are going to be very, very scared of what comes out, because basically every Catalina group will end up with one squadron of Sunderlands backing up 3 squadrons of Catalinas as a patrol group. And that means the Sunderlands turn into the, hello, you annoyed our friends. We're here to make you sure you do not exist anymore.
The value of the Sunderlands is the fact that they are much bigger and much more machine gun resistant.
And also there's the fact that you literally push the bombs out onto the wings to drop them from internally.
Yep.
You literally can basically you drop your bombs and you think, good, that Sunderland's dropped its bombs. That's fine. We've been bombed. It's got no more bombs, and then you suddenly sort of see as it's flying off, it's turning around. As it's turning around, there are more bombs appearing out on its wings, and you're going, "What the frig is happening?"
Oh, they've now got depth charges there too.
Yes.
Brilliant.
The Sunderland is one of the Sunderland is one of those scarily efficient designs that you sort of look at and go, "You really shouldn't work. You should be something which, frankly, everyone's laughing at." But the trouble is, everyone who laughs at you ends up looking like the Joker after spending too much time trying to drink Dr. Dan under the table, or Fleet when he tried to drink Drac and Dr. Dan under the table.
Yes, Shipshape's functioning alcoholic.
He tried to drink Drac under the table on 2 occasions.
Not very bright, that one.
Well, by the third time he learned, and they just had a pleasant evening.
Yes, that was the second. That was the second night in Sasebo. He finally learnt, and that was because the first night he tried to keep up with them, and he didn't realize until on they were trying to keep up with me. I was drinking milkshakes. Very nice coffee ice cream milkshakes, which were lovely. They were the best milkshakes I got the whole time I was in Japan. And Dan and Drac were basically ordering around every time I ordered a milkshake. They were going, "Oh yeah, we'll have one as well." I very happily downed about 10 milkshakes. They realized quite quickly that they could not keep up with the pace of milkshake drinking, but they carried on quite happily themselves. Unfortunately, by the time they realized this after Fleet had tried to keep up with them, and Fleet was not having a good time with it. Because also, what was worse was Drac was trying a different drink every single time. Because Drac was working his way through the sours. And in Japan, sours are a big thing.
If I do make it to your Falklands expedition,
bring a spare liver.
And I don't drink, so that's really not even a.
You'll be trying to keep up with me then, so you'll be definitely need that spare liver.
No, I'll need a spare pancreas.
That too.
Would that mean I do get inducted as Shipshape?
I checked you already were.
No, I'm Shipshape Auxiliary, just like you are.
That's still inducted into Shipshape.
Yeah, but it's auxiliary, which is, nice, but...
Yeah, but the Royal Fleet Auxiliary is still massively important.
It's massively important, but very tiny.
Stafford, Fleet is a baby. He shouldn't try to keep up with seasoned adults, no. And let's be honest, those seasoned adults does include, of course, Foxo.
I'm an adult.
Seasoned adult when it comes to drinking.
Loath as you might wish to admit it, Foxo, yes.
Compared to Fleet.
You've paid taxes, therefore you're an adult.
She didn't pay taxes willingly. That's how I'm sure that line was coming.
There's one thing low on Matter's hierarchy and needs than food and water. And that is the human urge to commit embezzlement.
Okay.
Am I wrong? For legal reasons, that is a joke. HMRC. For legal reasons, that is a joke.
Okay. Stafford, what scale event would the West...
taxes willingly.
Okay, well, for Stafford. So, what scale event would the West have to suffer to get out of a war of choice and into a war into a peace prepare for war mentality? If Ukraine lost,
They need to get their face punched in, essentially.
yes.
Like, realistically, they need to get their face punched in.
No, Stafford, I pay taxes willingly. I basically get my policy is I pay the taxes so I don't have to deal with a tax man.
Yeah, I pay my taxes willingly because I like roads, and I like to at least delude myself into thinking that I will have educated young adults to turn into apprentices one day.
Yeah.
I also like
I love
having
your
public
optimism.
health programs.
That is optimism. There's a lot of optimism going on there. Poseidon, had the 16.5 inch been constructed in 1902 by Ellsworth and tested, where might this gun see service in future? If there is a 16.5 inch 45 wandering around in that sort of period, then I would expect it to possibly appear on something like the Lord Nelsons or their predecessors as the primary gun, as the main gun, and B, and this is the most important of the Bs, hence it's called B. There would probably be just a small likelihood, please note what I'm saying, that it would actually be the weapon which would be fitted onto HMS Dreadnought. Because why wouldn't you fit it onto HMS Dreadnought?
Good point.
Let's be honest, that's sort of way. If the Royal Navy are using that kind of gun in that period, then the Germans are probably doing a lot of very rapid development because the 11-inch gun, no one cares about it. It's basically a case of, oh, you've got an 11-inch gun, how cute. Yeah, it's a very powerful weapon. We think it's just as powerful as your 16.5-inch 45? Really? Your 11-inch 50 is that good? It could be. No. Go away. And I don't mean that in a rude way. I mean that in the honest way of the way they thought at the time. It's just not going to count. So what's going to happen is a lot of people are going to be rapidly developing bigger guns. It's going to start the big gun race earlier, which is probably going to push the Dreadnought scenario into existence earlier as well, because with big guns growing so much in cost and size, you're going to need more space for them anyway, so you end up pushing for that size of ship jump earlier, so you probably end up with a Dreadnought actually ordered about the same time as Lord Nelson's, if not earlier. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, I just thought of something. Even scarier than Tiger with Lexington guns. A Tiger with the 16-inch 50 I mentioned earlier tonight. 16.1-inch 50.
Scary.
Yeah, that would be scary. Would your doctrine work well with it? Potentially. Potentially. It's a useful weapon system to use. We have 30 minutes left. And the first 12 hours will have been done. I do apologise for the earlier in the day technical issues. I will try and keep it swept tomorrow so that there shouldn't be the same issues. And hopefully there won't be the same amount of brick dust going on to my lovely Starlink system tomorrow. Because goodness knows me, BT gave up the ghost about 1 AM this morning. I mean, 1 AM yesterday morning.
Yeah. Could you quickly ask about the 3692 gun that's come up recently?
The which one?
The 53672.
536.
Yeah, the one for
You
the
mean
RP.
You mean the 136?
Yeah, 136, sorry.
A 536mm 72 caliber gun would be horrifying. But then again, the
I'll be-
136-72 caliber gun's also horrifying.
Be back in a second.
Yeah.
Could you put that one in?
Okay.
So, as some people might be aware, I'm currently having to be the naval moderator for a what's it called, World RP, and I keep getting people bringing out some of the weird stuff, like Foxo has found some of the old Ellswick stuff about a 136mm 72 caliber gun.
This was the Elsic, this is the Krupp one.
This was the Krupp one, right? Sorry. Most of the other ones you choose are Ellswick, and
Yeah,
Stafford,
you vetoed the 128 caliber long 8-inch gun.
no, I didn't.
Stafford, that statement just tells me that you're probably more of a hazard than the roads are.
Yep. Poseidon, the worst thing is, she was mounting this on cruisers and saying, oh, well, no, a 6-inch gun cruiser will be able to defeat this gun fine. It's like, no. A 6-inch 45 is not going to do very well compared to that gun.
Look, 5-inch guns are pretty bad, and this is a 5.4.
When the 72 caliber. You seem to keep forgetting that bit.
It's a really awkward caliber, you get the worst of both worlds.
Yes, but if your shell does not explode...
So how
because
big a
the
gun are
velocity-
we talking about now again?
136mm or 5.4 inch.
Okay. What do you want it to do? Dual purpose or single operation?
Single action for the moment.
Well then, why aren't you going for a 5.5 inch? Because that's in service and actually available.
Because she's basing it off one of the Krupp ones, which is a 72 caliber gun, which is horrifying to me of this time period.
Ooh, that fancy nut job. Okay. If you really want to, you can. I wouldn't really recommend it, but you can.
What's wrong with that?
Barrel wear is going to be awful.
That's the major issue, yes.
Because I like assume it's going to require the early advent of the fully turreted secondary battery for them.
Yeah, you're going to want powered mounts for them.
You're going to want a lot of things for them to make them work. A lot of things to make them work viably. But, you know, all these things can be done.
If they do work, it is a horrifying gun.
Dragon thinks it'll be equivalent to the 6-inch, and I don't think it will be equivalent to the period 6-inch.
Right. A 6-inch 45.
Um,
In particular, the early ones.
It would certainly have some similarities in deployability and capability. It wouldn't be completely without similarity, but I don't think it would be the same either, if that makes sense.
Because since unfortunately I don't have the perfect gun stats on it, I was comparing it mostly the differences between the Admiral class 5.5 inch and the 6-inch 45 that you see of roughly the 1910s.
Yeah. That's not too bad as an item to compare it to.
And the 5.5 doesn't do badly, and that 5.5 is a 50 cal, as I recall.
Okay.
So having a 72 caliber one means potentially higher muzzle velocity, potential range, and depending on the shell design, improved penetration characteristics.
There are options going on there. There are certainly options.
Yeah, the 5.5 was a 50 cal.
Hey, why did there only not a 5.5 inch? Doesn't seem like too much of a bad gun.
It isn't a bad gun. It's actually a very good gun. Honestly, there's a whole lot of politics going on in that decision-making process. A whole lot of politics. And Not all of it's the best kind of politics, if that makes sense.
It just seems strange with a 5.25 inch. Why not just go for the 5.5 inch?
Basically, again, it's part of politics, but also it's considered the rate of fire differential between what a 5.25 inch and a 5.5 inch could achieve is enough that people thought it was a sensible option to go with.
There ain't that big a difference.
Not really, realistically, but they felt it was a big enough difference.
It's like, what, 7mm a shell?
Yes, but it does have an impact on the weight and the speed. How do I put this? It has an effect on the wear and tear on the operator. In that, a gunner who's those shells, the rate of it's when you're dealing with the rate of fire and you're basically going, okay, are we going to make this manually fed or are we going to make this robotic, mechanized feed and all these things? It has an effect when you're still using humans. And to get the rate of fire from a 5.5 or a 5.25, you had to go to an increasingly mechanized operation system, which actually made it heavier. And the heavier it was, of course, the more issues it caused with the treaty limitations.
Complete non sequitur question. But what were to happen if in the mid-late 30s I walk up to the wonderful people at Vickers Armstrong heavy gun or light gun manufacturing and give them the actionable designs for a 6-inch rotary gun turret with the appropriate relative rate of fire to a conventional 6-inch gun turret?
You would probably find yourself a seat on their board of directors.
I'd just take some nice stock options. And
No, that's why you would have a seat. Because you'd have enough stock that you would automatically be given a seat on their board.
Hi, this works. It's viable. It's a viable high rate of fire, high angle, 6-inch rotary cannon. It is make that crap over there, make that horizon go away.
And yes, the town class would be going to sea with about 8 of them.
What happens when
turret?
2 per turret, 4 turrets.
What happens if Vian gets a hold of those?
That's not fair to the world. But a nicest way, the mere fact the town class would have them and the rate of fire that would produce would be enough to scare the bejesus out of most nations. Anyway, YouTube microphone.
In a day.
You would be able to shoot most of the Italian Navy in a day, because let's be honest, any ship you couldn't actually sink with 6-inch fire, you could deluge in so many 6-inch shells, you would mission kill it. It wouldn't have a functioning rangefinder, it wouldn't have a functioning fire control system, it wouldn't have a functioning anything which was above the armored deck. It would be a husk going back to port.
Listen, it would be an underway aircraft carrier conversion device.
Yeah.
Instant flat top for any targets.
YouTube microphone. What's the panel's thoughts on the Marine Nationale Mogador, and if the USN or the Royal Navy had access to it after France falls, what theatre would it be deployed to? The Mediterranean, probably, for the Royal Navy. What about for the USN if they get it?
France. Evil. Oh, right. We have it sitting in the Med in Syria or something. But a lot of French stuff tends to do sit in Syria or Algeria.
But if the Royal Navy or the US Navy has access to it, use it somewhere.
No, I don't think so.
Well, the Royal Navy would use it in the Med, but the USN would.
But if you were the political capital to rip out of the free trading hands for a single destroyer,
No.
yes, would they deal with the goal for her? Probably no. Imagine dealing with it.
It would be certainly be an interesting discussion. Can we have this ship? No. Are you sure we can't have this ship? Yes. It would certainly be an interesting discussion. Next question, and we've got 15 minutes to go. Thank you, Poseidon. Adding in another question quickly. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what on this Super Tiger, what dual-purpose secondary battery would you recommend as an AA? Would you recommend torpedoes on deck or similar to the Grass Bay? No, I never recommend torpedoes on the deck. Never recommend torpedoes on the deck. Especially not if you're a battleship, which is going to be engaged in artillery duels. Don't stick torpedoes on the deck. I would secondary battery in this period. If I'm American, my secondary batteries are the 5-inch 51, aren't they? Which is pretty good. I think it's the 5-inch 51. Isn't that my secondary?
I think so.
Yeah, that's a fairly good gun. I'll keep that.
What time is this?
Ordered 1913.
Yeah, that sounds right. They got short when they went to World War II.
Yeah.
5-inch 51. Designed around 1910 in service 1911, so probably yes.
Yeah. And 18 Poseidon. 1830 Royal Navy gets the ability to construct reliable, well-in breech blocks for their guns. How's it changed the following century? Well, ladies and gent, what do we think?
Is a well-in breech block.
You don't know what a well-in breech block is?
1830.
It's an interrupted screw breech block.
Yes.
What's it called?
I've never heard it called that.
It was. It's basically the one which Vickers uses so much because they acquired the patents when they were sort of in about 1891.
Congrats. The Royal Navy now has a unquestionable firepower superiority over anything else.
Yeah, that's in nicest way. It's going to change. It's probably going to make turrets more viable more quickly because you don't have to have the guns coming back inside the turret to load them.
You're probably going to have. It's going to be one of the most aggressively defended secrets if the Royal Navy has its way.
I doubt it will be. It's in this period. Let's be honest.
So, in particular, since these are breech blocks, that's huge.
The metallurgy is very useful, but I don't think it's going to be necessarily be as defendable a paint. It's going to be patented certainly, but I don't think it's going to be. How do I put this? I don't think it's going. If you consider the British gun tech in this period, and even everyone's gun tech quickly finds its way into the open market, usually in 5 to 10 years, I think that's the best you're going to have. Maybe a 5 to 10 year advantage before it's out on before things are general market. Especially as we're talking about in the 1830s, when patents aren't necessarily as defendable across national lines as they are today. If that makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah, this is an 1830.
Yeah, 1830 is the problem. That's early.
I'll be honest, this is getting outside of my time period I'm that familiar with, but because even stuff like the Vickers 100-ton guns, 1877.
Yeah.
And
So you start having these weapons available in those time periods, you're going to have an interesting time.
this is gonna be long before that. It's the fact that you've now went from muzzle loading to breech loading, which is a titanic step up.
Yeah.
Question is then though, how do you then design a new loading system for this? Would then be the interesting question, because then this would have to bring about the idea of hoists.
And you've got to have you're going to have to start managing your ammunition differently, and it's going to lead to a lot of changes, a lot of developments.
Does this mean then you now, because if they don't do hoists, might we start seeing returns of proper gun deck where the ammunition is stored on this deck for that gun, so they just have to basically almost rail cart it into position and then just load it in the gun that way?
No,
safe.
they're gonna. They've got hoist technology. They can develop something hoist-like. It might actually. It's going to sound strange with rails, etc. The thing is that thinking at that time is the hoist might actually be more vertical mine carts than what they were historically.
Some of these shells are big.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking a vertical mine cart scenario. Because that's how they lift a lot of weights up vertically in confined spaces and in safety.
Hey kids, are Crocs health and safety compliant for roofing?
No.
Oh.
Yes.
Bruno, why would you think an incredibly slippy shoe would be considered health and safety certified?
Under
Because
any
I'm looking
circumstance.
at a guy who's using them to climb an extension ladder to do roofing.
Well, he's probably sliding off his roof if it's even remotely wet, or even if it's dry potentially.
Who dares at me?
Who dares wins.
That implies that our server has a high proportion of SAS veterans / active.
Moxie Drinker
concerns
has
me
just
greatly.
put no after the questions are closed has appeared sign.
I think
Yeah.
that's in relation to my Crocs statement.
Oh, I'm
I hope
hoping so.
it's in relation to the
And
crop.
YouTube Minecraft Watcher has come up with a question of the nice. Don't worry, the queue is closed, but in a nice way, it will be open tomorrow, and we'll be running for another 12 hours tomorrow. So there'll be plenty of time for questions tomorrow. And tomorrow, tomorrow's UAD stream will also include you making suggestions for me to build. The only one which will probably may have questions, may not have questions, will be Space Marine 2.
That
Which I'm not sure if I'm not sure if I can actually handle questions whilst also doing Space Marine 2, because I actually need to turn my brain on occasionally for that.
What are your plans for that?
It's first person shooter. I'm not sure, because I haven't played it in a while because I've been in Japan, and I meant to get time to play it this week, but my house keeps throwing up bits, and I've got a corgi who keeps destroying things. So every time I'm supposed to get some time to get some computer games in, to get practice for this stuff, I instead spend my time rebuilding sections of this house.
Well, if you could schedule it around after what would it be after about 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I can probably join you.
That's about midnight, isn't it?
It's going to be from 10 o'clock to 1 a.m. on the 21st, so that's Friday.
Okay, we can do that. I think we can do that. Yep.
Because
the 20th of November is Pirates of the Burning Sea collab. Well, live. the Wednesday one is Shogun 2, and I can play that whilst answering questions. UAD chatted requested design testing tomorrow night, which again I can do that while answering questions. And then the Saturday and Sunday ones are currently listed as World of Warships collab streams for the 2 evening ones, and a UAD chat requested design testing in the morning on the Sunday morning, but they might change because they might change.
Oh my god. That is possibly the worst crime against humanity Canada has ever Canadianed.
What?
Crocs came from Canada.
This doesn't surprise me, actually.
Oh god, we're all going to die.
Actually, even worse than coming from Canada, they come from Quebec. As a sports boat
French
shoe.
part of Canada.
The Quebecois' revenge.
Oh god, we're all going to die.
Yeah, Space Marine 2 could definitely be an interesting one.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you, me, Dragon, grenades. We will show you how to use grenades. For the love of God, please use grenades.
I occasionally use grenades.
Who needs grenades when you've got heavy bolter?
That's my preference.
Yes, but then you run out of ammunition for the heavy bolter. And
Just
then you're wondering
get
why you
more.
keep failing. Then you wonder why you keep failing the mission.
Actually, no. So
I
far,
don't
my mission success rate's pretty high.
And so is mine's not exactly bad either. It's just on certain missions, like when I'm getting surrounded on a bridge, I get getting beaten. I kept missing the fact that somewhere on one chain when I was fighting off defending the other chain. And I eventually worked out I needed to wander. I needed to just keep. I didn't. In a nice way. The thing was, don't wait for the end up mission success was. Don't wait for the game to tell me I need to go somewhere. Just friggin' go myself and ignore the game completely, and just keep wandering around all 4 chains. And then I was successful. So the moment I stopped listening to the game and started acting as if I was a patrolling trooper and ignored the game instructions at all, that's when I was working out fine.
Did find it amusing that in particular section gives you sniper rifles to play with. It's like, sniper rifles are good, apart from when you're being swarmed by hundreds of enemies, and these sniper rifles only kill 1 enemy.
Yes, and
This
that's
is
the
not
other thing,
very
is my
useful.
tendency, because of my background, is to grab the sniper rifle. And that was the first thing I learned that game. No, my natural tendency actually works against me here. Because my tendency is always to go for the long-range kills and just sit back and pick off my opponents. Because I am, to an extent, lazy. If I can stand off and pick you off at range, I will happily do that. But if I know I'm going to have to get close, and I know I'm going to have to go for epic, I will go for the heaviest, fastest firing weapon I can, so I can just fill you with lead as I move. Where I don't have to be accurate, I just have to make sure I'm going to fill you with lead, so I can fire from the hip as I go.
I honestly need to play more Space Marine 2, it's just, yeah. Replaying missions over and over again gets a little boring after a while.
I know.
But
Or does
Stafford, how large of a USS monitor could the Union have built, and could they have constructed an ocean-going version? Yes, they could have constructed over the ocean-going version, and theoretically they could have constructed something which had, like, 4 of those turrets on it. 2 set up in wing arrangements, and 1 fore, 1 aft. And they could have built something which had a commensurately deeper hull for sea transitioning, and a bit of a superstructure in the middle, probably with a bridge flying over the 2 wing turrets in the middle, so that they sort of have a bridge sort of raised up. But realistically, they didn't need to, and realistically, that vessel wouldn't have been able to go up the rivers that they wanted it to do. So basically, what they wanted was a littoral combat ship, and that's what they built for fighting in the littorals. Now,
On that topic, before we head out, have you heard of the Littoral Combat Cruiser?
not again. Not again.
it's like this? Ouch! It's like the sea control ship.
Reckon? You want to fill him in on the Littoral
That's it.
Combat Cruiser?
I'll wait till tomorrow. I'll get him to make it in UAD if I have to.
I'll make it quite happily. But I will say we have been going for 9 hours and 40 minutes on this video and 2 hours and 36 on the other video. So that my mind means we're well over 12 hours already. But we've got a question to finish off.
A donation of 15.99 billion Bitcoin.
Yeah, I might make it tomorrow that the designs that get built be the ones which are paid, so that's a thin amount. Although the ones which will guarantee to get built tomorrow will be the ones which will have money donated for them. I might make that. I'm not sure. Tomorrow it is for the Friends of HMCS Haida. So, as I've said before, I'm prepared to be fairly mercenary for things like something like Haida. She needs donations.
I feel like being financially irresponsible.
I a warhound.
She's the last remaining tribal class destroyer. She's precious to me.
No.
Also, I counted Runon. There is officially 11 products that are Raven Guard specific at the moment.
Very good.
This includes transfer sheets, helmets, shoulder pads, and little pointy gun bits with feathers on.
Lovely. Let's go to Stafford's last question. Given there are 1,000-foot Lakers, could the interlake shipyards build modern escort carriers, given the restriction of the Great Lakes lock system?
Interesting idea.
You could, but the beam's going to be interesting.
Who needs stability?
Yeah. The thing
Stability
about
on an aircraft carrier?
the thing about a Lakers is they're designed to cross the lakes, and they are in many ways they are fine for that. But length to beam ratio. Let's gonna see. Let's see. Yeah, the limit for the Welland Canal and the Lawrence Seaway locks is 740 foot. The Azumu class is 814. The Azumu class is usually what I use as the basis for my assessment of a modern escort carrier. Usually I use the Azumu class as the basis for it. The maximum width of the locks is 78 foot, and the beam width is 124 foot 8 inches for an Izumo class. So they would fit in draft-wise, though. Draft-wise, the Izumos are only 24 foot 7 inches, and the draft of a lock is 26 foot 6 inches. So draft can fit in, but their beam is massively over, and their length is also over. So yeah. No, the Great Lakes couldn't really, therefore. Hope that answers the question. With that being said, thank you to everyone for being here. Thank you for supporting the channel, and thank you for supporting us raising money. Let's see, how much money have we raised?
$4 billion.
I wish. I think it's currently in dollars, it's listed as $41.34 overall. I will, of course, check the other video as well, see if anything comes in on that. And I haven't been told, it hasn't given me any advertising revenue at all yet, or anything like that. So once I see it, then I will tell everyone, and also check the Twitch amount, Twitch money that's come in as well. And we'll see what that is, and I will work that all out. And as I said, at the end of the month, when the money comes in, I will send all the checks to the lovely people at the various charities, and I will post photos in the YouTube and Discord. There is also, I've put a link down below, so if people want to make their own direct donations, please do. If you want to tack on that you are donating in connection with the brew shippers, which is what we have decided to name ourselves as a community, according to popular vote, with 40% of the vote, the brew shippers won. Yeah, please do, but that's up to you. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much to Dr. Dan for being here, to Runon for being here, to Foxo and to Dragon for being here. Dragon and Dr. Dan for doing all the stuff they did, to Steve and Leslie and all the admins who are here this evening, and Stafford.
What did they do to Steve?
Huh?
What did they do to Steve and Leslie?
They were okay with them. They did not push them too far. Thanks to all the questions from Knight, from YouTube Mindwatcher, from who also was putting in a load of questions this evening. I should just
Bruce Storians was the winner of the poll.
Bruce Storians, yes, Bruce Storians. Not Bruce Shippers, Bruce Storians. Oh yeah, this was Bruce Storians. And YouTube Minecraft Watcher and Poseidon and all the others who put in questions. Thank you very much. And Seneca Nero, thank you everyone. Sorry, it was Bruce Storians, not Bruce Shippers. I don't know, where did I get Bruce Shippers from?
Bruce Shippers across the universe on the Starship Enterprise and the...
No. No, yes. Foxo, just no. Okay, that's just ended that one. All right. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. I hope you enjoyed, and just thank you, everyone. It's been a lot of fun for me, and I will look forward to chatting to you later today, because it will be later today.
Remember, donate or we send you to a Cornish tin mine.
No. Cornish tin mines these days have health and safety and are very nice affairs.
Does that come with a work visa?
Yes. The tin mine is recruiting, and I'm not even joking. The tin mines are recruiting, and they need all sorts of people working there because they are redoing all of them. The China clay mines as well. They're getting a huge amount of money spent on them, and you can tell there's a lot of money coming in because all the roads are being done up and improved, and all the railways are being done up and improved. Or rather, the freight line is not the passenger line, the freight line. I'm not at all pissed off by this, but once again, the passenger line in Cornwall is not being improved. Again.
Welcome to my life.
Take care, everyone. Thank you for being here and hope you enjoyed. No.